JSEA, ECNEY by QTZ, TCI, BEJ2I5, FS. IR Slogudabibig the Dadavada Dodaladuabadi Duyo and EDAD Odebo no condition on which this book is loaned to you. This book is and remains the property of the Rosicrucian Foundation, Quakertown, PA, and is loaned to occult students with the following understanding. Each person receiving the loan of this book is permitted to keep it long enough for reading, but not for more than 30 days. After the book has been read, it is to be loaned to some other occult student. In each instance, the last person to read the book has the privilege of selecting the next person to receive it as a loan. This book is to remain in circulation until January 1st, 1939, and whoever has the book at that time is requested to return it, express collect, to the Rosicrucian Foundation, Quakertown, PA. The following persons have had the loan of this book: name, address, city and states. Shanu you have now Iawanu now Pavia now Asuo Ishu Aku Sukin 0 QNO and 0 UNGG 0 NOQ 0000 H 000000 U 000000000000 The Rosicrucian Fraternity in America, Authentic and Spurious Organizations, Volume 2, Book 7, an answer to Lewis White, Book D, and a thorough expose of his fraudulent scheme and family racket. By Dr. R. Swinburne Clymer, Library Edition, published by the Rosicrucian Foundation, registered, Beverly Hall *, Quakertown, PA. Bates SV 80 Heems He Lieber Brigham Young University. Provo, Utah X. A complete answer to Lewis White, Book D, being a thorough expose of his amorphous spurious RC order and fraternal swindle operated as a fraudulent scheme and family racket. No B+. CPXOCR9 spot Pohier deer adsta heated 80 degrees. Book $782 CA Bandaneathiono Gianni Seer Nitio Nas Projects AIDC AK29 GR Rock 2G corded. In continuing our study of fraternal racketeering and spurious Rosicrucian orders in America, and in reviewing the fraudulent schemes, the devices of fraud and the artifices of swindlers connected therewith, we find that the simple confidence tricks of other days have given way to new brands and kinds of fraud. Those who sold green goods, gold bricks, and fake lightning rods to our grandfathers would stand aghast and dumbfounded at the elaborate fraudulent schemes of present-day swindlers. As our civilization has become more complex, so, also, crimes in general have become more complicated in design and more cunning in execution. For that reason, many of them are much more difficult to detect and to successfully prosecute. Therefore, some of them, perhaps the worst of them, continue in operation for long periods of time and claim countless victims without serious molestation. This is particularly true of offenses and crimes, the gravamen of which is deceit, false pretense, or fraud. Those who conceive a fraudulent scheme in these times invariably plan to come near enough to the truth, at least in appearance, to escape prosecution for misrepresentation and false pretense. They go to great lengths to create closely controlled corporations to cover their schemes with legal paraphernalia and to give to them the appearance of having the official sanction of the officers of the law who granted their charters. They outwardly simulate scrupulously and faithfully reputable and successful institutions to give to their schemes the plausible appearances of genuineness, and for the purpose of fraternal racketeering they select societies, orders, and fraternities of high repute that are mystical, occult or secret in their nature, and about which the greater number of people are ill-advised and know but little, so that their schemes may be hidden in general ignorance, and easy of operation because of the lack of knowledge of the many victims whom they would exploit. However, if they have never been members of the secret order, which they attempt to imitate and in whose names they carry on their fraudulent schemes, they are uninformed on essential facts and ignorant as to the basis mature thereof. For on cat ignorance, and as the result of their mistakes, too much propaganda and over-promotion, they invariably and eventually expose themselves, as in the present case of age. Spencer Lewis and his fraudulent RC order. When exposed, they resort to bold chicanery and dangerous expediencies to hide their fraud, such as those used in White Book D, issued by Mr. Lewis in defense of his fraudulent scheme and considered at length in this book. When caught, they always flatter themselves that they can explain the whole matter to the entire satisfaction of official investigators and post office inspectors or to the prosecuting attorney. If indicted, they rely upon the presumption of innocence, hope to becloud the issues to create a doubt as to their guilt, and believe that in any event they can convince the jury that they are victims of partisan persecution inspired by jealous rivals or of erroneous judgment and unfortunate circumstances. Those who commit crimes of violence or who steal and rob outright are usually taciturn, they hide their evil deeds and are non-communicative, whereas promoters and perpetrators of confidence games and fraudulent schemes are blessed with the gift of gab. They will talk glibly about their affairs, and with plausible explanations or cunning subterfuges they will readily undertake to dissipate all doubts as to the propriety of their shady business or as to the genuineness of their fabricated and spurious institutions. With them the explanation sufficient for the moment is expedient. Therefore, on different occasions they give different explanations, tell changing stories, make contradictory statements and suspicious claims, which upon investigation are found to be altogether false, and in this wise do they furnish the proof for their own conviction. Appropriate to the foregoing observations, the casual reader will find the contents of this book most interesting. The student of unique frauds and strange rackets will find it worthy of close study, and the official investigator will find it useful. There should be some precincts too sacred for fraud to enter and some things too high and holy to be exploited. There are the religious instincts, the higher aspirations and the spiritual hopes of mankind. The noble impulses of brotherly love, the expansion of fraternalism among men, the development of higher states of consciousness and the evolution of the spirit or soul growth should be above and beyond the scheming devices and dirty hands of crooks and villains. But alas, it is not the case. Some of the worst frauds, some of the most accursed swindles have been committed in the name of religion, and the most nefarious exploitation of the good, the trustful, and the innocent has been accomplished under the guise of brotherly love, mysticism, occultism or fraternalism. Unfortunately, there are many of such cases. However, we shall make brief mention of only three in connection with the instant case under consideration. John Fairnew began his eventful career in New York City about the year 1909. He represented that he was of divine origin, a son of the Holy Ghost, greater in authority, majesty, and power than was Moses, Elijah or John the Baptist, that the mantle of the man of Galilee had fallen upon him and that he had received the keys to the kingdom of heaven. He claimed to be a world master and the founder of the new religion. In furtherance of his scheme he organized a mother church and subordinate churches. He made himself an archbishop and made bishops, preachers, and dignitaries of various ranks out of his best paying or most trusted victims. He incorporated universities and seminaries to teach his doctrines and the new theology and sold scholarships, and incorporated publishing companies and sold books. But he failed to comply with the laws of California in the organization of some of his corporations. In 1917 he was arrested at his San Francisco headquarters and convicted in the federal court for using the United States mails for fraudulent purposes. The conviction was affirmed by the United States Circuit Court of Appeals. He made many false representations, but the grossest of them all was that he could transmit his alleged divine powers and infinite wisdom to others who paid the price or made donations sufficiently large to fully demonstrate that they were deeply interested in the work and welfare of the new religion. Arthur Crane was another inspired crook. He claimed that he was possessed of divine inspiration and had the Christ power. He pretended to cure all manner of diseases by the absent treat. 1 volume 245 of the Federal Reporter, page 710. Meant that all the victim need do was to write to Dr. Crane, appoint the hour when he or she would be ready for treatment, and to leave the rest to Arthur Crane. Dr. Crane wrote many books which he claimed answered all questions that troubled the doubting souls or perplexed minds of men and women. In those books which he sold to his victims, he solved or pretended to solve all human problems and to free mankind from all the ailments of the flesh and all the woes of the spirit to which mankind is subjected on this old earth and in this vale of tears. In 1919 he was arrested in California, tried and convicted of the fraudulent use of the mails. The conviction was affirmed by the United States Circuit Court of Appeals. The jury in each case could readily see that their schemes were fraudulent and that these self-styled modern prophets and inspired saviors were plain, unvarnished crooks and promptly convicted. The Circuit Court of Appeals made elaborate and careful reviews of their cases and held, notwithstanding the constitutional guarantee of religious freedom, that their schemes were elaborate devices of fraud and that they had used the United States mail as a means of obtaining money under false pretense in pursuance of grossly fraudulent schemes devised by them for that purpose. In 1922 Matthew McBain Thompson was convicted in the United States District Court at Salt Lake City, Utah, as the perpetrator of one of the most unique and ingenious mail and Masonic frauds as ever was devised and perpetrated by any of the most daring and spectacular Masonic impostors in history. We have given special consideration to this case in Part 1 of Chapter 4 herein and elsewhere throughout this book. Then came Harv Spencer Lewis, the successor of Thompson in fraternal fraud and racketeering, who for the past 20 years has been operating and so continues to operate a spurious hybrid Masonic Rosicrucian scheme, fraudulently promoted with greater elaboration and carried on with unique artifices and devices far more extensive, complex, and befuddling than his notorious predecessor. 2 Volume 259 of the Federal Reporter, page 480. 3 The Thompson Masonic Fraud, by Isaac Blair Evans, who was the United States District Attorney in Utah when Thompson was tried and convicted. We are indebted to Mr. Evans for many of the facts and ideas set forth thus far in our introductory remarks. See Introduction to the said book. In Masonic Fraud, the Lewis scheme, now operated strictly as a private affair and as his family enterprise, is dealt with in considerable detail in this and the preceding volume. This book, as originally planned, was to be a brief answer to Lewis' life. Book D. It was not intended to exceed 200 pages, with references only to the sources of authority and the proof of our statements. However, as we studied this crooked little book of great deception, of many stratagems and artifices and of much bombastic ballyhoo, issued in defense of a complicated fraudulent scheme and a nefarious swindle, it became more and more apparent that, to completely and satisfactorily answer the same, it would be necessary to thoroughly expose the fraudulent scheme and to point out in detail the many and varied artifices and devices used in its promotion, to show the cunning skullduggery and plausible chicanery employed in its operation and to demonstrate the hocus-pocus stratagems, the claptrap subterfuges, the wanton trickery and diabolical methods used for its defense. Therefore, it was determined, even at the cost of much delay and the undue expansion of this book, to conclusively establish all these matters and the facts of this case with competent evidence in the nature of facsimile reproductions of unmutilated and undeleted documentary proof, with the facsimile reproduction of the manufactured evidence, mutilated and deleted documents and spurious and misrepresented charters and warrants of alleged Rosicrucian authority employed by him to promote, perpetuate, and defend his fraudulent scheme, all of which are shown to be snares and delusions and prove certain that it is an indefensible swindle, and to establish the basic fraudulent nature of his scheme and its nefarious operation with verbatim quotations of published statements of his contradictory pretensions and groundless claims. All of which has been conclusively established by proof which M.R. Lewis, with all his cunning plausibility and expert dodging, cannot successfully question or dispute. Now, since the major portion of the proof of the fraudulent nature and operation of the scheme has been supplied by the designer and promoter of the swindle, much space has been used in the quotation and analysis of his claims and assertions made in court under oath or solemnly published to the world. Therefore, the interested reader, the sincere investigator and the earnest seeker for truth, the whole truth and all the actuate facts will appreciate our position and the strength of the case we have made, because as we have made no charges and have made no assertions of fact without backing them up with the proof thereof, as shown by documents and printed material. Moreover, while we have set forth the documents in facsimile and the printed matter in verbatim quotation, with our comments and suggestions as an aid to the reader and investigator, yet particular attention is directed to the fact that we have supplied the proof of the facts so as to enable them to reach their own independent conclusions. Although much evidence indeed, sufficient proof is set forth herein to establish conclusively that the Amorc, as conceived and operated by H. Spencer Lewis and his son Ralph, is a fraudulent scheme and a swindle extraordinary, yet only a small part of the evidence thereof available to prove it to be such has been produced. Only a few of the voluminous, contradictory claims and telltale statements of the Lewises have been quoted. Only part of their tricks, subterfuges, stratagems, artifices and devices of fraud have been exposed. Only the surface of their cunning methods and despicable practices has been uncovered, and only a few of the infinite number of their plausible falsehoods and utterly false pretensions have been run down, whereas all of them can be shown to be untrue and absolutely fraudulent in intent and in fact. Yet, nevertheless, this work is an excellent brief of the facts which will prove most useful to independent and official investigators in securing all of the evidence of this despicable fraud, and it will point the way to secure and indicate the methods to be followed in obtaining overwhelming corroborative proof of the detestable nature and foul details of this deplorable and nefarious swindle. We trust that our readers will carefully consider the personal foreword and review the preamble, which is intended to advise as to the general contents of the volume. Particular attention is directed to Chapter I, in which the conspiracy bugaboo is shown to be an overworked stratagem to hide and obscure an insidious fraudulent scheme. The manner in which the courts in California have been imposed upon and their findings and decrees have been used to justify and further promote a swindle is also shown with astounding verity. To get the full import of the astounding manner in which the instruments of justice and the institutions of law have been abused and used to give prima facie sanction to a fraud, the concluding portion of Chapter 7 should be read in connection with the subject matter of the first chapter. The various false issues, smokescreen subterfuges, petty chicanery, personal attacks, and trumped-up countercharges receive attention in Chapters 2 and 3. In these chapters the indefensible and reprehensible methods employed to defend and perpetuate this fraudulent scheme have been just arraigned. However, the severity of the arraignment and the deserved condemnation of such despicable trickery and base practices may cause the reader at first to feel a sympathy for a bold and unscrupulous fraternal racketeer that is not at all deserved. Therefore, may we suggest that the reader reserve judgment on these matters or, better yet, reserve the reading of these chapters until all others have been completed, whereupon it will be obvious that not one half has been said in severe condemnation as should have been said, and that the arraignment is mild in comparison with acts and deeds which can not be too severely condemned. The diabolical scheme, as it was originally conceived and put into execution, and the manner in which it has been continuously carried on as a fraternal racket and swindle since the year 1920, and off and on between the years 1915 to 1920, is stripped of all its camouflage and shown in its naked ugliness in Chapters 4, B and 6. The supplemental review of the stupid, false, improbable, and impossible claims of Rosicrucian authority and of the irreconcilable, conflicting and contradictory statements concerning those claims and the authenticity of the spurious R.C. order founded upon them, as set forth in Chapter B, shows beyond question and doubt that the scheme was conceived in fraud and that it has been operated as a swindle from the beginning. Moreover, that which is most impressing and convincing, as above pointed out, is that he who conceived the fraud and operated the swindle has furnished conclusive evidence to establish the charge verily, verily, out of his own mouth by the issues of his own pen, and from his own published statements comes the undeniable proof thereof. No doubt, Masons and the Masonic fraternity will be deeply interested in learning of the dubious and cunning ways in which the good report of Masons and the high standing and good name of their fraternity have been used to promote a fraternal swindle. Certainly, all Masons will keenly resent and emphatically condemn the misuse and abuse of Masonry, even though it is principally the misuse and abuse of Masonic orders which they may regard as clandestine, because in the public eye the Masonic fraternity enjoys a high standing. The average person knows and makes no distinction between the regular and the clandestine Masonry, and the public at large is generally willing to accept anything or any plan as being good, wholesome, and worthy if it appears to have Masonic sanction or approval. Therefore, the misuse and abuse of the name of Masonry in connection with any crooked scheme or questionable affair not only works a fraud upon the public, but it is injurious to all Masons and highly detrimental to their fraternity. I.e. manner in which the promoter of this fraudulent scheme and fraternal swindle has used Masons and Masonic symbols and has abused and misused Masonry, and the way in which falsified, deleted, and mutilated Masonic papers and documents have been used to further his ends and to serve his purposes is shown throughout this volume, particularly in parts 1, 2, and 5 of Chapter B and in Chapter B. The promoter of this spurious Rosicrucian order and fraternal swindle even went so far as to have a court find that he had not been denied membership in the Masonic fraternity when, in fact, such membership had been so denied. So much so has he used Masons and Masonry to promote and carry on this fraudulent Rosicrucian order that the scheme is aptly and correctly designated and is, in fact, a Masonic Rosicrucian swindle. With high-pressure salesmanship, with nationwide, bombastic advertising, with ever-flowing and highly gasified propaganda and much value, and with tons of promotional literature, all of which is contrary to the practices and ideals of Masonry and Rosicrucianism, this scheme has been used as a contrivance to build $1 million fraternal racketeering concern. The royal revenues of this hierarchical racket are derived from initiation fees, monthly dues, the sale of mystical bunk in books, so-called occult and scientific lore in special courses or lectures, specially priced, and a full line of fraternal merchandise, but the most productive of these are mystical bunk and fraternal merchandise. Chapter 6 deals with this unique merchandising mart conducted in the name of brotherly love and for the alleged advancement of the race. In this same chapter are revealed the cunning designs and artful trickery that were used for the conversion of this fraudulent scheme and hierarchical commercial marketing concern into a family racket, underscored by incorporating it as a membership and family corporation without profit to anyone save his family, and as a subterfuge to avoid the payment of taxes. In some of the books in Volume I and in the first few chapters of this book in Volume 2 we spoke of the scheme as being a clever device of fraud and of its designer and promoter as being a clever artist in the swindling arts and a clever fraternal racketeer. However, since we have reviewed, carefully studied, and analyzed Mr. Lewis' ignorant conception of a Rosicrucian order, the curious organization that he fabricated and set up pursuant thereto, the foolish and nonsensical things that he did to promote it, the strange documents, unique charters and warrants of alleged authority that he faked and procured or designed and manufactured, under which he has purported to work, the so-called universal, world, and international non-existent councils and faked international congresses and conventions used as devices to furnish him with alleged authority, recognition and certificates of authenticity. The false, ridiculous, and impossible claims to Rosicrucian initiation and authority and Masonic recognition, approval, titles and honors that he has asserted, the infinite number of contradictory statements he has made, and the many changing, repugnant and confiding stories he has told concerning his alleged authority and relating to his fraudulent scheme and swindling devices, and last but not least in base villainy, the wanton methods, the despicable chicanery, the manufactured evidence and deleted and mutilated proof that have been used in defense of this exposed swindle. Indeed, we must say, after having considered all these matters, that we have made a grievous error and used the wrong word, and that there is nothing clever about the scheme, its promotion, or operation. It was conceived in gross ignorance of Rosicrucian affairs. It is a poor imitation of an R.C. order, cunningly misrepresented, artfully promoted, willfully operated, deliberately perpetuated in open defiance of the law, and wantonly defended by the vilest methods and with the most unthinkable and detestable tactics. Therefore, we respectfully submit for candid consideration that no thoughtful person can contemplate the use and publication of falsified evidence, deleted papers, and mutilated documents or false testimony in court. No careful person can examine the so-called important Rosicrucian documents, the self-made and spurious charters falsely represented to be warrants of Rosicrucian authority. No discriminating person can consider the false, fabulous, and conflicting tales concerning international, world and universal councils, congresses, and conventions. No casual or careless person can read the many different false and contradictory claims of Rosicrucian authority. No one can witness the way in which the complete control and use of the concern has been reserved to the family. No one can review the gross misrepresentations, the endless chicanery, the unscrupulous trickery and the numerous devices and artifices of fraud used to promote the scheme. In short, no one can read this work of 2 volumes without having the abiding feeling and firm conviction, indeed, without reaching the irresistible conclusion that the ancient mystical order Rosae Crucis the Amorc is a spurious Rosicrucian order, that it is a fraudulent scheme and that it is a nefarious fraternal swindle, operated as a family racket. Now, inasmuch as the scheme, called the Amorc, is a gross fraud, the question naturally arises, why has it been allowed to exist for a score or more of years in open violation of the law, to wax strong and grow into $1 million swindle? The answer is simple and apparent. Only high Rosicrucian initiates know all the facts and the whole truth about the order. Even its neophytes, its general student bodies and those in the lower grades who have not been initiated into all its mysteries and have not become Rosicrucians are not fully advised on all matters concerning the fraternity, its true nature, its full status and real history. Therefore, the non-members, the public in general, are wholly uninformed, yet many have heard of the Rosicrucians. A little knowledge is a dangerous thing. The name itself, wrapped in mystery and conjured within fiction, becomes an alluring and intriguing artifice of fraud, and the many of little knowledge become the ready dupes and beguiled victims of exploitation. Masonry, its general nature and affairs, is much better and more extensively known to the public in general. Masons make no secret of their membership, but wear badges and insignia to proclaim such membership, whereas Rosicrucians seldom make known their connection with or membership in the Rosicrucian fraternity. Yet, with Masonry generally known, Thompson carried on his notorious fraud in the name of Masonry for 20 years before he was finally exposed and convicted. Therefore, with the Rosicrucian order less known, it has been less difficult, and Lewis could more readily carry this fraud in the name of the Rosicrucians and promote with alleged foreign Masonic honors and feigned Masonic approval. This swindle has existed because of lack of proper information and general knowledge, and because the officers of the law could not see wherein the fraud lies. It mystified them, yet, perceiving that it was and is a crooked and suspicious scheme covered with badges of fraud, nevertheless, they did not know how or where to procure the evidence to prove the fraud that has been almost apparent if not apparent to them. It has existed because no one who really knew wherein the fraud lay has definitely pointed it out or clearly defined it, because no one has taken the pains to run down the many fraudulent representations and false pretense used to promote and to sustain it, and because no one has taken the trouble or gone to the heavy expense to collect the evidence of the same which exists in great abundance and to thoroughly expose it. Knowing the truth concerning the Rosicrucians and the facts relating to the Order of the Rosy Cross and the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, we have assumed that burden, and herein we thoroughly expose this fraudulent scheme and family racket and point to the proof of this abominable swindle in this, our answer to Lewis White Book D. The second volume of the Rosicrucian Fraternity in America is a complete answer to a calumnious, unscrupulous, and misleading booklet, recently issued by Mr. H. Spencer Lewis, the pseudo-Rosicrucian, clandestine Mason, and mystic swindler, of San Jose, California, under the impressive title of White Book D, which if intended to be descriptive or indicative of its contents should have been entitled, Black Book of Deception. For several years I have been publishing warnings to all persons interested, seriously or otherwise, in the August Fraternity or the Order of the Rose Cross against the false claims of the aforesaid pseudo-Rosicrucian, who fabricated and launched a spurious Rosicrucian organization in New York in 1915, with meager success, culminating in failure and collapse in 1918 after a raid of the New York police on his then national headquarters and his arrest, after which he retired into silence and nothing was heard of his spurious fabrication until 1920, when he appeared in San Francisco, where, with the financial assistance of William Reisner, a sincere seeker after occult truths and a successful businessman, and with the aid of the Reverend George R. Chambers, an Episcopalian minister and High Mason, who rewrote most of his lectures up to the 6th grade, he succeeded in reorganizing his so-called R.C. order. However, his success was not marked, and in 1925 he associated himself with Mr. Ralph A. Wackerman of Tampa, Florida, to which place he moved his headquarters. During the 2 years he remained in Florida, he greatly increased the membership of his enterprise by a high-pressure nationwide propaganda campaign. As the result of a disagreement with his Florida sponsor, he moved his headquarters to San Jose, California. In 1928 he converted his spurious RC order and fraudulent enterprise into a family racket and fraudulently incorporated it as a 1C introduction to Book 3, Volume I, pp. 134 to 139, for a general description of his activities. 2C Chapter 6 Hirav, where the fraudulent incorporation of his family racket is fully treated. College, with himself and members of his family as the hierarchy of his exclusive mystic swindle. It was not until after 1928 that this fraudulent R.C. order and fraternal racket took on the serious proportions of a national menace. Since that time, as Supreme Grand Master, Founderhead, and spokesman of the authentic Rosicrucian fraternity in America, I have published several magazine articles, booklets, and pamphlets denouncing the methods of the pseudo-Rosicrucian and his spurious and fraudulent enterprise carried on under the sacred symbol and holy name of the Rosy Cross. Last year I issued 4 booklets * that had wide circulation, dealing with this subject, republished as books 2, 3, 4, and 5 in Volume I Hirav, to which M.R. Lewis attempted to reply in his so-called White Book D, and although it purports to be a reply thereto, it is a miserable subterfuge in lieu of a reply, as will clearly appear as the reader proceeds with this volume. No one realizes or knows so well as Mr. Lewis that his so-called RC order is spurious and fraudulent, that his fraternal family racket is a gigantic swindle, and that his so-called White Book D is a pure subterfuge, a book of cunning and deception, and is not, in truth, even to the slightest degree an answer to our charges, or to similar charges made by many of his former members, all of whom he has attacked personally and impugned their motives in one way or another, as also appears in White Book D. He has from time to time, in various ways, attacked me personally, because he realized and knew full well that he could not in truth or in fact meet the charge of the spurious and fraudulent nature of his fabricated R.C. order, which he has converted into a huge racket and swindle. However, inasmuch as he was unable to meet the truth and the facts as set forth in our recent booklets, and realizing that he had failed utterly to answer the same in his booklet of subterfuge and deception, he has, during the past few months, made the most insidious, nefarious, outrageous, and malicious personal attacks on myself and family, through private correspondence and by a well-organized whispering campaign of his so-called militia and scandalmongers, with the wicked purpose of destroying one who accuses him justly, that he may save himself. My purpose and motive in issuing those booklets is fully stated in the foreword to Book 4, Volume I, pages 179 to 183, and need not be restated here, but should be kept in mind. And his swindling fraternal racket. Such low tactics and degraded practices are tacit admissions of guilt, that should speak eloquently and convincingly of his guilt to all upright and self-respecting men and women. Innocent men do not resort to such low and questionable methods. 7. I will not stoop to reply to those personal attacks. Even if they were true, he cannot justify his acts of fraud, his fraternal racket and his mystic swindle by pointing the finger of scorn at me or my family. Sufficient to say, however, that my personal conduct, although not claimed to be exemplary or perfect, has been nevertheless upright and honorable. There has been no scandal connected with my family or my private life. I am well reputed in the community in which I have lived all my life. In addition to my connection with the Rose Cross, I belong to fraternal organizations to which I would not have been admitted if this were not true, and from which I would have been promptly expelled if the slanderous charges were true as circulated by Mr. Lewis and his cohorts. Although our files abound with material of a personal nature, relating to the private life and personal conduct of M.R. Lewis, I have never made a personal attack upon him. I have only attacked his spurious and fraudulent fraternal enterprise, his methods in connection therewith, and his unscrupulous tactics. I have never said anything unkind of the ladies of his family. I have said that he is using his wife and daughter-in-law as dupes to further his fraudulent scheme and family racket by having them serve as trustees or directors of his Supreme Grand Lodge Corporation and to do his bidding, which is true, absolutely true, but in justification of those good women, I must say that I doubt if they have any knowledge of the iniquitous nature of his racket. They have trusted him and he has misled them as he has thousands of others. I have said, and repeat here for emphasis in connection herewith, that we have no malice, we hold no personal grudge against him, notwithstanding his numerous vicious, unjustified personal attacks upon us. We do not attack him personally, even if our vigorous attacks upon him may seem to be personal. We are fighting his shameful methods, his false pretenses, and the infamous things for which he stands. We are fighting for principle, for right, for justice and honorable dealings and fair play among men. We are not fighting men, but the evil that men do. Therefore, the public should not be misled or their attention diverted from his swindling enterprise by the personal attacks he is underhandedly making upon me and others who question or accuse him. There is an outstanding device, constantly resorted to by Mr. Lewis, to prevent, and with many it does prevent, a fair and impartial consideration of the charges which I have made against him, to which particular attention is directed. It is this: he claims that these charges should not be seriously considered and cannot be true because, he says, they are made by a rival who is jealous of his success. Now, the truth is the truth, it matters not by whom it is declared. Let no one be misled by such a subterfuge, intended to prejudice the mind and to prevent a fair and serious consideration of the charges upon their merits. In no proper sense can there be rivalry between the real Rose Cross and a spurious R.C. enterprise such as he is operating. Certainly the authentic order can never regard itself as the rival of a spurious imitation, wrongfully using its name and usurping its prerogatives, and, most surely, no honest man is envious and jealous of the success achieved by chicanery and fraud. Honest men are moved to express their disdain and condemnation of such because of their intuitive sense of right, honesty, and justice. There are two other matters of a similar nature to which I desire to direct the particular attention of librarians and radio program managers. The authentic Rosicrucian order in America has never sought publicity or free advertisement, nor attempted to have publishers of reference books, dictionaries, and encyclopedias publish any facts or the truth about the real Rosicrucians or their activities. On the other hand, Mr. Lewis, the pretender, the charlatan, the fabricator, promoter, and proprietor of the spurious Rosicrucian order, has been busy in furnishing editors and publishers of such publications false information, and by his cunning methods and plausible misrepresentations has succeeded in misleading the editors and publishers of the following highly regarded #Volume I, p. 183. Degree T. Ask and expect no one to blindly accept my statements as being true. However, in justice to themselves, all interested parties should give fair consideration to the proof of the charges as presented in this work and make their own independent investigations with an open mind. Publications and has induced them to make favorable mention of or to give their recognition to and approval of his swindling and fraudulent device, namely, New Standard Yearbook 1934. Published by Funk and Bunyals Company. Modern Encyclopedia. Published by W.M.H. Wise & Co. Encyclopedia Britannica. 14th latest revised edition. Webster's New International Dictionary. 2nd edition, published by G. and C. Merriam Company. Doubleday Encyclopedia. Published by Doubleday, Doran & Co., Inc. The Columbia Encyclopedia. 1935 edition. The World Book Encyclopedia. Published by W.F. Corey & Co. The Progressive Reference Library. 1935 edition, published by the Holst Publishing Company. He has also attempted to mislead other editors and publishers of similar publications, but without success. Now, let us note how he is using the publications of the editors whom he has succeeded in misleading. On March 11, 1936, he forwarded a circular letter, on the letterhead of his spurious R.C. order, over the signature of his son as secretary, to the chief librarian of all the public libraries in this country, containing the following statements: Respected librarian, the Rosicrucian order, known throughout the world as a MORC, is a well-established and definitely organized movement and has an enviable reputation. Aside from what it may say about itself, the following unbiased, unprejudiced sources of information refer to it favorably. Here is listed the publications above mentioned. The letter continues as follows: We understand, however, that an individual named R. Swinburne Clymer of Pennsylvania, who operates a small organization from his farm, has circulated a booklet which is being distributed among the leading public libraries of this country and Canada, defaming this organization and its officers, the object being to have the libraries remove our official publication known as the Rosicrucian Digest and our books. He was fearful that we would place volume I of this work in the public libraries of the country and that the truth concerning the authentic order and his fraudulent enterprise might be generally diffused. As a matter of fact, volume I of this work has not been offered to public, fraternal, Masonic or other libraries for the reason that it was not complete. The completed work in 2 volumes will be presented, free of charge, to every public, fraternal and Masonic library in the land, however, not with the view of having removed therefrom the Rosicrucian Digest and other Lewis publications, but to make these volumes accessible to all interested persons, so that the facts concerning the real Rosicrucian order and the spurious one in America may be known to all who desire to know the truth. The letter continues: We realize that chief librarians and library officials are not interested in controversies, but they do manifest a spirit of fair play. Therefore, we would appreciate it if, before acting on the libelous literature, if it comes to your attention, you carefully read the enclosed booklet which reveals the caliber and character of the individual attacking this organization. You will note from a reading of the booklet that in the past he was severely rebuked and criticized for his conduct by the American Medical Association, and they also allege he was involved in a fraudulent diploma mill closed by the United States Post Office. With this letter was enclosed White Book D, which is completely answered in this volume. I have also fully answered his misuse of the article published in 1923 in the Journal of the American Medical Association in a pamphlet entitled, Dr. R. Swinburne Clymer replies to Dr. H. Spencer Lewis, the Mystic Swindler, and the AMA article being an exposé of his attempted misuse of that article as a shield of and in perpetuation of his own insidious fraud registered. The letter concludes thus: We only ask that we be given the opportunity to defend ourselves against this slander and libel, if it comes to your attention. It must occur, even to the casual reader and to the careless thinker, that if this publication is libelous, then of libel is a court of justice having jurisdiction of such matters and not a librarian or librarians. Upon this particular question I shall have more to say. Clearly this is an attempt to forestall and prevent, if possible, the placing of this publication in the public libraries, upon the plea that it is libelous, and thus to delay, hinder, and prevent the truth and the facts becoming generally known. Surely the public librarians in this land of liberty, where the freedom of the press is guaranteed, cannot be so hoodwinked and will not be thus induced to exclude this work from the public libraries and assist in suppressing the truth. The other matter referred to is a circular letter sent to all radio stations in the country, under date of March 26, 1936, on the letterhead of the Rosicrucian Order, Amorc, signed by his son as secretary, which is as follows: to the program manager, Bearbar. It has been called to our attention recently that many radio stations throughout the country are receiving inquiries as to who the Rosicrucians are, and what their activities are. This is due to the fact that there are many programs on the air today dealing with philosophy, metaphysics, psychology, and kindred subjects, which mention the Rosicrucians. Therefore, we take this opportunity of sending you two enclosed brochures for reference. One is entitled Some Facts About the Rosicrucians, which definitely sets forth what the organization is, and what it is not. The sixth pamphlet is available to all who desire it. Other conveys a pictorial idea of the institution behind the organization. We ask that you kindly file same away for reference under the heading of Rosicrucian or Rosicrucianism. Naturally, the Rosicrucians are not a religious order, but a philosophical society. If at any time we can provide you with further information about this order for the benefit of your listeners, please do not hesitate in calling upon us. Attached is a list of recognized authoritative reference sources of an unbiased nature which refer to this worldwide organization. Its traditional origin dates back into antiquity. Enclosed with said letter was the list of publications above referred to and the pamphlets therein mentioned. This is a fair sample of the clever, cunning, artful yet insidious methods employed to prevent the dissemination of truthful information about the Rosicrucians and the Rose Cross Order, and to secure the broadcasting of false information in aid of his spurious Rosicrucian order and fraternal swindle. Before publishing the facts contained in volume I hereby offered to join Mr. Lewis in a fair, dignified, and secret hearing and complete investigation of our respective claims before a competent tribunal composed of high masons learned in fraternal customs, landmarks and laws, and offered to abide the results thereof. He refused to join in a fair, full, and complete investigation. This should be sufficient indication to all investigators and interested parties that his false claims and spurious Rosicrucian order cannot stand the test of an honest, proper, and genuine investigation. The gist of the charges I have made and now make against H. Spencer Lewis may be summarized as follows: that he was not initiated into the Order of the Rose Cross in France in 1909, and that he is not a Rosicrucian, that he received no rightful Rosicrucian authority from the French or any French Rosicrucian order to institute the order in this country in 1915, and even if an authentic Rosicrucian order had granted such authority, which was not the case, he could not have rightfully exercised such authority because the order existed in this country at that time. Prior * see Book 3, Vol. I, pp. 156 to 170. Thereto since 1858 and at all times since, that he fabricated his so-called Rosicrucian order, that it is spurious and in no sense a real Rosicrucian organization, that he has falsely represented and continues to represent it to be a Rosicrucian order and the only real Rosicrucian organization in America, perpetuating the original organization and its teachings, thereby perpetrating a continuing fraud by which thousands have been defrauded, that his various other claims of Rosicrucian authority from India, Egypt, Germany, Denmark, Switzerland, and the World Council or the International Council are all false and have been used by him for fraudulent purposes and as swindling devices, that in 1928 he converted his spurious and fraudulent Rose Cross Order into a family racket, since which time he has been wrongfully carrying on and conducting a fraternal racket, a fraudulent enterprise and a mystic swindle of nationwide and gigantic proportions. Thus I indict Mr. Lewis, the pseudo-Rosicrucian and fraternal racketeer. I am prepared to prove this indictment and much more than here charged. I am aware that these charges are libelous if untrue. Therefore, the most effective way for him to establish the falsity thereof is to bring a libel suit against me. I will not resort to any technical pleas, but will plead the truth in full justification thereof. Thus will the issue be clear-cut, and a court of competent jurisdiction can then determine the truth or falsity of the charges that I make. *, I fully appreciate the fact that this question cannot be finally settled by the publication of charges even with sustaining evidence on my part, and Lewis publishing his replies thereto, for two principal reasons. First, 98% of the public are uninformed upon the subject and are unable to determine the truth or the falsity of the charges. Second, Mr. Lewis is unscrupulous. He will make and publish any statement however false, if plausible, in reply thereto, and will resort to any device or method however -8 inasmuch as Mr. Lewis knows that the charges I make are true. It is not at all likely that he will hazard a suit on the clear-cut issue of the truth or falsity of my charges as briefly outlined above. If this bold suggestion forces him to bring a suit against me, it can be accurately predicted, based upon his underhanded methods and past performance, that he will seek every unfair advantage, do everything possible to prevent a fair and just decision on the merits, bring his suit upon immaterial issues, becloud the issues by cunning subterfuges, create every possible ambiguity, and resort to all dilatory tactics known to the cleverest lawyer, so that he may make a grandstand play and thus save himself without facing the real issue. Such a suit as he will bring, if any, and if tried, will be decisive of no important or vital issue. Unworthy and degrading to sustain himself and to perpetuate his fraudulent enterprise, even to the extent of publishing falsified or manufactured evidence and mutilated or deleted documents, as he did in his White Book D, as is fully demonstrated in this answer thereto. In publishing the facts about this extraordinary fraternal racket and the unique methods of its cunning promoter and proprietor, the following objects have been foremost. A. To protect the good name of a holy and sacred institution. B. So far as possible, to prevent sincere seekers of the Rosy Cross from being misled and defrauded. C. To cause and to assist students of occultism and mysticism, as well as all interested parties, to make their own investigations. D. To arouse in mystic, occult, and fraternal circles a righteous indignation against such racketeering in brotherly love and fraternalism, and cause the many thousands interested in mystic societies, occult orders, and the various fraternities to make a public and insistent demand that the government and governmental agencies take necessary and proper action to protect the public against this notorious fraud and outrageous swindle. E. And to emphatically and notably direct the attention of public officials, whose sworn and sacred duty it is to protect the citizens and inhabitants of this land against such frauds, to facts in the case, so that they may have no justifiable excuse for permitting such a swindle to exist, continue, and prosper at the expense of thousands of victims, even though the wrong is cleverly and cunningly done under the disguise of fraternalism or brotherly love and committed with an air of mysticism that confuses, confounds, and misleads high governmental officials as it has thousands of his victims. If Mr. Lewis will accept my suggestion and bring a suit of libel against me without subterfuge, confusion, or dilatory and unfair tactics, in federal or state courts of Pennsylvania, on the clear-cut issue that I have charged that his spurious Rosicrucian order is a fraud and a swindle, I will join the issue with him by pleading the truth of my charges, and I will prove in court by competent and overwhelming evidence that his so-called Rosicrucian family racket is a fraud and swindle of the most malignant and pernicious type. With the assistance of attorneys who are members of the authentic order in America who have volunteered their services and the authentic Rosicrucian orders of Europe who have greatly assisted in collecting and securing the necessary evidence, I will make a judicial report that will leave no room for doubt in the minds of public officials that Amorc, the family racket of H. Spencer Lewis, is a vicious fraud and nationwide, interstate swindle. With such facts judicially established in a civil action, then surely the government will promptly take the necessary and proper steps to put an end to this fraternal racketeering. Will Mr. Lewis thus assist in the judicial determination of the truth of my charges? Publication of this volume has been delayed until every witness, here and abroad, could be located to prove every essential fact, and until original rare documents, known to exist, could be secured from Europe and elsewhere, some of which are reproduced herein. Notably, Oriflamme, Jubilee Issue, 1912. Grateful acknowledgement is made of the valuable assistance thus rendered by Rosicrucian Grand Masters of France and Europe with whom we maintain the most cordial relations. assuming complete personal responsibility for every statement contained in this publication and vouching for the truth thereof. With this personal foreword I present this completed work, in 2 volumes, for the consideration and information of all concerned. Truthfully and fraternally submitted, R. Swinburne Clymer, AEWN. We have heard the other side in the so-called White Book D. We have the other side, the defense of his fraudulent Rosicrucian order, of his racketeering in brotherly love and fraternalism as simulated, fabricated, and falsified by H. Spencer Lewis. He rented his weight in the balances and found wanting, wholly wanting and devoid of truth or justification. Herein we make an exhaustive analysis of White Book D and present here with a complete answer thereto, insofar as it relates to us, to the authentic Rose Cross order or purports. To be a reply to our charges, for the benefit of those who do not know the facts but who desire to know the truth, and for those who have not the means of ascertaining the whole truth. In this answer White Book D is stripped of all camouflage and is revealed to be a black book of deception filled with the same character of plausible falsehoods, manufactured and falsified evidence, and deleted or mutilated documents typically Lewistonian employed by him in the fabrication of his spurious R.C. order and in the organization of his fraternal racket. With the same wicked deception and the use of the same crafty methods and cunning devices he has been and is now carrying on and conducting one of the most unique and despicable frauds and mystic swindles of these times. Indeed, of all times. What is this White Book D? It purports to be Mr. Lewis' reply to several booklets, which have had wide circulation under popular demand, in which we exposed his fabricated and spurious Rosicrucian organization, his family racket, his fraudulent practices, his swindling arts, his black magic connections, and in which we also pointed the way to the door of the authentic temple of the Rosy Cross. One republished as books 2, 3, 4, and 5 in volume I. How does he reply? Did he make an honest reply? Did he face the facts, and make a fair, frank answer to the serious charges made against him? He could not. He cannot answer with truth. His whole scheme was conceived in falsehood and fraud, born in iniquity and matured into a fraternal racket and a wicked, perverse swindle. He cannot face the facts. The facts prove his guilt. He cannot stand foursquare. His scheme is not on the square, and his racket is crooked. He cannot make an honest, straightforward answer. Such an answer would be a confession. In such a situation what did he do? He substituted ingenious stratagems and cunning artifices in a plausible reply for honest answer. And what were the subterfuge he used instead of an honest, straightforward answer based upon the truth and the facts? First, the convention and committees, like a dishonest debtor who schemes to beat his honest debts by carrying his property in his wife's name, he hides behind the so-called joint activities of voluntary committees and an unani. Mao's National Convention, absolutely dominated and completely controlled by himself, through which self-constructed mouthpiece he praises and exalts himself and declares himself innocent and duly acquitted. However, knowing full well the true nature of the aforesaid voluntary committees and the unanimous convention, the compulsion, duress, deception, and illusion under which they acted, or purported to act, and being fearful that the camouflage might not be sufficient, like a patent medicine vendor of quack cure-all remedies, he had the defense committee offer a reward of $1,000 to anyone who can prove that the committees did not exist and that they did not render their report to the effect and in the manner described, etc. Thus he finally acquits himself by offering an award, rather subtle evidence of guilt to keen minds and all-seeing eyes, is it not? Like a dexterous promoter of a fraudulent organization, when confronted by the accusing finger of truth and who is in danger of being seized by the hands of justice, he turns to his deceived and defrauded victims and cries, defend me, lest I and our great brotherhood and splendid order perish." The charges are against Mr. Lewis, not against his members, who with his deceptive arts and clever scheme he has misled and victimized, many of whom are still under the blinding influence of his cunning arts of deception, and so by the cleverest of crafty and adroit manipulations he leads his deceived and deluded victims to believe that they have been attacked and thus uses them as a bulwark for his safety and as an instrument for his defense. His unscrupulous methods and the trickery employed to deceive and induce his committees to defend and whitewash him will appear, in their naked ugliness, throughout this book. The value of the findings of the Defense Committee, the persuasive force of the unanimous convention will be specifically dealt with in Chapter 6 in connection with the fraudulent nature and true status of his family racket. Second, the alleged conspiracy feigning, as the guilty often do, the martyrdom of an innocent victim of vicious and wicked persecution. He makes the countercharge of a terrible plot and an awful conspiracy to expose his swindle and to destroy his family racket. By this ingenious ruse of destructive and all-consuming conspiracy behind this frail man of straw, constructed by himself for his temporary security, he hopes to hide, like an ostrich with its head buried in the sand, until the fury of the rising and increasing storm of righteous protests of his wronged and defrauded victims blows over. We reply in Chapter 1 to this makeshift contrivance used by him to create sympathy for himself and with the hope of diverting attention from the facts so as to prevent serious consideration of the truth of charges upon their merits. Third, false issues and confusion being unable to meet the real charges, the essence of which is that he fabricated a spurious RC order and falsely represented it to be a genuine Rosicrucian order which is a fraud and a swindle. He resorts to the bewildering disguise of setting up false issues, of misstating all issues and of singling out immaterial issues to which he makes plausible replies which he regards as being fully answered and shown to be false. He anticipates this clever stratagem in his important foreword, wherein he argues that if the one who is making the charges is found to have been incorrect or to have falsified in one or two of his statements, then all of his evidence should be disregarded and the charges must by reason thereof be ignored. Thus he prepares his readers so that the trickery he employs will be successful and have the desired and intended effect. To make doubly sure that the issues and the serious charges will be ignored or forgotten, he sets up a smoke screen by resorting to every known artifice to confuse, confound, bewilder, bamboozle, and nonplus his members and the public with the hope of escaping the wrath of those he has wronged and circumvent and forestall a just verdict based upon the facts in the case. These matters and the clever methods of this cunning proprietor of a fraternal racket, although noted throughout this entire book, are given special consideration in Chapter 2. Fourth, personal attacks and countercharges to save himself and to perpetuate his spurious RC enterprise and family racket. He makes unjustified attacks and false countercharges against the Supreme Grand Master of the authentic Rosicrucian fraternity in America. These attacks and his countercharges he supports by falsified and manufactured evidence. It is apparent that his purpose is to discredit us that he may escape the charges we make against him and to destroy or render impotent the authentic Rosicrucian order in America, that his fraudulent R.C. enterprise may be recognized and regarded as the authentic order. His efforts to destroy the authentic order, to discredit its official head and the detestable methods employed to accomplish his unworthy purposes are fully considered in Chapter 3, where his despicable methods and deplorable tactics are exposed. The low degree and the extreme limits to which this unscrupulous fabricator, promoter, and proprietor of this fraudulent RC enterprise and fraternal racket has stooped and will go to save himself and to perpetuate his mystic swindle, conducted under the guise of brotherly love and in the spirit of fraternalism, are fully demonstrated by his own acts and wanton methods, as is shown in this chapter and also in Chapter 4. 2 White Book D. P5. Fifth, petty chicanery. Particular and studious attention is directed to Chapter 4, wherein Lewis claims of Rosicrucian authority from and through clandestine masonry and his claims of authority by, from, and through various world councils and international R.C. councils are completely refuted. His emphatic denial of any connections or relations whatever with Aleister Crowley, the notorious black magician, whom Lewis denounces and severely arraigns, and his denial of Crowley's connections with the Ordo Templi Orientis, from which he claims to hold a charter granting Rosicrucian authority to him, are shown to be absolutely false. All all of his mythical claims of authority from non-existing world and international R.C. councils having failed, his latest and final claim of authoritative recognition by the FUOC, Federation Universelle des Ordres et Sociétés Initiatiques, which he claims guarantees the genuineness and authenticity of his family racket as the only authentic Rosicrucian order in North and South America, perpetuating the ancient and true organization of the Rosicrucians, and their genuine principles and laws, is shown to be a huge and monumental hoax and hocus-pocus perpetrated by Louis, with the assistance of a few of his European confederates, to give plausibility to his spurious claims of Rosicrucian authenticity. In this chapter his holier-than-thou attitude and the sincerity of his vehement denunciation of all sex teachings by occult and mystic schools in connection with the mysteries are shown to be inconsistent and in sharp contrast with his close association and affiliation with black masters of degraded sex practices, with sex perverts, with leaders of nudist cults and with teachers of degraded and dangerous sex teachings. Faced with the necessity of admitting that his claims of Rosicrucian authority from the international R.C. councils were false and of admitting his connection with Crowley in and through the OTO, he resorted to the unholy and dangerous expediency of attempting to prove the false to be true and to sustain his untenable position by the publication of falsified and manufactured evidence and mutilated documents. In this and also in chapters 5 and 6, students and investigators of fraudulent orders and fraternal rackets will find excellent material for the study of one of the cleverest and most successful swindlers, trafficking in brotherly love and exploiting the nobler instincts and higher ideals of mankind. Perhaps the Post Office Department and the Federal Trade Commission will also find the material of interest, because after all, inducing men and women to part with their money and to join a spurious order and fraternal racket on false representations is just as fraudulent and just as rancid and pernicious as any other fraudulent commercial scheme palming off bogus stocks, worthless bonds, or rotten potatoes on unadvised and credulous people. In truth and in fact, it is far more pernicious and mischievous, since it robs its victims not only of things material, but exploits their nobler impulses and robs them of their higher ideals. And all readers will be astonished, if not dumbfounded, at the clever trickery, the cunning devices and the subtle artifice employed to promote and carry on this swindle, and the depraved tactics and shocking chicanery resorted to by the mastermind of the Lewisdonian hierarchy of fraud to save himself and to perpetuate his fraternal racket. 6th, shifting claims of authority. The various and conflicting claims as to the source or sources of authority made by Louis for his spurious R.C. order and fraternal enterprise are not generally available. Therefore, to make such material available for all interested parties and to preserve a compiled record thereof, a supplemental review of the hodgepodge claims of the claptrap authority asserted by him from time to time during the past 21 years, is to be found in Chapter 5. There is an abundance of other evidence to prove that his so-called R.C. order is spurious and counterfeit. However, the various, different, conflicting, improbable and impossible claims of authority, the changing and shifting from one source of alleged authority to another, the suspicious statement so often made that his claims have been investigated by so many different committees and found to be genuine, showing that he knows their inherent weakness and feels the need of having them bolstered up by certification from outside sources, and the contradictory statements, the self-impeaching explanations and the puffed-up fabulous, unreal. 12. Re. 2H. FGCK by OLOA sonable claims made by Louis for his spurious R.C. order are proof sufficient, within themselves, and most convincing to unbiased, incredulous, and ungullible men and women of average intelligence, when fully reviewed, compared, and analyzed. Out of his own mouth and by his own published statements, he convicts himself. 7th, public debate having employed every known artifice, cunning machination, clever stratagem, bewildering disguise and depraved chicanery, and after ignoring for more than a year and a half our sincere offer for a fair, dignified, complete, and decisive investigation by a competent tribunal made in response to his second challenge for a public debate, and refusing to join in such an investigation, because he cannot face the facts before a competent tribunal. Therefore, he concludes his Black Book of Deception, miscalled White Book D, by publishing and discussing the third challenge to a public debate. We reply to this one of his often used and overworked subterfuges in the 7th and concluding chapter of this book. Arrangement of contents. This answer to White Book D naturally and conveniently divides itself into 7 principal subdivisions or chapters. Hence, as a matter of convenient and logical treatment, this answer is presented under 7 general headings and chapters, as follows. Chapter I, the Great Conspiracy Bugaboo as a Shield for an Occult Fraud. Chapter G, the Ancient Defense of Coniation as a Device to Escape the Truth. Chapter 3, Personal Attacks, Countercharges, Falsified and Manufactured Evidence in an Attempt to Destroy the Real to Perpetuate a Spurious R.C. Order. Chapter IV, the Imperator defends himself with the meanest tricks of his black art, using mutilated documents and petty chicanery. Chapter V, Supplemental Review of the Hodgepodge of 3C Volume I, pp. 133 to 170 inclusive. Claims of claptrap authority asserted for this fraternal swindle. Chapter 6, Controlled Committees and Conventions used as a smoke screen for a family racket. Its true nature and exact status revealed. Chapter 7, Ballyhooing Propaganda Show, Window Dressing, Big Bluffing, Challenging to Public Debate as a Fire Escape from the Burning Truth. All reproductions herein are printed with plates made from original documents, and each is a facsimile thereof. With this general explanation of the contents of this book, we present our answer to Mr. Lewis and his so-called White Book D. CS Chapter 1, 2, and 5 CE Ser Dear PDEMBER Der DCEPOS and D Crapo CRAZGPK Arrow GRKO 90. The Great Conspiracy Bugaboo as a Shield for an Occult Fraud. Cunning Stratagem. The Imperator of the Lewis Hierarchy has much to say in White Book D, and also in a small booklet issued in 1933 under the title of Guilty, concerning an alleged conspiracy of certain named parties, hereafter to be dealt with, for the purpose of injuring the morgue and diminishing the royal revenues of his hierarchical racket. He uses the conspiracy bugbear rather cleverly as a protective device to screen and protect his own acts in the operation of a fraudulent device and occult swindle, and skillfully gives it the plausible appearance of being a wicked and criminal combination entered into by revengeful, designing, and self-seeking persons to wreck a worthy and noble order, his own racket, and to injure the supporting and paying members thereof, who are, in fact, deluded and unfortunate victims of his beguiling deceit. Such is but one of the many clever tricks, skillful maneuvers, cunning stratagems, and ingenious subterfuges used by this master of the black art of deception to fool his victims and to keep them fooled. He denies that he practices black magic, but deception is one of the vicious forms of black magic. The authentic order FP conspiracy against a spurious, fraudulent order. He charges that the official head of the authentic Rosicrucian order in America, which he alleges is only a small organization conducted from a small and shabby farmhouse in Pennsylvania, is in conspiracy against his spurious, fabricated and fraudulent RC order, which he and his son are using as a plausible device for the successful operation of a money-making scheme for the complete 1C discussion of the black art of deception, Below p. 338 2C reproduction of Lewis Exhibit Number 2 and our reply thereto in Chapter 3 of this book. Support and luxurious living of his family, his son's family, and the gratification of his own inordinate desire to be the head of a large organization and to rule it like a mighty czar, whose most trivial wish is a profound and sacred law, final, if you please, from which there is no appeal and none to gainsay. The authentic in conspiracy against the spurious. Think of it. The true and genuine in conspiracy against the false traducers and fraudulent user of its holy symbols and sacred name. Let it be remembered that there can be no wrongful and unlawful conspiracy to tell the truth, and that cooperation with others to expose a fraud and to uncover a swindle cannot be conspiracy. Therefore, Lewis' charge of conspiracy against us is a dressed up bugaboo. Timely warning given long before any of Lewis' former members, whom he says are iniquitous conspirators, discovered that his racket was a fraudulent enterprise and a mystifying swindle. and before they entered upon serious and careful investigation thereof, the writer had repeatedly published in many books, magazines, and pamphlets the facts, namely, that Amorc was fabricated by Lewis, that it is a spurious RC order, that it is a delusion and a fraud, and that it is a clever scheme of Lewis to make money and to glorify himself. Indeed, since shortly after he launched his fraudulent and spurious Rosicrucian order in 1915 to the present time, we have been and still are advising the public and interested parties of the true nature of this fraternal swindle. Let us examine carefully into this remarkable conspiracy to expose a fraud and to uncover a swindle. E. Thomas, a conspirator. Dr. Thomas had been a leading member of Amorc. Lewis ordained him as a minister in his pristine church and also appointed him the master of Hermes Lodge Amorc of Los Angeles, California, with 1,000 or more members. During the latter part of 1930, the master and many of the members of that three. This is discussed at length in Chapter 6 of this book. 4. See our statement concerning this alleged conspiracy, Volume I, pages 277 to 278. 5. See FAC Simile Reproduction Number 21, Volume I, p. 282. Lodge discovered the true nature of the Lewis hierarchy and its so-called RC order. Dr. Thomas led a revolt of the members which disorganized that body, probably the largest subordinate lodge that has existed since the launching of this mystic enterprise which I Raciernal trod in 1915. Lewis brought an action against Thomas in the Superior Court of Los Angeles County, entitled The Ancient and Mystical Order Rosicrucis vs. E. Thomas, praying for damages and an injunction. The case was tried on January 5, 1931. On cross-examination, Lewis was forced to make so many damaging admissions, and the examination was developing the truth so fast, it got so hot for Lewis that he dismissed the action and ran for cover. Registered Dr. Thomas continued his investigation. He made inquiry of us. We told him the truth about this spurious order and swindling scheme. We cooperated with him in his investigation. In turn, he assisted us and supplied us with much evidence of the truth of our charges against Lewis and his racket. Certainly, most certainly, that was not conspiracy. Miss Myrtle Crane, another conspirator. Miss Crane had been a member of the Lewis organization. She was deceived, misled, and induced, along with many other members, to sail in February 1929, with Lewis and other officials of Amorc on a mystic excursion into Egypt to receive a cosmic initiation, for a substantial price paid to Lewis, in an ancient R.C. temple of the land of the pharaohs and the ancient priesthood. She discovered the hoax. To her it was no joke. On returning, she resigned, and began a careful, thorough and painstaking investigation of this spurious and fraudulent order. For more than 2 years she worked diligently, ascertained the truth and collected a large amount of evidence, documentary and otherwise, to establish the fact that Amorc as operated by Lewis and Son was a fraudulent device. In August 1931, she filed a complaint with the Post Office Department at Washington, consisting of about 135 closely typewritten pages, charging Lewis and Son with the fraudulent use of the mails, and also filed a large suitcase full of 6. Lewis says he has been successful with all his many lawsuits. This is one in which he admitted disastrous defeat. See Chapter 3 of this book for further discussion of his lawsuits, documents and evidence to support her charges. But this mystified Ing's swindle was too mystifying to the Post Office Department, and nothing was done about it, except that which Lewis did to forestall it and to prevent a genuine investigation and proper action in connection therewith. During her investigation, Miss Crane got in touch with us. We also advised her of the truth about the Lewis hierarchy of fraud, and furnished her with such documents as she requested. In no proper sense or meaning of the term was there a conspiracy between Miss Crane and ourselves, nor between she and the many individuals who assisted her and supplied much of the evidence to support her charges. It is not conspiracy to help another expose a fraud. George L. Smith, an arch-conspirator. Mr. Smith also had been a member of Amorc. He, too, discovered that it was a fraudulent scheme and a fraternal racket of the Lewises. He set out to make a full investigation and to get at the facts, which he accomplished to a high degree of excellence. He carried on an extensive and voluminous correspondence with everyone whom he thought might give him any desired information. He also wrote us. We also gave him such facts and supplied him with such documents and proof as he requested. Aiding him in his laudable and praiseworthy undertaking was not conspiracy. Smith's Rotter letter on March 25, 1932, Smith wrote Lewis a severe letter in which he addressed him as you rotter and charged him with lying, stealing material from others, and fraudulent practices. Smith published the letter. It was too much for Lewis. He claimed that he had been criminally libeled. However, he did not file his criminal complaint against Smith in the usual manner, nor in the county where Smith resided. As usual, he resorted to scheming, trickery, and clever maneuvering, thereby seeking and obtaining every unfair advantage. It was his idea and purpose to convict Smith and vindicate himself, regardless of the truth of Smith's charges or the merits of the case. To accomplish this end, he arranged to have his own attorney appointed as a special district attorney of Santa Clara County, California, the county of his residence. He then arranged, through his own attorney, to have a complaint of criminal libel filed against Smith in San Jose, Lewis' home, many miles from Smith's home, charging him with criminally libeling Lewis. Under this complaint, Lewis' attorney, acting under color of office and as an official, went in person to Smith's home in Bakersfield, Kern County, California, had him arrested and with a search warrant made a search of his home, taking all of his correspondence relating to his investigation of Lewis' fraternal racket. On July 21, 1932, in San Jose, Lewis' home, where he claims to be well known and highly respected far from his own home in a city of strangers, Smith was tried on the criminal charge of libeling Lewis. Smith entered a plea of not guilty because he said that the charges he had made against Lewis and his racket were true. Lewis appeared as the prosecuting witness, testified in his own behalf against Smith and presented his evidence. Smith testified in his own behalf and presented his evidence to show that his charges were true and that he had not libeled Lewis. With Smith at a disadvantage and laboring under many handicaps, with his own attorney prosecuting in a friendly court, with all of Smith's papers and correspondence in his possession, available as evidence against him, and with every advantage he had taken of Smith, he was unable to convict him before a jury in San Jose, composed of his fellow townsmen. After hearing the evidence, a majority of the jury believed that the charges were true and refused to convict Smith. Lewis had the criminal action dismissed and filed a civil action against Smith and Thomas, alleging that they had conspired with others to injure his family enterprise. Later we will discuss the trial of his conspiracy suit, styled the Supreme Grand Lodge of the Ancient and Mystical Order Rosicrucian versus George L. Smith and E. E. Thomas, which was a travesty on justice, and a fraud upon the court. EAS 97. This correspondence was used in Lewis' conspiracy case against Smith, which will be discussed later. 8. Another lawsuit Lewis did not win. Stanley Daines, a conspirator. Stanley Daines, of Calgary, Alberta, Canada, also had been a member of a morgue. He, too, smelled a mouse, discovered the sophistry of the great imperator and began an investigation of the far-flung and intricate mystical swindle of the mighty imperator of the hierarchy of fraternal racketeers. Perhaps he was poor, unfortunate, without funds and on relief. As Lewis charges, we do not know, yet he knew that he had been victimized and fleeced by the most expert buccaneer that ever sailed the mystic main or operated upon the occult deep. He began a correspondence with other investigators of the aforesaid frauds. He also made inquiry of us. We also told him the truth about the schemes and practices of the proprietors of this mystical, fraternal enterprise conducted under the trademark name of a morgue and fraudulently represented to be a genuine Rosicrucian order. To tell him the truth, to assist him and others in exposing the fraud was not conspiracy. Alfred H. Saunders, the first conspirator, the first member to expose the fraud, it seems, according to Lewis' own testimony on the subject, that Mr. Saunders was a high Rosicrucian initiate before Mr. Lewis bestowed his bogus honors upon him and made him editor-in-chief of his magazine in March 1916. However, it appears that since Saunders was possessed of some knowledge of true Rosicrucianism, he soon discovered that Lewis was a clever faker and that Amor was wholly devoid of everything that savors of Rosicrucianism, except in name alone. He began to question and failed to praise and bow before the great high priest of fraud and fabrication. That was a fatal error. He was promptly excommunicated and cast out of the inner den of crooked dealing. No doubt he had been grossly deceived, perhaps he did, in righteous indignation, swear vengeance, and declare his intention to expose Lewis' fraudulent RC fabrication and to declare the truth, the whole truth in connection therewith. It was the natural thing to do, moreover, it was the right thing to do. It is too bad that all of the early members of 1915 and 1916, and especially the original Supreme Council that Lewis appointed, on All Fools' Day to elect him Grand Master General and Imperator, did not also expose him and his entire scheme when they discovered that they had been victimized, instead of hiding their humiliation in silence. Mr. Saunders did not get in touch with us. Evidently he had other and sufficient means of ascertaining the truth about Lewis and his counterfeit Rosicrucianism. Possibly he has collected a trunkful of evidence to prove the rascality of the first dynasty of Amorc. He made no promises and delivered no evidence to us. Therefore, we did not conspire with Saunders to tell the truth about Lewis' fraudulent scheme and fraternal racket. Mrs. Max Handel, a conspiring rival on April 21, 1930, Lewis, with arrogance personified, with his own egotism greatly inflated and with exaggerated conceit and contemptuous vanity, wrote a letter to Mrs. Handel, peremptorily demanding that she get off the earth and discontinue the use of the word Rosicrucian in connection with her organization, the Rosicrucian Fellowship. We do not recognize the Max Handel Fellowship as an authentic Rosicrucian order, nor does it claim authority from the authentic order. The fellowship was founded by an able mystic, and, so far as we know, it has never been conducted as a fraudulent enterprise, and it has not disgraced the holy name of the Rose Cross. We went to the defense of Mrs. Handel in an article, published in the Initiates, July, 1930, Volume 3, Number 3, pages 33 to 55, in which we clearly demonstrated that Lewis was entirely without Rosicrucian authority and that he, a pseudo-Rosicrucian, had been exceedingly presumptuous in writing such a letter to Mrs. Handel and questioning her right to use a Rosicrucian appellation to describe her organization or fellowship. If going to the defense of Mrs. Handel under those circumstances and defending her against the presumptuous attack of a rank pretender was conspiracy, then it was benevolent and fraternal conspiracy, the kind of conspiracy that will put an end to fraternal swindles and racketeering in brotherly love. Smythe and Pease of Canada, also conspirators. Messrs. Albert E. S. Smythe and W. B. Pease are members of the Theosophical Society of Canada. They are also the publishers of the Canadian Theosophist, in which they publish articles containing some rather pertinent facts concerning Lewis and his business. Hence they became conspirators. They requested copies of our publications, which we gladly forwarded to them with our compliments, the courtesy of a fellow publisher. Is that conspiracy? Lewisdonian conspiracy. Lewisdonian conspiracy is a new brand, a special kind of conspiracy. It is a fiction, a bugbear created by the imperator of the Lewis hierarchy and used by him as a strategic smokescreen to shield and protect his private fraternal racket. According to his special definition and classification, every member, victim, person, or publisher who investigated his racket or told the truth about his methods or his swindling enterprise is a conspirator. Therefore, the communications passing between his former member victims in their investigation of his racket, their communications with others and with the Supreme Grand Master of the authentic Rose Cross Order in America, to ascertain the facts, and his action in furnishing them such information as they desired, in communicating the truth to them and to others, is the evidence that Lewis offers to prove his conspiracy bugbear. Let us follow through and see how much real virtue there is in this contention. Smith's investigation thorough and truth-revealing when Lewis had his personal attorney acting as a special assistant district attorney in a criminal case, under a search warrant, search George L. Smith's home. He obtained copies of Smith's correspondence. It was then he realized that Smith had made a very thorough and sweeping investigation and that he had unearthed the truth concerning his own family racket and fraudulent enterprise. He knew that Smith had the evidence, or had ascertained the means of securing the evidence, to prove the charges he had been making. So he conceived the plan of bringing a civil action against Smith, charging him with conspiring with a few of the persons with whom he had corresponded in his truth-searching and fact-finding investigation of his, Lewis, activities, with the hope that he might put an end to such investigations. There had been altogether too much careful and efficient investigation. It must be stopped if he was to save his racket. He knew that Smith had no funds, that the individuals with whom he proposed to charge a conspiracy lie far from California, and that most likely such a suit would not be defended. If the suit was not defended, then his scheme would work without difficulty or complications. However, if defended, he had other plans, as we shall soon see when the facts and circumstances of that case are considered and understood. To use the courts to further a racket with clever designing and ample funds, he determined to make the courts an instrument of his deceptive skill and insidious false propaganda, and the halls of justice a device in his cunning hands to protect, hide, and perpetuate his fraudulent fraternal racket. How well he succeeded in carrying out his purpose and design, how exceedingly effective, how disgracefully he succeeded in overreaching and practicing his subtle deception and fraud on the court, will appear to your great amazement as we proceed. Is the conspiracy suit in December 1932, he caused to be filed in the Superior Court of Kern County, California, Smith's home county, where the law required it to be filed, the suit of the Supreme Grand Lodge of the Ancient and Mystical Order Rosae Crucis, a corporation, against George L. Smith and E. E. Thomas, which for the sake of brevity we will hereafter refer to as Amore versus Smith, in which he alleges that Smith and Thomas, being the only persons who were actually party defendants, conspired with Alfred Saunders, one John Doe Clymer, Myrtle Crane, and Stanley Daines, none of whom were party defendants, to injure the Supreme Grand Lodge of Amore by circulating false and defamatory statements for the purpose of depriving the plaintiff, in reality Lewis and Son, of its supporting membership, revenues, and property, and thereby direct the plaintiff organization. In other words, he charged that Smith had libeled and slandered him, and 9. All statements made herein concerning the case of Amore versus Smith are based upon the official printed record of the case on appeal, herein referred to as transcript, now pending before the Supreme Court of California. His business, and, with Thomas, had conspired with others to wreck his business. The truth is a complete defense. We are advised that neither in law nor as a matter of fact can there be an unlawful conspiracy to tell the truth and to expose a fraud or swindle. It matters not how seemingly defamatory a statement may be, it is not slanderous, libelous, or unlawful if it be true. The truth is a complete legal answer, and there can be no unlawful conspiracy, no libel or slander, and no recovery. It is not against the law to tell the truth, to expose frauds and swindles. To do so is the duty of every good citizen. Pleads the truth in justification of his acts and statements. Now, Smith had made and published some very serious and ugly statements about Lewis, his methods, and his enterprise, which no doubt were slanderous and libelous, if false. In answer to Lewis' complaint, he denied that he had conspired with others, and as an affirmative defense and in justification of his charges, said that they were true and set forth facts to show that they were true. The affirmative defense in his affirmative defense, which consisted of 40 paragraphs and covers 60 pages in the official printed transcript on appeal, pages 66 to 106 both inclusive, Smith alleged and charged, in substance, among many other things, that the plaintiff, the Supreme Grand Lodge of Amore, and the Lewis family are one and the same. That it is a family racket, that it is a fraudulent scheme, and that it is a spurious, clandestine Rosicrucian organization used by Lewis as a fraudulent device for his own benefit and the pecuniary profit of himself and family. He alleged the many deceptive methods, means and practices and the various cunning ways and clever RDC Chapter 6, in which it is shown that Lewis claims complete proprietorship over a morgue, that it is his private affair and that the paying members have no interest in, no BOCE in its management or in the management of its property, and are not members of his so-called order. Only the Lewises and their handymen are members of the order. The paying members constitute the supporting brotherhood of the Lewis hierarchy, according to the recent testimony of Lewis. Vices were used by Lewis to carry on and perpetuate said fraudulent scheme and family racket. He then pleaded the truth of his charges and tendered the truth thereof, as a good and entirely sufficient answer to Lewis' suit. Could not face the truth. Smith's affirmative answer brought Lewis face to face with the tyrant. He could not face the truth. From that time on he began to talk settlement, to scheme to buy his way out and save his face, to secure a judicial approval of his acts and his fraternal racket, notwithstanding that such judicial approval would be without justification, and to use the courts as a means for his false and insidious propaganda. How well he succeeded, how infamously well he succeeded, will appear as we proceed. His own attorney advised against such a scheme. He ignored the advice, hired another attorney, a special attorney, ostensibly as an associate counsel in the suit against Smith, in reality a special attorney to negotiate settlement of the case of the more P.S. Smith and to carry out his scheme. As a matter of fact, the newly employed attorney carried on the negotiations, made the settlement, carried out and perfected the scheme of Lewis without the consent or knowledge of his regular attorney, as will fully appear as we proceed. Lewis opened negotiations. Smith was without funds. It was with great difficulty that he raised sufficient cash to pay the expenses of himself and attorney in connection with the litigation. His then attorney had successfully represented him in the criminal prosecution, as well as in the then pending case of Amore versus Smith, but he had been unable to pay his fees. It had been agreed between them that a suit would be filed against Lewis for false arrest and malicious prosecution, and that his attorney should be paid for his services out of the damages recovered. Lewis was aware of this situation. It was an ideal situation from his viewpoint. Indeed, it seemed to be made to his order, and it did greatly aid the ultimate success of his scheme. Through his special attorney, he opened negotiations with Smith's said attorney, who was favorable to making a settlement. Several conferences were held with said attorney, and Lewis' plan of settlement was outlined to him in a general way, and he agreed to recommend it to Smith and urge him to accept. Most of the details of Lewis' vicious scheme hereafter set forth and discussed at length were carefully concealed from Smith's said attorney. It is doubtful that he had any idea of the wicked viciousness of Lewis' scheme as it developed and was worked out with his aid and cooperation. That Lewis involved him step by step and then took unmerciful and deliberate advantage of him will later appear. He was not a willful culprit in the affair, even though he acted contrary to the wishes of Smith. He entered into the plan of settlement in the beginning and took the first few steps in furtherance of it because he believed that it was best for his client and for himself to settle all matters, take the money and let Lewis have his way. The few first steps, however, involved him and made Lewis his master. Lewis outsmarted him, and he fell a victim to his clever scheming. On March 25, 1933, Smith was called to his attorney's office in San Jose, and informed that there had been several conferences with Lewis' attorney, that the Lewises were anxious to avoid any further publicity regarding their activities, that his claim for damages against Lewis and all litigation could be settled if he would consent to the transfer of the case of Amore versus Smith from Kern County, his home, to Santa Clara County, Lewis' home, withdraw his affirmative answer, make default and let Lewis take judgment, as hereinafter set forth, whereupon he would settle Smith's claim for damages if he would discontinue his attack on the Lewises and Amore. Smith refused to enter into such an arrangement. Seeing that Smith would not agree to the plan, his attorney, who resided in San Jose, insisted that it would be too expensive for him to go to Kern County to try the case, and that, Since Smith could not advance his expenses, it would be best to have it transferred to San Jose, where he could give it his personal attention. Under those circumstances, Smith agreed that it might become necessary to transfer the case to San Jose. He then insisted that, inasmuch as the Lewises were talking settlement and Smith resided some distance from San Jose, Smith should leave all matters in his hands, give him a power of attorney and a contract for the division of any damages he secured or recovered in payment of his fees. Smith was anxious that his attorney should receive his fees and was willing for him to take the major portion of any damages he should recover from Lewis in payment for his services. Accordingly, he executed a general power of attorney, giving his said attorney full power and unlimited authority and also a contract for the major portion of any damages he should recover. Underscore, however, upon the condition and with the distinct understanding that, if the case of Amork versus Smith should be transferred to San Jose for trial, it would be tried upon the pleadings as they then stood, including his special affirmative truth-revealing answer, and that no amendments would be consented to and no settlement made without his full knowledge and consent. He also advised his said attorney at the time that no settlement would be consented to unless Amork went out of business, and Lewis paid the damages for false arrest and searching of his home. The scheme in detail: the master scheme of Lewis to save himself and to secure a judicial sanction of his fraudulent enterprise as it was worked out between his special attorney and the then attorney of Smith clearly appears in and from the official record of the case of Amork vs. Smith, being the printed transcript on appeal. Lewis was willing, yes, anxious to pay Smith to quit, to pay him well, to withdraw his affirmative answer alleging facts and the truth that he could not face, if Smith would do so, and also permit him, Lewis, to take an unjustified and spurious judgment sustaining the validity of his claims concerning Amork and justifying his practices. Of course, Lewis could not afford to pay the money as an avowed consideration for the direct settlement of the case of Amork vs. Smith and for the withdrawal of that truth-telling answer. No, indeed it might be found out, the truth become known, the cat would be out of the bag and Lewis would lose all of the benefit of the plausible yet deceptive appearance of judicial sanction and favorable findings. No, that would never do. It must be done indirectly, underhanded and under the cover of clever deception and plausible appearances. The master schemer proposed to pay his way out, and he intended that it should be a sure and safe way. There must appear some reason for paying money to Smith or his attorney, other than the settlement of the case of Amork versus Smith. To settle that case would be an open confession by Lewis that Smith was right and that he was wrong. That would be ruinous. There must be a case of Smith versus Amork to be settled as a pretext and a blind for the settlement of the case of Amork vs. Smith, that he dare not try on the merits of Smith's truth-revealing answer. Therefore, although the case to be settled was that of Amork vs. Smith, the complete success of his scheme required that Smith sue Lewis and Amork, to furnish the blind or screen for Lewis to pay his way out. The convenient camouflage now, it appears that Alfred Aram, then acting as the attorney for Lewis and Amork, prior thereto had written an ugly letter about Smith to John Wisher, Grand Secretary of the Masonic Bodies of California. This was a convenient makeshift and disguise a real opportunity, so in accordance with and in furtherance of the cleverly worked out deceptive plan to give the plausible appearance of truth to Lewis with its scheme, the then attorney for Smith, without his knowledge, on May 16, 1933, verified and filed in the Superior Court of Santa Clara County at San Jose, California, a libel suit, the subterfuge suit entitled George L. Smith, plaintiff, versus the Supreme Grand Lodge of the Ancient and Mystical Order Rosae Crucis, H. Spencer Lewis and Alfred Aram, defendants, on a letter that did not constitute a valid cause of action. Aram and Smith are Masons. Aram's letter to the Grand Secretary was a Masonic communication. It was secret and privileged. We are advised on good authority that the letter was not actionable, and that Smith had no valid cause of action for libel, on that account, against Lewis or Amork. That is the reason it was used for the subterfuge suit. Smith knew nothing of the Lewis scheme. If he should discover it, get another attorney and prosecute the suit, Lewis could successfully defend it. It was a well-planned and executed scheme. Smith had a good cause of action against Lewis for false arrest and imprisonment on account of Lewis' unsuccessful criminal prosecution, but it was not used as the basis of the subterfuge suit, for the reason indicated. How the scheme was worked out with the stage all set and the matter in the hands of the attorneys, let us see how speedily and effectively Lewis worked out his scheme. The above-mentioned power of attorney was dated EIRC 25, 1933. On April 24, 1933, an order was entered by consent on the consent of his then attorney transferring the case from Kern County to Santa Clara County *. The scheme was working and under full headway. On April 28, 1933, Ralph M. Lewis drew the payoff check on Amorque funds in the sum of $15,000 to settle the case of Amorque vs. Smith, to save their fraternal racket and to carry out his father's scheme. The check was drawn 18 days before the subterfuge libel suit of Smith vs. Amorque, Lewis, and Aaron was filed. The suit that was intended to be and was used by Lewis as a blind for his payoff and as a device to carry out his vicious scheme. The fact that the payoff check was drawn far in advance of the filing of the subterfuge suit is evidence most convincing and proof sufficient of the purpose and intent of Lewis' scheme as herein outlined, without the overwhelming additional corroborative proof produced or referred to herein revealing the viciousness of the scheme and the unscrupulous method of its execution. On May 16, 1933, and after the payoff check was drawn, Smith's then attorney filed the subterfuge libel suit, before mentioned, of Smith vs. Amorque, Lewis, and Aaron. On June 19, 1933, only 7 days before the case of Amorque vs. Smith was tried, Smith's then attorney agreed without his knowledge that Lewis or Amorque might file an amended complaint, and on the same date an amended complaint was filed. There was no substantial difference between the amended and original complaints. It was filed as a clever and tricky means of eliminating Smith's 3 Amorque vs. Smith, transcript, p. 126. For as shown by the testimony of Ralph M. Lewis on February 20, 1936, in the U.S. District Court at San Francisco, in the case of Roy W. Smith et al. Versus Amorque et al., Official Reporters Transcript Volume I, pages 72, 73, 74. 5 Amorque vs. Smith, Transcript, pages 179, 180. 8 Amorque vs. Smith, Transcript, p. 332. Special affirmative truth revealing answer which Lewis could not face. On June 22, 1933, only 4 days before the trial, Smith's then attorney filed an answer to the amended complaint simply denying the allegations of the same, but leaving out and eliminating entirely from the pleading Smith's sworn affirmative defense the truth-revealing defense which Lewis dare not face and did not plead the truth of Smith's charges against Lewis and Amorque as a defense. This was done entirely without the knowledge of Smith. He went through the trial, believing that the case had been tried on the pleadings, including his special affirmative defense, as they stood when the case was registered to San Jose for trial. Smith as well as the court was misled and overreached. Smith, at all times, had refused to settle the case of Amorque vs. Smith upon Lewis terms, and when he received a small part of the money from his then attorney, ostensibly paid by Lewis in settlement of the case of Smith vs. Amorque, Lewis, and Aaron, Smith was under the impression that it had nothing to do with the case of Amorque vs. Smith, but in this he was grossly and sadly in error as he later discovered and as we shall clearly see. Lewis paid $15,000, ostensibly in settlement of the case of Smith vs. Amorque, Lewis, and Aaron. Of this amount, Smith received $4,500 and his then attorney received for his fees $10,500. In reality he paid that substantial sum to settle the case of Amorque vs. Smith, to have Smith's truth-revealing answer eliminated therefrom, to prevent the truth being proven, to prevent the case being tried on its merits or the real facts developed in evidence, to make a farce out of the trial, for an opportunity to desecrate the temples of justice and mislead, deceive and overreach the court, thereby securing a judicial approval of his fraudulent scheme and a false finding of facts upon which to base his further insidious propaganda, such as his booklet Guilty, wherein he tells of the bad conspiracy and his magnificent victory over his rivals and the conspirators. 7 Amorth vs. Smith, transcript, pages 345 et. Sec. On Wednesday, June 21, 1933, Smith received notice that the case of Amorth vs. Smith would be tried in San Jose the following Monday. The trial was a farce, a travesty on justice and a fraud on the court. The trial was a rushed and hurried affair, with all procedure agreed to and prearranged by the attorneys to give it the plausible appearance of regular proceedings, so as to hide their secret agreements and the real purpose of Lewis' scheme and his vicious designs from the court, as well as from Smith. When the case was called for trial on Monday morning, June 26, 1933, Smith's said attorney, who was also counsel for his co-defendant, E. Thomas, announced in open court that he had not been able to notify Thomas, and unless the case was dismissed against Thomas he could not go to trial. The special attorney for Lewis readily agreed that no judgment should be taken against Thomas, and the case proceeded to trial against Smith as the sole and only defendant. The official printed record of this case, now on appeal, which we have before us, shows an unusual, strange, confused and queer procedure. In order that we may understand what took place at and after the trial, and see how cleverly Lewis' scheme was worked out so as not to advise the court or Smith of what was actually happening, explanation of the following matters will be helpful. Smith was defending on the grounds that what he had said and published about Lewis and Amorth was not libel or slander, because it was true. To defend on the grounds of truth, such defense must be affirmatively and specially pleaded, otherwise no evidence of the truth will be heard by the court, so our attorneys advise us. Originally, he had filed an affirmative answer pleading the truth as his defense. This answer was eliminated in the manipulation of the pleadings by the attorneys, as heretofore pointed out. When Smith undertook to testify to the truth of his charges against Lewis, the testimony was objected to by Lewis' attorney on the grounds that the truth had not been affirmatively pleaded in justification as a defense. The objection was sustained by the court, and no evidence showing the truth of Smith's charges against Lewis and Amorth was allowed or permitted to be introduced at the trial. That was important to Lewis. It was the chief inducement for the payoff of $15,000. Smith's attorney made no defense, although Smith had made an extensive investigation of Lewis' activities, had corresponded with many persons to ascertain the facts, which correspondence Lewis made the basis of his conspiracy charge. He did not know all the facts of his own knowledge and could testify only to the facts within his knowledge. Therefore, it was necessary to have the witnesses present to testify or to take the written depositions of the witnesses who knew the facts of their own knowledge, but no effort was made by his then adversary to have witnesses present, to take depositions or otherwise to procure the proper evidence to make a real defense in the case. Actually, no preparations were made to properly present Smith's legal defense. Smith had in his possession, and available, many documents which under proper pleadings could have been introduced into evidence to prove the truth of his charges against Lewis, but because the truth as an issue and defense had been eliminated from the case by the secret agreements of the attorneys in the manner before shown, those documents were not and could not be introduced as evidence. No real effort was made by Smith's then attorney to properly present his defense in court. His examination of Smith and the presentation of his defense was a ridiculous farce, and his cross-examination of Lewis was weak and perfunctory, just enough to give the appearance to the trial of genuineness. He instructed Smith, when asked about certain matters, to refuse material needed most for propaganda purposes. Note how he took advantage of it in his propaganda booklet Guilty, purporting to give an account of the trial and his signal victory which he secured by intrigue at the cost of $15,000. In the booklet Guilty on page 7 he says, Anon. And when questioned as to why they made italics ours, taint statements or wrote certain letters or published not they but he, certain derogatory comments, the answer was, I refuse to answer because my answer may tend to incriminate me of a felony. The propaganda booklet, Guilty, and the rank misrepresentation set forth therein concerning his victory in this case will be considered later. For the present, let us consider why he made 3 separate payments of $5,000 each at certain times and at different important stages of the progress of this case of Amork vs. Smith. When NY payments were made, Lewis claims that he paid the $15,000 in settlement of the subterfuge suit of Smith vs. Amork, Lewis, and Aram, and that the payment in settlement of that suit had nothing to do with this case. If that were true, why did his special attorney make 3 separate payments? The check for the payoff was drawn to the order of his special attorney for $15,000 for the full amount of the payoff. The manner and the time when the payments were made disprove his claim and show conclusively that the payments were made in relation to and in settlement of the case of Amork vs. Smith in accordance with his own scheme to pay his way out and to purchase a court victory, a judgment, and judicial findings of fact to which he was not justly entitled. Payment of first installment. Lewis could not face the truth. That was the reason he was paying his way out. He had Smith's home raided and secured all of his correspondence, therefore, he knew that Smith was in a position to prove the facts. The first major requirement of his vicious plan and wicked scheme was that Smith's affirmative answer pleading the truth of his charges against Lewis and his fraudulent enterprise must be eliminated and Smith put in a position where he could not prove the truth of his charges. On June 22, 1933, Smith's then attorney, without his knowledge and contrary to his instructions, verified and filed an amended answer which completely eliminated his affirmative answer and made it impossible for Smith to prove the truth of his charges. Lewis had received that for which he had bargained. The truth could not be proven. He would not have to face the facts. So on that same day the first installment of $5,000 of the $15,000 payoff was paid to Smith's said attorney for making it impossible for Smith to prove the truth of his charges against Lewis in the case of Amork vs. Smith. Registered payment of second installment. The case, a hurried up and prearranged affair, was tried on June 26, 1933. Smith was notified scarcely in time to arrange his affairs to attend. Thomas, his co-defendant, was not notified. No witnesses were under the process of the court, that is, no witnesses were summoned to appear. Smith's said attorney had made no preparation to properly present his defense. The only witnesses that testified were H. Spencer Lewis, one of his attorneys, and Smith was not permitted to testify to the truth of his charges against Lewis and his racket. If the case had been properly tried upon the merits, under proper pleadings and all the evidence properly introduced, it probably would have taken 3 or 4 weeks to try the case. Being an agreed upon, prearranged and perfunctory affair, it was tried in 1 day. The second major requirement of Lewis' master scheme was that he be permitted to have his way at the trial, that he be vindicated and his spurious are. See order be adjudged genuine. He introduced such evidence and testified in such manner as he and his attorneys saw fit. Much of the evidence was improperly introduced and much evidence was improperly admitted without objection. Lewis had his way. He got that for which he had bargained. Accordingly, on June 29, 1933, the third day after that farcical and perfunctory trial that was a travesty on justice and a judicial tragedy, the second installment of $5,000 of the $15,000 payoff was paid Smith's said attorney for allowing Lewis to have his way and to get what? 9 time of filing amended answer, transcript, pages 343 to 351. Time of payment first installment of payoff, transcript, p. 184. He wanted in the case of Amork versus Smith, payment of third installment since he was having his own way, since he was paying for it, since he was experiencing no opposition and it appeared that his scheme was working and so successfully, he decided to take plenty while the taking was good, even to the extent of demanding his pound of flesh. So, on July 5, 1933, he filed with the clerk of the court, without the consent of the court and without notice to Smith, a paper said to be a supplemental complaint, to conform to the proof produced at the trial not covered by the pleadings on which the case was tried. This paper was really filed to make a record and plausible foundation for false findings of fact. On July 14, 1933, the findings of fact and conclusion were presented to the court, and by trickery, as hereafter shown, the judge's approval of false findings of fact was procured. The court had been overreached. False findings of fact had become a part of the court records, and an unjust and wholly unjustifiable judgment had been entered. Lewis got everything he demanded and that he wanted. His vicious scheme had worked out to perfection. He had received all that for which he had bargained in full and rounded measure, but could he keep it? Could he prevent exposure and the loss of the advantage he had bought and for which he was paying $15,000? That was the question, that was the rub. Smith was dissatisfied with the whole proceedings. He was demanding of his said attorney that he appeal the case. He promised Smith to do so, but assured Lewis that there would be no appeal, that he would stall Smith off until the time allowed by law for an appeal should have expired. He did exactly that and finally refused to appeal the case, as we shall see. Lewis took no chances. He intended to be sure to play safe. Hence he would not make payment in full until the time for an appeal had expired. The time for an appeal did elapse and no appeal had been perfected. Lewis then felt safe and assured that one time of payment, transcript, p. 181. 2 time of filing, transcript, p. 342. His pernicious and vicious scheme had been successful, in fact, a huge success. Accordingly, thereafter on September 28, 1933, the third installment, the final payment of $5,000 of the $15,000 payoff, was paid to Smith's said attorney, in full, for letting Lewis have his way and get everything he wanted in the case of Amork vs. Smith *, the upset and exposure. Does anyone believe, can anybody believe that the trinity of payments aggregating $15,000 were paid to settle the subterfuge case of Smith vs. Amork, Lewis, and Aram? Certainly not. It is as plain as the nose on his face that Lewis paid that substantial sum to save his face, to secure false findings of fact, used in his propaganda pamphlet guilty, to secure judicial approval of his fraudulent methods and judicial sanction of a racket, and that the payoff was made in the case of Amork versus Smith. But the best laid plans of men and mice often fail just at the moment when success seems assured. That which Lewis had feared, that which had caused him to take the precaution of withholding the last payment until he thought himself safe, did happen. Smith did discover the truth. He did hire another attorney and did appeal the case, resulting in the exposure of Lewis' corrupt and vicious scheme. With this appeal, we will deal further on. For the present, let us give further consideration to the shocking scheme of Lewis as revealed by the court records. The insidious scheme and disguised conspiracy against justice is revealed. The foregoing facts and circumstances, when placed side by side, put together and added up, reveal, clearly and beyond question, the insidious scheme and unconscionable plot to conceal the truth, suppress the facts and cause a miscarriage of justice, to secure judicial sanction of a fraud, and to make the court an innocent agent in entering false findings as the basis for the most insidious propaganda. Those facts and circumstances also reveal, crystal clear, exactly how the exceedingly clever plot was worked out and for time of payment, transcript, p. 186, executed in all of its details. Let us summarize. Let us see if this is not true. Let us show that it is true. The plot could not be worked out so well in Kern County, Smith's home. The case must be transferred to Santa Clara County, Lewis' home. This was done, and how it was done will be remembered. Smith's affirmative answer, pleading the truth, must be eliminated, and he must be put in a position where it would not be possible for him to prove the truth about Lewis. When this was accomplished, Lewis, keen and ever alert for his own protection, would pay $5,000 to prevent the truth from being proved. This was done in the very effective manner above described, and Lewis promptly paid the first installment of $5,000 as per agreement. He got what he wanted, and then he paid for it. Lewis must have his way at the trial. He must be allowed to secure a judgment establishing the Rosicrucian authenticity of a morgue. He must have a decree establishing and finding that a terrible conspiracy existed and was working desperately and wickedly to destroy his fraternal racket. He must have judicial approval and sanction of his fraudulent enterprise and occult swindle. He must have all of these things, whether just or right, even though they must be secured by the most culpable deception and the rankest fraud on the court, even though the damnable plot must be carried out in the name of the law and made perfect in the halls of justice. If and when this was done, Lewis would pay another $5,000. The trial came on. The defense attorney made no preparation for the trial. Smith was not permitted to prove the truth about Lewis. Smith was advised by his then attorney to refuse to answer on the grounds that to do so might incriminate him. He followed the advice, put himself at a ridiculous disadvantage to Lewis's great advantage. Lewis prevailed. He got everything he wanted, all he had bargained for up to that time, so promptly after the trial he paid the second installment, another $5,000, as per agreement. Lewis took the pound of flesh, having placed Smith's then attorney where he could not properly represent his client and having rendered him helpless, by involving him in the plot and paying him $10,000, Lewis proceeded to take full advantage of the situation in the following manner. First, through his attorneys, he filed in the clerk's office, after the trial had ended, a document said to be called a supplemental complaint and amended complaint to conform to proof. It recited that it was filed by leave of court granted in open court. The record fails to show that the court ever granted permission to file it. Although it purported to make allegations that would conform to and be in accord with the proof introduced at the trial of the case, as a matter of fact it did nothing of the kind, but proceeded to allege many new and false matters upon which, and in relation to, no proof was introduced at the trial. This was bold and clever trickery. Under the law, Smith was entitled to have a copy of that supplemental complaint served upon him. No such service was made. He knew nothing about it until much later. His then attorney knew all about it. He knew such a complaint was improper and that Lewis had no right to file it. He did nothing about it, did not even protest the injustice and wrong of it all, much less go into court to protect his client's interest and have it stricken from the records of the court as by right he could and should have done. But Lewis had tied his hands, he had involved him in the plot, he had Lewis money in his pocket, so what could he do? He did all he could do, nothing. Second, through his attorneys, Lewis caused to be presented to the court findings of fact, following closely word for word almost a replica of the supplemental complaint and amended complaint to conform to proof wrongfully and improperly filed as before pointed out. These proposed findings of fact were full of errors, misstatements of facts, contained a mass of matter never mentioned in the trial and upon which no evidence or sustaining proof was offered at the trial. These proposed findings of fact, which were afterwards signed by the court and officially made a part of the record in the case, were not then served on Smith. He knew nothing at all about them for some time thereafter. A copy was served upon his then attorney. Upon the receipt of same he became greatly incensed. He realized that he was being grossly imposed upon, that Lewis was taking full advantage of him, so, in the height of his indignation and on the spur of the moment, he wrote a letter to Lewis' special attorney with whom he had carried on the negotiations of settlement. The letter tells a story all its own, another chapter of this sordid plot. It is the wailing of one who has been victimized, who had not anticipated or even dared to suppose that any such unfair advantage would be attempted, much less taken of him, but he had dealt with Lewis, who had involved him in a plot, who had completely disarmed him, and who was taking full and awful advantage of him. Shylock was taking his pound of flesh. When he entered into those negotiations, he did not know Lewis, and he did not know that the dice were loaded. When it was too late, he realized his real situation and found it difficult to reconcile himself to it. The complete contents of his letter to Lewis' special attorney, as shown by the official record of the case on appeal, which tells his sad predicament, is verbatim, as follows: a telltale letter. All italics in this T have at hand a copy of the findings of fact, letter R's, and conclusions of law, which I understand are to be filed in the case therein referred to. I wish findings incorrect and to make some very serious objections to the form objectionable and content of these findings before agreeing that they should be filed. Never in the brief practice of law which I have enjoyed have I ever been more surprised and amused with the content of a purported legal document. So-called findings. These so-called findings contain statements which I never heard of, statements which I am positive false findings were never mentioned in the trial of this case. I supported my talk to Mr. Mason relative to some of the state no proof ments therein, and he agrees with me that there was absolutely no testimony to back up a number of the statements. The purpose of these findings appear to me to be grossly abused, as it seems to contain a purpose of massive extraneous statements put in for the purpose propaganda of subsequent propaganda. I do not see how any imposition on judge having heard the case could sign these fine judgings as being true and correct. Inasmuch as you actively tried the case, your name should appear as an attorney of record on the top of the pleadings. Beginning on line 31, page 1, and continuing to line 9, page 2, there is set out a statement relative to the dismissal of the case against false statement E. Thomas. I do not remember any stipulation case dismissed being entered into. There was some conversation B. As to Thomas. Another false statement supported by no proof. Some more propaganda matter and false statements. No basis for inaccurate statements. A mort not ancient. No history of Rosicrucians past the Middle Ages. Another false statement without proof. Repetition of inaccurate statements between the attorneys, but as I remember, the ultimate action taken was simply a request that the case as to E. Thomas be dismissed. Beginning at lines 19 to 32 on page 2, there is a statement alleged to have been made by plaintiff's attorneys relative to the ability of George L. Smith to respond in pecuniary damages. I remember no evidence being presented to the court of statement made relative to the financial standing of George L. Smith or any of the co-conspirators. These and the above referendo statements are undoubtedly incorrect statements, but I do not wish to make any point as to them. At the top of page 3, lines 2, 3, and 4, is another statement without any basis of fact. It says that a mass of correspondence consisting of some 1,000 letters or copies of letters were presented to and received by the court. This is absolutely erroneous. There was only a small handful of letters introduced into evidence. By no stretch of the imagination can this be increased to cover 1,000. I see no basis or reason for inserting such an inaccurate statement into the findings. Under the findings of fact and we have no objection, the same for 2, but in 3 at lines 12 and 13 I remember no statement that the Brotherhood came into being in ancient Egypt. On the contrary, Dr. Lewis under cross-examination said there was no history of the Rosicrucian organization past the Middle Ages, and would not commit himself as I endeavored to do so, saying there was ancient history to his organization, as he well knew that we could introduce any standard encyclopedia to disprove his statement. As to the rest of 3 I have no objection. The same. 4. In B we find another statement which is not based on any evidence. At lines 7, 8, and 9 in paragraph B there is a statement that the buildings and equipment represent an investment of over $400,000. I clearly remember that Dr. Lewis said that it was between $200,000 to $300,000. I fail to understand why there is such a repetition of these inaccurate statements. The rest of B is satisfactory. In paragraph 6 there is no evidence to support. No supporting testimony. No testimony. So-called conspiracy. The findings should be only to Smith and not to others, not parties. Smith the only defendant. An attempt to cover up Masonic difficulties. No evidence on jewels. No evidence that Lewis was blackballed by Masons. Taking an advantage of the court. The statement therein contained that the defendant, George L. Smith, together with other parties were given ceremonials, rituals, and other confidential information. There is no testimony that Alfred Saunders C.R.E.E. Thomas were expelled from the order because of conduct unbecoming a member of the order. In paragraph 7, there is no testimony relative to Mrs. Hengel, Albert Smythe, or WPPs in any so-called conspiracy. As to the rest of paragraph 7 I have no objections. In paragraph 8 there is no testimony that the statements made by the other so-called conspirators were false and defamatory. The findings should refer only to statements made by George L. Smith as far as the findings of this court are concerned. There should be no finding of this court that the statements made by these other people were published maliciously and falsely. It was not an issue before the court whether or not the statements made by other people were true or not. George L. Smith was the only defendant, and the court was concerned only with the statements made by him. On page 8, lines 18 to 21, there is no evidence introduced relative to whether or not plaintiff order had anything to do with the Masonic fraternity. This is merely an attempt on the part of the plaintiff to get a judicial statement to cover up a former difficulty. In line 22 there is made mention of jewels. Never in the course of the trial was there any evidence in regard to jewels. In line 28 in regard to whether or not H. Spencer Lewis was refused membership in the Masonic fraternity, I again say that there was no evidence as to whether he was or was not a member of the Masonic fraternity, or that he was expelled or blackballed. These statements are completely without finding of the record, and any disinterested person examining the record would immediately see that these findings of fact in their present form were being used simply as an attempt to gain judicial approval for a lot of unsubstantiated matter. On page 9, the question as to whether or not H. Spencer Lewis. No evidence on the matters. False findings without proof. No evidence to support findings. No evidence to support many of the findings of fact. Shows the advantage Lewis took of the court. The judge should be surprised. Practically all statements in was ever arrested was not an issue of this case and never mentioned. On the same page the statement regarding bonds is entirely uncalled for, as there was no statement or evidence relative to any bonds. There is no evidence regarding the difficulty with the prohibition agents, or in regard to any church therein mentioned. On page 10, there was no evidence relative to the use of names of fictitious and non-existing persons. In regard to the statement therein contained between lines 20 and 22 on page 10, there was never any evidence introduced relative to the removal of plaintiff order from Florida, or that plaintiff order was to be prosecuted because of fraudulent use of the mails as set out in lines 23 to 25. There is no evidence as to any investigation being made of plaintiff organization. There is no evidence on which to base the statements contained on page 10, between lines 28 to 32. There is no statement in the evidence regarding whether George L. Smith was a linotype operator. The statement regarding Stanley Daines as being carried on the charity rolls in Calgary is absurd. There is absolutely no evidence or statement in regard to M.R. Daines as to what he does, and any offer of any such evidence would immediately have been objected to and not allowed in the record. The same as to Alfred Saunders and the statement that he was gainfully occupied telling fortunes. This shows that this document is not being used for facts as found by the court, but simply to contain a lot of extraneous statements not based on fact or evidence. There is no evidence that E.E. Thomas was a railroad brakeman. I am sure that Judge James would be surprised as to these findings of fact. The rest of page 11 is subject to the same objection. In paragraph 9 there was no finding or statement by the court regarding the filing of any document in this case. There was no statement, and the record does not support the statement contained in lines 10 and 11 that the answer was withdrawn. There is no evidence that any booklet was printed or circulated containing the so-called amended and paragraph 9 are false. So-called conspirators. No evidence. Imposing on e-court. Incorrect. Cannot understand why such a document filled with so many false statements was prepared by a good lawyer. Swear in furtherance of any conspiracy. There was no finding or statement that said amended answer was not to proper pleading or that it was filed in bad faith. Such a statement as contained in paragraph 9 necessarily puts me in the classification of an attorney practicing in bad faith and taking an opportunity to abuse the process of the court. The amended answer was never stricken from the records and is still a part of the records. In paragraph X, I am not satisfied as to the statement that the other so-called conspirators cannot respond in pecuniary damages. There was no testimony or evidence in regard to the financial standing of these so-called conspirators. This is another very obvious attempt to have the court give its official sanction to a number of extraneous statements. In regard to paragraph I of the conclusions of law, this is, of course, absolutely incorrect, as the court did not say the plaintiff was entitled to a judgment as prayed for, but on the contrary very clearly said in accordance with the testimony of Dr. Lewis that the judgment would be given only in the sum of $1 and that a restraining order might also be granted. I am sure that you have had nothing to do with the construction of these findings. An attorney who has practiced before the bar as long as you and with the well-deserved reputation of dictating concise and brief pleadings would never ramble on at such length and include so many extraneous and incorrect, unsupported statements as found in this document. I am sure that if you were consulted that you would set down on a few legal sheets of paper correct and concise statements of what you wish to state, and that such a statement would be correct and adequate in every respect for the purposes in this case. Transcript on Appeal, pp. 760 to 765. When protest should have been made, none was made. Smith said attorney, the author of the foregoing letter, was present when Lewis attorney presented the findings of fact to the court for approval and signature. In presenting them to the court, Lewis attorney stated that the findings were rather broad and might not be supported by the evidence. The judge stated that he would have to rely on the defendant's attorney to point out in what particular or in what way the findings to be made were incorrect, otherwise he would allow and sign the findings of fact as presented. The then attorney for Smith was mute. Although he had vigorously protested and pointed out to Lewis' special counsel many inaccuracies and fatal faults with the finding in his letter above quoted, yet when he should have acted for his client and assisted the court by presenting to the judge the matters referred to in his letter, heretofore quoted, he was mute. Then and there a great injustice was done, a fraud was worked upon the court and false findings of fact were entered upon the records of the court of justice. Having secured everything for which he had bargained, except that there should be no appeal, and to make doubly sure that nothing should happen that would divest him of his vested rights in chicanery and fraud, he withheld the last and final payment until the time had expired, or until he thought that the time had expired, within which an appeal could have been perfected. The final payment was not made until the 28th day of September, 1933, more than 60 days after judgment was entered in the case of Amor B.S. Smith, at which time no appeal had been perfected. Under ordinary circumstances, an appeal could not have been taken copyright in this cause because Smith's then attorney had failed to have the transcript prepared and to take the necessary action to perfect an appeal within the time allowed by law. Hence Lewis felt perfectly safe in paying on full and also in having issued his false, scandalous, and calumniatory booklet under the title of guilty, purporting to be based upon the findings of fact and the false record made in this case, which false findings were not truly reported, but greatly exaggerated and further falsified. This is not an ordinary but an extraordinary case. Ordinarily, when the usual time for an appeal has passed in California, no appeal can be taken thereafter. This, as we have seen or will see, was a most extraordinary case. It is extremely doubtful that the records of any court in any civilized land record can reveal such bold and clever scheming, concealed double-dealing, unconscionable, overreaching and deliberate fraud practiced on a party litigant and on the court, as is revealed by the court records in this case. In such cases as this, where there has been a gross and abortive miscarriage of justice, an appeal may be allowed by the trial court upon proper application being made under Section 473 of the Code of Civil Procedure of California. Such an application was made and an appeal was granted, much to the surprise, bewilderment, and chagrin of the master schemer who had paid well, but who had failed to take into account the fact that the blind goddess of justice might sense the right and way truly in spite of all his cleverness. Those who use loaded dice in the courts, who scheme well, must also execute well and comply with the rules of the game, that is, the minor details of legal procedure. It appears that Lewis, in his hurry to get his so-called supplemental complaint and amended complaint to conform to proof filed to be used as the basis of the false findings of fact unsupported by proof, failed to serve a copy of the same on Smith. This was only a minor detail, a trivial matter. Besides, he had paid for his right to deceive the court and others, yet the failure to serve a copy of that paper on Smith was a fatal omission and the appeal was granted. How Smith's eyes were open. Smith had made a searching investigation of Lewis and knew that he was an adept at deception, but he could not conceive of his being able to overreach the court. Even though he was unaccustomed to court procedure, he realized that there was something wrong with the trial. When judgment was rendered in favor of Lewis, he knew that the right had not prevailed and that justice had not been done. He instructed his then attorney to appeal the case. The attorney agreed to do so, and later did file a notice of appeal, but did nothing further and let the time elapse. On September 13, 1933, a copy of the findings of fact were served upon Smith, and later a copy of Lewis' pamphlet Guilty came into his hands. His eyes were completely opened. He understood all. He inquired of his then attorney about the appeal. He insisted that the attorney proceed with the appeal and protect his rights. The attorney could not do that because he had bargained that there would be no appeal, and when he failed to persuade Smith to abandon his ideas about appealing the case, he refused to represent him in such appeal. Smith hired and substituted another attorney to appeal the case. The appeal was perfected and is now pending before the Supreme Court of California. Lewis used every possible dilatory method to prevent the perfection of the appeal in the trial court, and, when it was perfected, he made a motion in the Supreme Court to dismiss it. The motion was overruled. Despite the long delay and ceaseless efforts of Lewis to prevent justice, we have an abiding faith that justice will yet be done, that the right will prevail, and the truth will become known by all. Lewis admitted findings were wrong, confesses overreaching the court. Finally, when compelled to answer to the merits of the case on appeal in the Supreme Court of California, Lewis was forced to admit, because it was true, and did admit, through his attorneys in their brief filed on his behalf, that a number of the findings of fact entered of record by the trial judge and made at his request were entirely wrong and without any evidence to support them. His attorneys, on his behalf, stipulated and agreed that those findings should be stricken from the record. They also stated to the court in their brief that several other findings were immaterial and should be disregarded and ignored by the Supreme Court in deciding the case. By those admissions filed in the Supreme Court, Lewis confessed that he had overreached the trial court and practiced fraud on the judge when he secured his signature by chicanery to those false findings of fact. Those findings of fact which were stricken from the record, because they were wrong, upon his admission and the stipulation of his attorneys, will be considered later. It is sufficient at this time and in connection herewith to note his said admission and confession. Those findings, admitted to be wrong, relating to the Masonic rites of Memphis and Mizraim, clandestine in the USA, will be discussed at length in Part 1 of Chapter 4 in dealing with Masonic frauds, and those findings, also admitted to be wrong, to the effect that the Supreme Grand Lodge of New York was and now is the sole and only established, recognized, and functioning supreme authority in North America of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, as well as all references to Lewis' alleged Rosicrucian authority, will be considered in Chapter 5 in dealing with his spurious and contradictory claims of alleged Rosicrucian authority for his fraternal racket. The other false findings will be considered in connection with appropriate subject matter as we proceed. The guilty pamphlet, as before briefly noted, when Lewis felt sure that his conspiracy against justice and his rank fraud on the court had succeeded, after he had secured an unjust judgment by double-dealing trickery, and secured a judicial findings of fact which were untrue and not supported by evidence, through subtle chicanery and circumventing fraud for propaganda purposes, it was then that he stuck in his thumb and pulled out a plum and said, "What a good boy am I," and handed it to an amazed public in the form of a little scurrilous pamphlet entitled Guilty, purporting to be an account of 13 years of vilification and of his amazing judicial victory against the conspirators in the case of Amor V.S. Smith. For puffed-up arrogance, for plausible falsehood, for distorted facts, for false implications, for twisted and crooked conclusions, for deliberate intention to mislead, for willful cunning and craft deception, for exaggerated statements and absolutely false claims concerning the trial and result of the case of Amor V.S. Smith, and as a well-camouflaged bit of cleverly designed and artfully constructed deceptive propaganda in aid of and to conceal 20 years of multifarious fraud and to perpetuate a unique swindle, the guilty pamphlet is without equal. Just a lemon. The plum that the imperator pulled out of his judicial victory was not a plum at all, it was only a lemon. Let us take a brief look at this ugly little pamphlet, Guilty, and its contents. On page 2 we find the following statement conspicuously headlined, "A victory against conspirators. The Rosicrucian Brotherhood, known throughout the world as Amorg, wins its court action against the false, injurious actions of R. Swinburne Clymer, Philosophical Publishing Co., Pennsylvania, Mrs. Max Hengel, Rosicrucian Fellowship, California, Albert E. Smythe, Theosophical Publisher, Canada, Alfred H. Saunders, Story Writer, New York, Miss Myrtle Crane, Stanley Daines, E. Thomas, W.P.P.s, and George L. Smith. He claims that the individuals above named entered into a conspiracy to injure his business and to defame his good name. Concerning these so-called conspirators, he makes many false statements in the pamphlet Guilty. It will be sufficient to notice and reply to the following, presented in a false light, although each and every one of the conspirators was named in the complaint and should have the only put in appearance at the trial or had legal repro. Defendant. Citation to defend himself, only one leading con italics ours. Spirator, George L. Smith, appeared for trial in spite of the fact that the conspirators claimed proof of it to have proof of every statement they had made in truth and of their attacks, and claimed that they would well so. Facts was not a court inquiry, they were unable to bring even a loud single scrap of paper before the court as evidence of any one of the charges made by them, and when no one was questioned as to why they made certain statements, questioned or wrote certain letters or published certain derogatory except Smith. Avery comments, the answer was, "I refuse to answer because my answer may tend to incriminate me of felony." Their boasted readiness to prove their charges against the Brotherhood, and their willingness to stand by every statement they had made in the 12 years of attack, was entirely lacking during the trial. Those statements of Lewis, as well as the entire contents of his guilty pamphlet, present the case of Amor versus Smith and the trial of the case in an absolutely false light. There is not a single statement or any of the inferences made in the above quoted excerpts that is true. They are altogether false and wholly misleading. What are the facts? What is the truth? The facts and the truth in the first place, neither are Swinburne Clymer, Mrs. Max Hengel, Albert E. Smythe, Alfred H. Saunders, Miss Myrtle Crane, Stanley Daines, nor W.P.P.s was a party to the suit. This was a libel suit, brought by Lewis in the corporate name of the Supreme Grand Lodge of Amorg, plaintiff, against George L. Smith and E. Thomas, defendants. Aside from Smith and Thomas, there were no other party defendants. Thomas was dismissed from the suit, leaving Smith as the only defendant. The theory of the plaintiff's case was that Smith and Thomas, who formerly had been members of a subsidiary body of the plaintiff, had conspired with certain named parties to injure the plaintiff and diminish its revenues, etc. To sustain our statement, we quote a part of paragraph 8 of plaintiff's first amended complaint, upon which the case was tried, shown on page 327 of the transcript on appeal of Amor B.S. Smith, as follows. Defendants severed their membership in plaintiff's order and thereafter associated themselves with Alfred Saunders, one John Doe Clymer, Myrtle Crane, Stanley Daines, and others, and these defendants, together with guilty, pp. 6, 7. Said persons, formed and effected a conspiracy for the purpose of injuring the plaintiff, diminishing its revenues and otherwise inflicting loss on the plaintiff. It appears from M.R. Lewis' own pleadings in the case that R. Swinburne Clymer was not even named as one of the persons with whom Smith and Thomas, the defendants, were alleged to have formed a conspiracy. Instead, he uses a legal fiction or a fictitious name and charges that they associated themselves with one John Doe Clymer. Was he afraid to use the real name? It also appears that M.R.S. Max Hingle, Albert E. Smythe and W.P.P.'s were not named as forming a part of the alleged conspiracy, and no evidence was introduced during the trial to show that they had any connection therewith. The naming of these parties was an afterthought thought of after Lewis had paid $10,000 on his $15,000 payoff, and after he saw that he could force Smith's then attorney to permit him to write into the court findings of fact any false fact that pleased his fancy or served his purpose. Only Smith attended trial. The only person present at the trial, of the persons named by Lewis as before set forth, was the defendant, George L. Smith, as we have shown. He was only notified of the trial 3 or 4 days in advance. His co-defendant, Thomas, was not notified and was not given an opportunity to be present and testify. When the case was called, Lewis, through his counsel, agreed in open court that the case should be dismissed as to Thomas, or that no judgment should be taken against him. Perhaps that was designedly planned and carefully prearranged. Indeed, it is most likely that Lewis did not want Thomas present to testify and to tell that which he knew of his own knowledge about Lewis and his swindling enterprise. No doubt he knows entirely too much. It will be recalled that Lewis had previously sued Thomas in the Superior Court of Los Angeles County. In the trial of that case, in which Lewis was unable to pay off, which was being tried, without trickery, upon the law and the facts, upon the merits, things got so hot and uncomfortable for Lewis that he dismissed the suit before it had scarcely gotten under full headway and ran away. As we have heretofore remarked, he will not face the facts. He always pays or runs away. The trial was such a hurried-up affair that even if we had desired to appear at the trial and testify, it would have been impossible for us to have reached California in time. As a matter of fact, we knew nothing about the case having been tried until after the event. Mrs. Max Hingle lives in California. She was not notified. Alfred H. Saunders lives in New York. Miss Myrtle Crane lives in Detroit. Stanley Daines, Albert Smythe, and W.P.P.'s live in Canada. None of them was notified of the date of the trial or given any opportunity to appear at the trial of this case or given an opportunity to produce testimony and evidence of the truth of the charges they had made against Lewis, his fraudulent enterprise and fraternal racket. And if they had been present, they could not have testified. They would not have been permitted to testify or to have produced any documents, evidence, or proof of the truth of their charges against Lewis, because Lewis had paid $5,000 and had promised to pay, and did afterwards pay, $10,000 more to make it impossible for the truth to be proven. And then he has the brazen audacity and effrontery to make and publish the statement that although each and every one of the conspirators was named in the complaint and should have put in an appearance at the trial, only one leading conspirator, Cos. Omith, appeared for the trial. In spite of the fact that the conspirators claimed to have proof of every statement they had made in their attacks, and claimed they would welcome a court inquiry, they were unable to bring even a single scrap of paper before the court as evidence of any one of the charges made by them. What a magnificent and ready liar! Ye gods, what a liar! In his august and imperialistic presence, Ananias, the king of liars, dwindles into insignificance and blushes for shame. The truth cannot be entirely hidden. There is always some truth that gets mixed in with the false and untrue. His statement that they were unable to bring a single scrap of paper before the court as evidence of any one of the charges made by them is true. Mr. Lewis saw to that. He made it absolutely impossible for Smith or anyone else at that trial to prove the truth about himself or his racket, even though it was necessary to commit a fraud on the court at a cost of $15,000. A fair sample, if space would permit, we could take up each statement contained in the guilty pamphlet and show that the facts are garbled so as to give an altogether false impression, that it is filled with misstatements and plausible deception, and that, on the whole, the pamphlet is altogether untrue and wholly misleading. In this connection, we quote from the statement of a former Grand Officer of the Lewis organization. Until recently, he was very close to Lewis, was on the inside and should know the facts. Testimony from the inside: Mr. A. Leon Batchelor, who was the Grand Treasurer of Amor during the time the Smith case was tried and when the pamphlet guilty was issued, after stating that Lewis requested his resignation when he refused to commit perjury and swear falsely for Lewis, in a letter written to Lewis on April 5, 1935, and later published, in commenting on the Smith trial and the booklet Guilty, said to N. of Lewis, at the conclusion of the trial against Smith and others in June 1933, you used the pages of the italics Rs. Forum and Digest and spent the funds of the order to print the booklet Guilty, and distributed it to the members, telling them of the great victory. You did not tell them that you had not dared to face your accuser in court and escape the ordeal by bribing him for $15,000 which you paid from these generally funds of the order. Nor have you informed the known-in members that this bribery has become a stench in San Jose, a scandal in this community. Your account to the members as to what transpired at this trial, which you had previously bought account about by bribery, and what evidence was introduced. Trial false. Is false and untrue. You have not informed the members that the attorney who served the order for 5 years, signed and refused to any longer be connected in any official capacity when he learned of this bribery. We do not know Mr. Batchelor. We have never received any communication from him. We have never conspired with him. We quote his statement because he was in a position to know, and it is evident that he did know whereof he spoke. However, we do not believe that Lewis bribed anybody. He is entirely too subtle for that. Mr. Batchelor has used the wrong word. By clever scheming and expert manipulation, Lewis paid off and thus escaped the ordeal of facing the truth. The only conspiracy that existed in or that had any relation to the case of Amor versus Smith was the willful and designing conspiracy of the imperator of the hierarchy of fraud against justice. The only conspiracy against Lewis, his fraternal racket and wicked swindle that has existed as conjured up by him, set forth and described in his White Book D and the Guilty booklet, is a fiction, a creature of his own distorted imagination. It is his great conspiracy bugaboo, to which he gives a plausible prima facie appearance by citing and discussing the cooperative acts of his former attorney, officers, members, and others to investigate his family racket and their exposure of a fraternal fraud and a wicked swindle which was not and is not conspiracy at all, either in fact or in the eyes of the law. It is not conspiracy, as we have said before, for several persons to act jointly in investigating a fraud, nor for one or more, acting individually or jointly, to expose a swindle. Therefore, the only conspiracy that has existed or now exists against Lewis, is racketeering in the name of brotherly love, and his fraternal swindle, is the nemesis of his haunting fears, the goddess of retribution and retributive justice, and underscore his great conspiracy bugaboo, which he is attempting to use as a shield to protect a perverse occult fraud and wicked fraternal swindle. 8. We have taken the precaution to have all of our statements in this chapter and in this book relating to legal matters carefully checked and edited by able, well-known, and highly reputed lawyers who are members of the august fraternity. Therefore, all such statements are believed to be accurate and correct. A. COADCRAD COCEK Neta Save Y3 Chapter 2 Con. The ancient device of confusion device to escape the truth in Chapter I we disposed of the conspiracy and the plot, that is to say, the Lewis conspiracy bugaboo, to which he devotes several pages, 6 to 11, in his book of deception. In the same book, pages 16 to 37 both inclusive, under conspicuous headlines. Reading, the answers to the false charges, he sets forth 14 charges, numbered from 1 to 14 both inclusive, handpicked, restated and distorted to suit his convenience. In his introductory remarks to the alleged answers to what he calls the false charges, he says, herewith follows a brief summary of the principal charges falsely made by M.R. Clymer in terms and phrases deliberately twisted and distorted to read to the public with the utmost disadvantage to amort and intended to be injurious to the organization and its administrators. From which it appears that his alleged or so-called answers are to the charges made by us. The reader should keep this fact in mind as we examine these remarkable answers in this chapter and throughout this book. Let it be remembered that he is attempting to answer our charges. If this is kept in mind as these answers are considered, the tricky plausibility and crafty devices employed will become self-evident, as the alleged answers are shown to be subterfuges that fail utterly to answer any of our minor or incidental charges, which he attempts or purports to answer, while he skillfully ignores the real, the serious, and the basic charges and the proof of those basic charges. In this chapter we will consider Lewis' alleged answers to his own distorted and twisted statements of the charges which he has numbered 1, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, and 14. In refuting completely these so-called answers 1 White Book D. 2 The remaining charges as distorted and misstated by Lewis will receive due attention in the following chapters in connection with the subject matter of each chapter. We shall study the clever arts and cunning methods employed by a resourceful master of plausible devices, specious subterfuges, and bewildering camouflage. As a matter of fact, he attempts to answer very few of the minor and incidental matters relating to our basic charges, but devotes most of his book of deception to them. Swearing, charges made by Mr. H. Leon Batchelor, the former Grand Treasurer of his Grand Lodge, most of which he cunningly attributes to Clymer, a rival, the outward head and supreme Grand Master of the authentic Rosicrucian order in America. Muddy W. Confusion the advice of a cunning debater the wanton and shyster advice of an experienced and crafty debater on the high art of debating and the methods of winning an argument or contest despite the facts find an appropriate setting here. He said, when the facts are on your side, forcibly present the facts, that should be sufficient. When your facts are doubtful or against you, find some immaterial controversial side issue and bear down on it, exaggerate its importance, create as much confusion and doubt as possible. And when you have neither favorable facts nor plausible argument, then ridicule, bemean, and incriminate the other side, criticize everything they do, everything they say and the way they say it, impugn their motives, charge malicious intent, muddy the water, and, in your own slime, you may escape an adverse decision. Now remember, it requires little art to present the facts to argue that which is true, the real and subtle art, that makes excellent debaters, that saves you when confronted with truth and in real difficulty, is the art of using manifold methods of plausible deception and the ability to win against all odds and contrary to the truth and all the facts. The great deceiver in action follows advice of the cunning debater Dr. Lewis, having set up his smoke screen of a unanimous convention and committees which he used as his specially designed and cleverly constituted mouthpiece asterisk, and having mudded the three, this will be considered and the smoke screen will be lifted in chapter 6. Waters and created confusion generally in a much ado about the great conspiracy against Amorg. He then proceeds in rare form and with all his subtle arts of intricate and plausible deception to set up, restate, misstate, confuse or state most favorably to himself a few of the charges more or less incidental to the basic charges, and proceeds to answer them in his own inimical and inimitable way with all the arts and tricks of his trade. Dodges the main issue, discusses cabbages and kings and other things. It may be noted in passing that he very carefully and discreetly ignores and artfully dodges the main issue, which is the fraudulent nature of his fraternal racket, and selects only a few incidental matters of relative unimportance and such side issues as he evidently believes he can, with his deceptive arts and plausible presentation, turn to his advantage. With much ado, with clever cunning, with falsified evidence and false statements he proceeds to answer the charges so selected, and then summarily disposed of the real charges, the charges that he cannot meet, except with manufactured evidence, the truth that he dare not face, by the simple expediency of having the committees find that there is nothing to it anyway, asterisk, and the unanimous convention vote its approval. Like the charming young lady who went out to swim, he hung his clothes upon a limb, but didn't go near the water. However, inasmuch as the imperator of the hierarchy of fraternal racketeering has elected to sidestep and avoid the real issue and the serious basic charges, by insisting like the walrus in Alice in Wonderland, that, asterisk, the time has come, the walrus said, to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings and why the sea is boiling hot and whether pigs have wings. Therefore, we will discuss, in this chapter, some of the imafore. Note carefully his disposition of other charges, page 21 of White Book D. Material things, some of the subterfuges and contrivances of evasion used by this artful dodger to cast a cloud of confusion about his mystic swindle. Not that such immaterial matters are important, but to further expose and make clear the despicable methods of this master profundis of plausible chicanery, magical confusion and bewildering duplicity. Number 1, an unimportant side issue under the headline The Answers to the False Charges. He states charge number 1 as follows. Clymer claims that the first Rosicrucians to come to America did not come in 1694, but that M.R. Randolph established the first Rosicrucian foundation in America in the 19th century. He devotes more space to answering this false charge than any other and charges us with misquoting and deliberately distorting a quotation from Sachs's book, one of the writers dealing with the German Pietists of Pennsylvania, because we had inserted in the quotation in brackets our own interpretation of its meaning. The quotation referred to was faithfully and correctly made. Mr. Lewis knew that the insertion of explanatory matter in brackets in a quotation is common and proper practice. He reveals his own desperation and presumes upon the ignorance of the public in raising such a petty question. In this connection, he also reproduces as his exhibits NOS 4 and 5 two full-page cuts from the book by Sachs of certain charts, parts of an alleged Rosicrucian manuscript found among the effects of one of the deceased German Pietists who settled in eastern Pennsylvania in 1694, from which he argues at some length, with some skill but without logic or reason, that he has presented conclusive proof that these people were Rosicrucians and that they established the first R.C. order in America. No proof at all. The finding of Rosicrucian charts and a secret manuscript in the possession of the descendants of one of the early German Pietists, of the large colonies and settlements of Moravians, Zionists, Baptists, Lutherans, Behaviorists, Mennonites, Philadelphians, and other mystic and religious sects that settled in eastern Pennsylvania in the 17th century, many of which still exist, does not prove that any or all of such sects were Rosicrucians or that they or any of them organized and instituted the first Rose Cross Lodge or order in America. The only logical and reasonable deduction that may be made for said fact and circumstance, namely, that a secret Rosicrucian manuscript was found in the 19th century in the possession of the descendants of one of the early German Pietists, is that there may have been one, or even a few, Rosicrucians among the many men and women of those mystic and religious sects. On the other hand, it may prove nothing more than that a secret Rosicrucian manuscript was wrongfully in the possession of one who did not understand its symbolical meaning and who was not a Rosicrucian. Therefore, the proof offered by Lewis does not sustain his contention. It is only a plausible pretext, a mere subterfuge to confuse and confound. We have heretofore, at different times, and especially in our brochure The Masters Among Men, issued in 1933, discussed this question, somewhat at length. Therefore it need not be discussed here. However, there were real Rosicrucians who came to America in the colonial days, who formed the first American council in the Revolutionary period, but they were not the Lewistonian mythical Rosicrucians of 1694. In evasion of serious charges argues contrary to his own admissions because there are some books from which he may quote and some misconstrued or misunderstood facts that give plausibility to his arguments. He has, with all his skill and cleverness, seized upon this question as a means of diverting attention from the real issues, and as a ruse to escape facing the truth of the basic charge that his so-called RC order is spurious and operated as a fraternal swindle. We do not propose to make effective his crafty method 6C book I of Volume I for a discussion of the First American Rosicrucian Council, also Volume I, pp. 133, 185. By following him into an extended argument on a side issue, upon a matter that is purely academic and that has no real bearing upon the essential question at issue, and thus assist him in escaping the basic charges, by giving importance to this relatively unimportant matter. 3. It is unimportant because, neither the Randolph foundation of the authentic Rosicrucian fraternity in America nor Lewis fabricated, spurious RC order claims authority and authenticity from or connection with those German Pietists of eastern Pennsylvania. Lewis has admitted and conceded that there was no such connection and that the Amorc of today is not a descendant of the group that came to America in 1694. We present a facsimile reproduction of a question asked on this very subject and answered by Lewis on page 109 of the May issue, 1927, of the Mystic Triangle, his then official organ, as follows. I have read in some literature recently that the early Rosicrucians, who established a community school near Philadelphia in 1694, were the founders of another present Rosicrucian order in this country. Is this true? A. The community of Rosicrucians to which you refer existed from 1694 until 1801 and then disbanded in accordance with an ancient decree by which all their never-Christian branches remain in open public was such at activity 108 years and decree, then retire into absolute silence for another 108 years. The community did disband in 1801, and the FOE members kept to themselves the practices QQEE and teachings in their private lives without initiating any others. Many of the Baptists' buildings are still standing in the district of that community and have been visited by our members. 108 years after 1801, the imperator of our order went to France and received France, Egypt, authority to start again the Rosicrucian work in America. And the result of his Germany which visit to Europe is the present Rosicrucian Hemtonomy and the EKTETETI order known as Amaro, but the Amberg of today is that there is no other organization in this country that is a descendant of that first group in America. Any such claim is either misleading, or you misunderstood what was said. A Lewistonian stratagem, a plausible pretext to confuse now. A Lewistonian stratagem, a plausible pretext to confuse now. Lewis' disclaimer and admission of 1927 should and does settle the question. The statements and argument made in his alleged and pretentious answer to charge number 1 are a plausible pretext to confuse and divert attention from our serious, essential, and basic charge that is spurious RC order is a fraudulent enterprise and a wicked fraternal swindle. Whether there were or were not Rosicrucians among the Pietists, or whether such fact is established and proven by Julius Sachs's book, Arthur Edward Wake, or any other authority is unimportant and beside the question in view of his admission that, for MORC of today was not a descendant of that group that came to America in 1694. All of this argument is in vain and without value. Even if it were a fact that the German Pietists of 1694 established the first Rosicrucian order in America, which, of course, is not the case, it would not prove that his fraudulent RC order is authentic or that his fraternal swindle is justified, rather otherwise. because on his own admission Amorc is not a descendant of the German Pietists of 1694. Besides, he does not like the Dutch farmers and printers of Pennsylvania, as we shall see in the next chapter. Number 5 twisted to suit his convenience. Under number 5 Lewis twists and states his own charge after this fashion. Clymer further charges that the title Imperator used by H. Spencer Lewis was invented by Crowley and never used by anyone else but Crowley until H. Spencer Lewis used it, thereby again proving that the Amorc is associated with Crowley. Mr. Clymer is very positive and very malicious in his statements in this regard. Yet 7 Lewis self-framed charges numbers 2, 3, and 4 will be considered in Chapter 4, wherein it will be proven that his World Council and international conventions were faked and that Theodosy is his scheme and a ridiculous farce. In that chapter we shall show the close connections of Aleister Crowley, the notorious black magician, with the OTO, which Lewis indignantly denies. He knows that this statement is as false as any of his other claims. Now, Clymer made no such charge. We did not say that the title of Imperator was invented by Crowley and never used by anyone else but Crowley until Lewis used it. What we said on the subject will be found on pages 29 and 95 of the brochure, an exposé of the Imperator of Amorc, and on pages 298 and 366 of volume 1. We show that the title Imperator appeared frequently in Dr. Franz Hartmann's book, which Lewis used almost in its entirety in his lessons, and that the title was also used by Crowley in the OTO. And asked if Lewis learned about imperators from Dr. Hartmann, or was the title conferred upon him by Crowley. It was cited as a mere circumstance in a long chain of evidence to show the connection between Lewis and Crowley, who is today the secret chief of the OTO, and who has been the head of the OTO in all English-speaking countries, including the United States, since 1912, as will be proven in Chapter 4. Lewis seizes upon and singles out this purely incidental matter, misstates our statement, reshapes and twists it to suit his convenience, and then purports to answer his own twisted and crooked version of our statement by asserting that the title Imperator was said to have been used in the Rosicrucian order as early as 1700 in books by Waite, Whittemans, and scores of others. Remarkable, isn't it? Verily, there are tricks and stratagems, ways and byways in the art of clever dodging and plausible hoodwinking. He stresses this matter, shows his committee some books using the title Imperator and purporting to show that it was used by Rosicrucians before Crowley used it, and makes much ado about it, to avoid the more important and unanswerable proof that connects him with the notorious Crowley of the OTO degree. It is not our intention to discuss the origin of the title Imperator, or whether it is an authentic title of the authentic Rosicrucian fraternity, since his so-called R.C. order is fraudulent and his title of Imperator is spurious. Our only purpose here in discussing this matter is to point out to the reader and investigator his superb stratagems in dodging the real issues. 8C Book B, Volume I, pages 335 to 391, and Part B of Chapter 4 herein. Number 6 The squirmer attempts to wiggle out under his own number 6 self-stated charge. He pretends to answer the unanswerable and makes a rather heroic attempt to dig his way out by attempting to completely circumvent the truth. Here is the way he frames his charge. Perhaps the most self-contradictory of Clymer's not RC teachings charges is that the Rosicrucian teachings and course of instruction, ritualism, secret laws, and principles have been taken from published books, contrary to the claim of Imperator Lewis, who in 1918 offered he did not mean it. A reward for any evidence that might be submitted to prove that the secret teachings, rituals, laws, and principles and demonstration work of the Amorc system were taken from printed books or public books of any kind. To support his claim and charge, Clymer re-quoted his source again to manufactured evidence by selecting lessons as proof matter that is unrelated to his charge and willfully attempting to deceive his readers into believing that it is legitimate evidence. The first half of our recent brochure, DN Exposé of the Emperor, _Ator of Amorc, is devoted to the pilfering charlatanism of Mr. Lewis. This is what he is referring to in his above-quoted charge. However, we submit that we have stated the real charge against Lewis much clearer and defined the issue much better than his scrambled statement hereof, and we respectfully refer our readers to the above-mentioned brochure, or Book 5, Volume I, wherein we demonstrated beyond all doubt that he lifted a large number of his temple lectures in the 11th grade from 3 well-known books, easily obtainable. We also showed by his sworn testimony and reluctant admission that he had used another well-known book, the Hindu Biology Science of Breath, in his first grade teachings and lectures. We proved all of this with many facsimile reproductions of the original documents, not with manufactured or falsified evidence. The manufacturing and falsifying took 9 said brochure, pages 10 to 64 inclusive, republished as Book via Volume I, pages 279 to 334 inclusive. Place when Lewis manufactured the lessons by taking them from published books and falsely represented them to be Rosicrucian teachings. We reproduced his lessons as evidence to prove the pilfering plagiarism and the false representations concerning those faked, so-called Rosicrucian lessons or teachings. Now, Lewis has said that, if anyone can prove that one or more of our lectures containing our fundamental teachings ***** were taken from one or more ***** books, etc. ****, the imperator will immediately concede the charge as true, incriminating himself as a plagiarist and false pretender, etc. Now, Mr. Lewis, what about the material you lifted, took, or stole from the Hindu yogi science of breath and used in your first grade lectures? Were they fundamental teachings of your spurious RC order and fraternal racket? Witness the squirming, as the imperator defaults on his own word when brought face to face with the facts and the proof required by his challenge. Does he keep his word and concede the charge? Of course not. No one who knows him expected him to do that. Fabricators of spurious orders and promoters of fraternal rackets are generally unscrupulous. No, he attempts to wiggle his way out. Witness how he squirms and note the yellow streak as evidenced by his own words, viz., every member of a MORC knows that the secret teachings that constitute the regular temple grades of instruction, ritual, and demonstrations end with the 9th grade, and that thereafter only they are not supplementary reading, not containing any of the fundamental principles, secret laws, rituals, or teachings. Ings of Emerk is given to the members, for they receive their teachings in another manner not understood by Clymer and having nothing to do with the printed or typewritten lectures. But Clymer didn't steal many proceeds to put forward a few of the supplementary lessons. Less than lectures, less than 40 of them, out of the whole 40. What an alibi! A MORC course of over 3,000 lectures, 2C brochure, an expose of the imperator of a MORC, pp. 11 to 15, or Volume I, pages 280 to 284, equals or is either as evidence of his claim. In these few supplement confession lectures chosen by Clymer, he shows that the matter has been extracted from the writings of Franz Hartmann, from Effartshausen, and Buck. Stolen lessons not the but even the extracts which he presents clearly show true Rosicrucian that they have naught to do with Rosicrucian teachings. Note the ings, Rosicrucian principles, Rosicrucian laws, Rossi admission. Exactly Crucian rituals, or Rosicrucian demonstrations. What we said, they are purely dissertations on the history and about them. Biography of Rosicrucians and on the spiritual value of the Rosicrucian work throughout the world. Certainly no one would call biographical, allegorical, or historical sketches a part of the secret teachings and fundamental principles of Rosicrucianism. Registered not fundamental teachings, how does he attempt to escape? Very simple, quite easy for one who has no regard for truth or his own word, who has become an adept at contradicting himself. Why, he simply declares that they are not fundamental teachings, that is all, and that settles it. Isn't he a marvelous dodger and a most gracious and pious falsifier? Although the particular lectures that we reproduced in facsimile are styled * temple lectures of the 11th grade, and notwithstanding that he has declared in those lectures that they are explanations of the laws and principles contained in the Rosicrucian studies. He now says that they have naught to do with Rosicrucian teachings, Rosicrucian principles, Rosicrucian laws, Rosicrucian rituals, or Rosicrucian demonstrations. Of course it is tragic to see the embarrassment of the great Rosicrucian Imperator as he is forced to contradict himself to eat his own words, but we are pleased to receive his latest admission, that they are not Rosicrucian teachings. That is exactly what we said about the material he used from the books of Hartmann, Eckartshausen, and Buck. They are not Rosicrucian philosophy or T.F. Holmes at all. 3 White Book D. P. 32 4 CFAC Simile Reproduction of Lectures, said brochure, pages 33 ETSEQ, or volume I, PEOSEC. Just before he proceeded to use all of the contents of the book, The Cloud Upon the Sanctuary, containing von Eckartshausen's letters on mysticism, and presented them as teachings of Rosicrucian principles and laws, in his introduction to their misuse, in the 89th lesson, page 3 of the 11th grade I-Temple lectures. He made the following gross misrepresentation in declaring, "Now, we are at a point where some of the italics are as rarest writings and thoughts of the most highly recognized Rosicrucian masters of the past are go highest stages of to aid us in our ascent up the mountain and in development. Our highest stages of development and purpose. Among these great men or great masters was one whom I want to introduce to you now. His name was von Eckartshausen. Von Eckartshausen Rosicrucian laws wrote a very great deal. Much of his writings and principles were simple explanations of the laws and principles contained in the Rosicrucian studies. Registered the great consolation of the repudiation of a solemn assurance the high members of Amorc, his victims through 10 grades, having been assured that they were about to receive that which would lead them up the mountain to the highest stages of Rosicrucian development, and having paid for several lectures lifted out of a book on mysticism that could have been procured at 1/5 the price, it must be exceedingly pleasing and reassuring to his 11th grade victims to have their great P. Imperator completely repudiate his selling argument and solemn assurances of the potent portions, and now to be told that those rarest teachings and thoughts of this most highly recognized Rosicrucian master have naught to do with Rosicrucian teachings, principles, laws, and demonstrations, and that they are purely a dissertation on the history and biography of Rosicrucians and on the spiritual value of Rosicrucianism. Purely dissertations in aid of the royal revenues, although Amorc is represented as having 12 degrees of registered see said brochure, p. 39, or volume I, p. 309. Initiation or 12 grades of advancement up the mountain to the highest stages of development. We now know, and all members of Amorc, including all special voluntary committees and unanimous conventions, know that the secret teachings that constitute the regular temple grades end with the 9th grade, and that thereafter only supplementary reading, not containing any of the fundamental principles, secrets, laws, rituals, or teachings, is given to members in the form of lectures, that all of the hundreds of temple lectures in the 10th, 11th and 12th grades, containing the contents of many books and the dream reveries of a self-constituted imperator, sold to members at an exorbitant price. When value is considered, and under false pretenses, are not, after all, fundamental teachings just mere dissertations on this, that or the other thing to add to the royal revenues of the Lewis hierarchy. Just one, even one, only one, just to remind him again, did not Lewis say in the Imperator's Challenge that if anyone can prove that one or more of his lectures containing his fundamental teachings were taken from one or more printed books, he would concede the charge and incriminate himself as a plagiarist and false pretender? Yes, he said just that. Very well, Mr. Lewis. Does your lecture number 6 in the 1st grade on arcane philosophy that contains matter lifted and stolen by you from the book, Hindu Yogi Science of Breath, contain any of your fundamental teachings? Certainly that is an arcane, secret lecture on your arcane philosophy in your 1st grade, and you admitted under oath in open court that the contents of that lecture were stolen from the aforesaid book. Is arcane philosophy no part of your secret fundamental teachings? If not, then, Mr. Lewis, let us have your latest just created alibi, your 1936 model. Pilfering plagiarism that gives credit to discredit authorship, evidently the proof of his pilfering plagiarism which we It was very disturbing and unusually annoying. Here is what Lewis has to say further on the subject, as he executes his expiring whittles. Furthermore, Clymer charges that imperator a little bit of pilfer. Lewis is guilty as a thief and a pilferer, and ink is not a sin. Charges him with plagiarism because of these texts, where there is so tracks in a mere handful of the many thousands of much to steal. More lectures. Yet the extracts which Clymer publishes show that the lessons give credit to the authors from whom the extracts have been made and to their books. Certainly, it is a unique thing, plagiarism, for a man to be charged with plagiarism when he extraordinary admits that he has extracted matter from the works of others and gives the names of the authors and books registered. Unique plagiarism, something new. Lewistonian plagiarism. The plagiarizing of the books in question is a unique and most unusual type of peculiar species of plagiarism. In fact, it is the worst and most contemptible species of plagiarism. While he acknowledges, after a fashion, the authorship, yet willfully presents the contents, its intent and purpose, he falsifies the author's works by altering and changing his meaning, and, in some instances, casts doubt upon the authorship to the discredit of the author. For example, after omitting an essential statement from Dr. Hartmann's book, Among the Rosicrucians, he informs his members, in Lesson 60, page 2, 11th grade, that, we have now finished the wonderful manuscript that I wanted you to have in its entirety. Why call it a manuscript? He was copying from Dr. Hartmann's book. Why mention entirety? He had mutilated and deleted it. And then, after having pilfered, mutilated, deleted, misrepresented, and misused Dr. Hartmann's text in his unique way, he casts doubt upon its authorship in this manner. Have learned lately that there are several versions of this manuscript, probably translated by several different mystics, and that their versions vary only slightly in an occasional word registered. Lewis says that the dictionaries define a plagiarist as one who steals from the writings of another and passes them off as his own production. That is just an ordinary plagiarist, but when a particularly slick sophist acknowledges stealing the works of another, misrepresents and misuses them, and then under the most plausible deception and clever false pretense sells and remarkets them in the form of Rosicrucian teachings for a price, to augment the royal revenues of a hierarchy of occult fraud, it is plagiarism extraordinary. Such plagiarism has not been defined. It probably cannot be accurately defined. It is unique. It is Lewistonian plagiarism. Not contradictory. Our position has not changed. And then Lewis further says, or pretends to have, his 5-day investigating, rapid fact-finding committee say, for years, Clymer has claimed that H. Spencer, we have not. Lewis invented and created all the Rosicrucian, changed our position, rituals and teachings, and that they were not reliable. Now he reverses his claim and says that they were all stolen from reliable books. It is remarkable the ease with which this man can mistake the well-defined and perfectly obvious position of others. We have consistently claimed that he has fabricated, manufactured, created, or copied all of the teachings of the Amorc, that they are not the real or reliable Rosicrucian teachings, and that those parts copied have not been copied from reliable Rosicrucian books. He has both fabricated and copied them. Our position has always been that he fabricated his so-called RC order, that it is without Rosicrucian authority and is fraudulent, that he is not a Rosicrucian and does not possess the genuine Rosicrucian inner teachings, and that his teachings, lessons, and lectures are not Rosicrucian et al., or from authentic Rosicrucian sources, but that he invented, manufactured, and fabricated or pilfered, plagiarized and non-see said brochure, pages 26, 27, or volume I, pp. 295, 296. Copy them from published books. He has employed all of these methods, and others who assisted him used the same methods to make up the hodgepodge of his spurious Rosicrucian teachings. Testimony from within one who personally knows testifies Mr. William Reasoner, of San Francisco, a former Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of California, who financed the reorganization of his fraternal enterprise in 1920 to 1925 in San Francisco and who was closely and intimately associated with him for a number of years, in a signed statement, under date of November 4, 1930, said, "T can state positively that Lewis wrote the lectures himself. Lewis never claimed in our meetings that the lectures came from abroad. We knew better. It may interest you to know that Reverend Chambers, who was a member of our San Francisco Lodge, rewrote most of the lectures up to the 6th degree. Lewis will not deny this under oath. Lewis has a paper which he called his Confessio, in which he states that there is no European or other authority connected with the morgue. Italics ours. This Confessio he showed to several members and had it signed. I signed it myself." And in a recent statement, April 18, 1936, Mr. Reasoner said, "Mr. Lewis is accused of what you call plagiarizing or stealing from other books. That I admit, for many times I have seen him copy from other books. But I cannot object to that, as he has read these books and digested them for me and saved me much work. He has climbed the tree of knowledge, plucked the fruit and husked it, giving me the kernel, which I found sweet. I do not object to the teachings of the morgue, but it is the unscrupulous man to whom I object. He would and does lie the blue out of the sky. He knows not honor or gratitude. 3 times have I taken the ring which he wears out to see said brochure, p. 17, or volume I, p. 286, of the pawn shop and presented it to him when he needed the money, but he has never paid me back a cent. 2 temples did I build and furnish for him in San Francisco and transportation from New York to San Francisco, but he has never recompensed me a penny. Albert Hubbard on lies, and the result of lying Lewis delights to associate himself with great men and great names. He has often boasted that Albert Hubbard, the great common-sense philosopher of the Roycrofters, was associated with him in his early Rosicrucian work and often quotes from the works of Hubbard, whom he says was a Rosicrucian. No doubt he regards his philosophy as being wholesome and sound, otherwise he would not have honored Hubbard by associating himself with him. However, it is too bad that he did not inculcate more of that beautiful philosophy and follow its simple precepts. Fry Albert Hubbard said, "The only safe course is the open road of truth. Lies, once begun, pile up, and lies require lies to bolster them, asterisk, 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 and he who starts out on the pathway of untruth finds himself treading upon brambles and nettles which close behind him and make return impossible. The further he goes the worse the jungle of poison oak and ivy, which at last circles him round in strangling embrace. The strangling embrace in which Lewis places himself in his unsuccessful attempt to answer our proven charge of pilfering his lessons and secret teachings, it will be recalled, he has served that his secret teachings end with the 9th grade, that thereafter the lectures are only supplementary reading not containing fundamental secret teachings of a morgue, and that the members receive their teachings in another manner, having nothing to do with printed or typewritten lectures. However, that is MOT true. In lecture number 6 of his type written series of lectures for the 10th grade, in which he professes and purports to give the profound secrets of initiation into the inner circle of the Great White Brotherhood Lodge of Tibet, he represents to his 10th degree members that he is giving them the most unusual, deep, and inner secrets, the knowledge of which constitutes them members of the inner circle, and that all members up to the 10th grade are mere neophytes and are only members of the outer circle. 10th grade lectures inner secrets in typewritten form to demonstrate most surely that Lewis does give secret teachings in written lectures after the 9th degree, purporting to be fundamental principles, secret laws, rituals, or teachings of his amorg. We quote at length and verbatim his introduction to a series of lectures in his inner circle 10th degree, with our marginal notes, as follows: 10th degree Amorg Rosicrucian Order Temple Monograph A page 1 number 1 Introduction by the Imperator of Amorg. All italics ours. Most important secrets ever given out. The order is the Lewis family. See Chapter 6. If Constitution and principles get in the way, they change. M. Lewis is the secret headquarters. He compounds higher secret teachings from books and his imagination. T. Greet you, my fratra and sorors, at this time with one of the most important messages given to our members in North America, or, in fact, in the Occidental world by any occult or mystical organization. For years, all of us who have advanced through the lower degrees of the order, and who have been loyal and steadfast in our adoration for the Rosicrucian order, and our pledges to its constitution and principles, have been waiting patiently for the day to come when certain information regarding secret headquarters of the Rosicrucians and the higher, secret teachings might be permitted the proper distribution and examination by those who are worthy. I need not tell you that particularly all the study, development, and advancement in what? Occult fraud and mystic fraternal swindling? How help members? By deceiving and pleasing them. How protect the fraternal racket? By occult falsehoods, mystic chicanery, and subterfuges? Information denied to worthy. What? Was he fearful lest they discover inner secrets of his noble deceptive arts? And so discovering, was he fearful that they would expose him and his racket? True seekers will search in vain for our teachings in his inner circle. Attacks and exposure have also come from the inside. He need not fear, no one save Lewis could make such claims, commercialize and sell such stuff as the secret teachings of the masters. He sees himself in 1,000 mirrors and imagines that every formation that is to be given to you in this degree has been in my possession and accessible to me privately, and personally, for my own study and advancement for many years. And I need not tell you that it has been of unlimited, incalculable help to me, not only in connection with my own studies, and my personal development, for I am still and ever a student, as all Rosicrucians should be, but in aiding me to help the members of a more many of their personal problems, through utilizing and demonstrating laws and principles which have not been taught to them, and in protecting our organization against the attacks, criticism, and the scheming of many persons, and groups of persons, who have attempted to injure the Rosicrucian order and its powers. Having this information in my possession, and knowing the cry and pleas of hundreds of worthy members who were seeking it, and are still searching for it, has made my position difficult, and has also made me most anxious in my hopes and desires to bring about the fulfillment of those conditions, under which, and because of which, I would be permitted to give to the true seekers that for which they have been searching in vain. The temptations to forget the limitations and conditions surrounding the giving of the 10th degree information have been very great. On the other hand, there has been the increasing group of loyal members in Amort who are ready through study, deserving through devotion, and qualified in every way to receive this information. On the other hand, there have been the attacks and criticisms, challenges and claims of persons, and groups of persons, outside of the organization, who have rushed into print with commercialized books and pamphlets, magazine articles, or courses of paid lessons, claiming that they have the secret teachings of the masters of the Far East, or the real teachings of the masters of Egypt, or the mystical principles used by the real Rosicrucians. These persons who the Lewises have flooded the Occidental world with all kinds of false information, misinformation, fraudulent statements, and Body is doing what he is doing. Real Rosicrucian teachings from Tibet, or from San Jose, not taught in Tibet, has remained silent and permitted pseudo-masters and occult fakirs to mislead his members. What a noble, superb, and gracious imperator. Then imagine Lewis remaining silent, when he has occult bunk and mystic wares for sale. Is it possible? Hardly. The pseudo-Rosicrucian speaks the fair language of a Rosicrucian, but it is the voice of Jacob pointing with the hand of Esau. It is Jacob stealing the birthright of Esau. Let all true seekers take this advice in the reverse and refrain from purchasing his worthless wares and mystic bunk. Rich rewards came to Lewis because of their faith and patience, and the temptation was ever before him to play M for suckers. but he did reveal just a little to save the situation and the commercialized schemes which have misled the real seekers, and have brought much grief and sorrow into the lives of real students. These conscienceless persons, and groups, have pointed to the silence of Amork regarding the real teachings from Tibet, and have said in public and private, if the Amork in America, or elsewhere, has any of the additional teachings taught in Tibet, or any of the masters of the Far East, why do they not issue them and give them to their students? To all such challenges, have had to remain silent, and say nothing more than what is said in our Rosicrucian manual beginning on page 133. I have had to remain silent and see many of our members drawn from the straight path of study into the bypaths of speculation and false instructions, even though I carefully prepared articles for our magazines advising our higher members to wait, to read between the lines, and believe that Amork had some motive in remaining silent. I am glad to say that a majority of our high-degree members have waited with that loyalty and faith which is born in a true Rosicrucian from the inner side he develops, and from the intuition which tells him not to listen to the stories of the pretenders. And I regret to say of those who were tempted to unite with other movements or purchase private or semi-private courses of study found, when it was too late, that they had been tempted into spending large sums of money and received nothing in return. Many of these persons hesitated to ever come back into the Amork again, because they felt that they had proved themselves unworthy by yielding to temptation, and therefore those persons may now never know the rich reward of faith and patience. But you can plainly see the temptation was ever before me. One magazine article in the Rosicrucian Digest, revealing just a little of the information we had, and stating what was to come someday, would have saved the situation. Personal letters written by me in our magazines, or the groups of persons, explaining what we had in our archives, and what facts. Royal revenues of the Lewis hierarchy. When he explained what he had, all other fakirs discontinued commercialized false teachings. Promised whom? His family they're the order. When principles don't work he changes them. Changing constitutions is the magic key that unlocks sealed doors for his escape. See Chapter 6. Special occult bunk prepared for those who promise and won't forget even though the temptation to expose be strong. Some in their indignation may forget promises, procured by fraud, and expose the fraud. The order the Lewis family has sufficient faith to take a chance to give free if all dues are paid. Sacred mystic bunk must be held secret. The bunk dispenser trusts his victims and relies upon their ignorance and credulity. A charlatan who has violated every sacred trust and besmirched we had to give out someday, would have stopped many of these persons, and groups of persons, from continuing their commercialized false instructions. But I had made a promise, just as you have made promises, and our promises to the order, and to the principles of the order, are sacred to us and in the past have proved to be the real magic key that eventually unlocked more sealed doors to hidden wares than any of the temptations offered to us by persons, and groups of persons, outside of the order. And so this special degree of instruction is now being prepared and will be issued and sent to those members whom we believe to be absolutely loyal and dependable. That some of you may in the future yield to temptation and forget your promises and be disloyal in some way to the order may be possible. You may forget your promises in a moment of extreme temptation, and in a moment of enthusiasm. You may forget your promises in a moment of anger, or regret, regarding something that occurs in connection with the order, or its activities, that you do not understand, and which, in your lack of understanding, you disapprove of, and cannot agree with. But you will always remember this one thing, that at one time the order and its chief executives had sufficient faith in you, sufficient trust in your loyalty, to extend and offer to you, free from any commercialism, free from any additional expense in the way of fees or dues, those lessons and that instruction, which was held, and always will be held, sacredly secret for those who assure us of their loyalty and trust, and who were worthy up to the time that the instruction was given to them. Remembering this, you cannot ever feel that you were justified in any act of disloyalty, and that should you yield to temptation, You have simply broken faith with those who trusted you the most, and have been disloyal to those who have expected the utmost of loyalty from you. No man or woman can go happily through life knowing that without any excuse that is humanly conceivable, faith and trust have been cast aside. The vestments of a priest makes a plea for confidence, friendship, and loyalty. See Rankin Case, Chapter 3. But the Imperator did betray the most sacred confidence. Did misuse information given to him in strict confidence. The order is the Lewis family. The great masters are Lewis and his son. Even though they defraud you, nevertheless, you should sacrifice your life for the order. Over precaution should be taken to protect the Imperator of the hierarchy of thought and his son in their fraternal racketeering. Why take such care? No written secrets are issued after 9th degree Lewis. But the sacred secret occult bunk of the 10th degree, which is not existent on the material plane, must be guarded. Friendship and loyalty ignored, and an unjust and unfair attitude taken. Surely, if not one of the torturous, costly, worrisome, and unkind temptations that have confronted your Imperator have ever caused him to yield, and to use in the wrong way the information of the higher teachings, or to give them to persons not deserving, then no temptation that can ever come to you should be great enough to warrant you in turning this information or these monographs over to strangers or the unworthy, or to permit them to become generally known publicly, or to be issued in books for publication, sale, or used by persons to injure the order or the great masters in their work, or persons in any walk of life. Rather would you burn them and let them fall into hands that are unworthy. Rather would you defend them with the sacrifice of your life than to have them used to hurt the order, and to eventually hurt you. Therefore, you will keep them securely locked under cover, and if you are going on an extended tour where your lessons cannot be carefully preserved during your absence, or while you travel, you will do them up in a strong package with your name on them, and return them to headquarters, with a letter asking us to hold them for you until your return. And you will also make provision, with some letter attached to the package of lessons, in whatever place you are preserving them, to the effect that in the case of your transition the package is to be returned to us with a plea that no one read them, since they are confidential and private. And make arrangements with someone of your family or among your friends whom you can trust, to see that such is done after your transition. And you will not discuss these teachings with other members who have not received them, and with no member who claims to have them unless that member can say to you, I am a member of the 10th degree which does not exist on the material plane. Unless a member of a more can say that phrase to you in just that way, you will know that he has not received this instruction and is not worthy to discuss it. Members who after due examination do not prove that they have the sacred bunk and occult nonsense of the 10th degree should be ignored as unworthy. Should deny that there are any secret instructions in 10th degree. Lewis denies it in White Book D, so should you. He sidesteps W high not you. These things must not be discussed. Someone may discover that the great masters and great White Lodge of Tibet are in San Jose, and that secret teachings of Tibet are manufactured and fabricated in California by the great masters of deception. Popular conceptions of Tibet make it possible for them to vend their fake and worthless wares. It matters not where it leads, if it produces the cash and increases the royal revenues of the family racket. Any member who says that he or she is in the 10th degree and has had some of 10th degree instruction simply means that he has completed the 9th degree and is receiving lessons beyond the 9th, while we are waiting to find out whether or not he is worthy and ready for these secret instructions or not. So no matter what these members say to you about their 10th degree membership, or their 10th degree lessons, in any lodge or from headquarters, you will know that, unless they use the precise phrase stated above, they are not receiving these special secret lessons, and are not to know that they exist. Therefore, you shall not even say to any member of any grade that there are any secret or special instructions in the 10th degree. You shall simply say that you have finished the 9th and you are still studying with them, and if any discussion arises regarding the great masters, seen or unseen, living in Tibet or anywhere else, or if any discussion arises in regard to the Great White Lodge and the Great White Brotherhood the teachings of Tibet, or the higher teachings of the Order of Rosicrucians, you are never to admit to anyone except to one that you know is receiving the same instructions, that you know anything about Tibet, the great masters, or the secret teachings. You may admit that you have read something about Tibet as everybody has, but do not attempt to give them the correct information which we are going to give you in these lessons. It is far better to allow seekers to have their general and popular understanding of Tibet and its work, than to try to give them the real facts before. Therefore, with this little introduction, and with the full realization that we are now proceeding on a course of study that may last months or years, and lead we know not where, and with an increased sense of our united fraternalism, and devoted affiliation with the organization of Rosicrucians, I proceed to give you the further information. In preparing these lessons, J have preferred to. The secret Tibet bunk is prepared in California by the Imperator in person, he being the Reverend Sabatha Bhikkhu of the Great White Lodge of San Jose, and of course is responsible for the present them as my own instruction, speaking to you in the first person and telling you the facts that are known to me, and giving you the laws and principles as I have had them given to me, thereby making you my personal student in these teachings and assuming the entire responsibility for every statement made, for every principle explained, and every result that may come through the giving of these teachings into your hands. Naturally I shall output of occult bunk dispensed. How do you like it? Are you enthusiastic? Be glad to have a word from you expressing your appreciation, your continued loyalty and devotion, as well as your enthusiasm regarding these studies. With the kindest of personal regards and fraternal greetings, I am your eternal Frater, H. Spencer Lewis, F.R.C., Imperator, signed, HSLMF. The summation. The Imperator hangs himself. The secret teachings end with the 9th grade, thereafter the lectures are only supplementary reading, not containing any fundamental secret teachings. Above the 9th grade, the members receive their teachings in another manner having nothing to do with typewritten lectures. In the 10th grade, typewritten lessons or lectures are used, purporting to give the most profound secrets of the inner circle. Members of the 9th degree are mere neophytes in the outer circle, knowing nothing of the profound inner secrets. Members of the 10th degree receive the inner secrets in typewritten lectures, making them the holy and elect of the inner circle, and the members of the 11th degree receive the rarest thoughts of the most highly recognized Rosicrucian masters in typewritten lectures, copied from books, to aid them in their ascent up the mountain to the highest stages of development. Perhaps you can make heads and tails of it, but to us it is a jumble of poison oak and ivy which at last circles the Imperator of Amor round in strangling embrace. Number 7. The mystical smoke screen in the occult. 7 is a mystical number. Accordingly, Lewis frames this, his charge number 7, as a mystical smoke screen to add confusion and to detract attention from the important and serious facts and the truth concerning his fraternal racket and mystic swindle carried on in the sacred name of the Rosy Cross, and with the aid of many Masonic honors from abroad. He says, Clymer further charges that Franz Hartmann and von Eckartshausen, from whom the specific extracts were taken by Mork, italics never were Rosicrucians, and should not have been quoted. Mr. Clymer either willfully falsified when he said that Franz Hartmann was never a member of the Rosicrucians, or he knows nothing about Rosicrucian history. Underscore this is unique and wonderful, indeed, although he conceded and confessed under his charge number 6, as we have just seen, that the works of Franz Hartmann and von Eckartshausen, from whom the specific extracts were taken by Mork, that is, by Lewis, and made into about 40 secret lectures, and so much more. Lecture, and represented in the lectures to be the highest and most profound Rosicrucian teachings, were not and are not fundamental Rosicrucian doctrines and had naught to do with Rosicrucian teachings, principles, laws, and demonstrations. Many the face of this are contradictory, paradoxical. Imperator, trafficking in brotherly love and racketeering in fraternalism, insists upon asserting, arguing, and debating that Hartmann and Eckartshausen were Rosicrucians. To what end and for what purpose? clearly to divert attention from his fraternal racket and Rosicrucian Masonic swindle by creating a book of controversy and confusion upon a side issue, which he deemed merely incidental and of relative unimportance. In truth, of little importance, so far as we are now concerned in connection herewith, since Lewis, in his own inimical way, has conceded our point and has admitted that he did take the material for his lectures from the books as charged *TVs. For ye to better understand his various methods and the manifold devices employed to perpetuate his hierarchy of fraud, let us take a look at the evidence he presents to sustain his erroneous position. It is that von Eckartshausen was a Rosicrucian because the committee finds from the historical books and other records of Europe that von Eckartshausen has always been admitted, and called, a Rosicrucian. Registered, that is the proof. All the proof he offers. Unless it is to be conceded that the egotism of Lewis is omnipotent and the committee infallible, he has offered no trustworthy or credible evidence of the truth of his assertion. As to Franz Hartmann, the committee also finds that in James Hastings' Encyclopedia of Religion and Ethics Franz Hartmann is mentioned in Volume 10 under the subject of Rosicrucianism as a member of the German and Austrian jurisdictions. There have been erroneous rumors to the effect that Dr. Hartmann was a Rosicrucian because he wrote a book of fiction under the title Among the Rosicrucians, and edited the secret symbols of the Rosicrucians, and some uninformed writers and investigators have given credence to that rumor, which is untrue and not justified in fact. The reader will not fail to note it is so apparent the tricky and ambiguous way in which the finding of the committee is stated, namely, that Hartmann is mentioned by Hastings under the subject of Rosicrucianism as a member of the German and Austrian jurisdictions. Jurisdiction of what? Of the OTO, but not of the Rosicrucian order or fraternity. It is another subterfuge, a faked attempt to confuse and to confound. Hastings does not establish the fact, which is not a fact, that Hartmann was a Rosicrucian, and Lewis does not quote from Hastings' works. He merely gives his own untrustworthy and ambiguous statement, a mere inference to leave a false impression in the minds of his readers. See said brochure, pages 17 to 51, or volume I, pages 286 to 321. 5 White Book D, p. 33. But he does offer some evidence, some falsified evidence. On page 26 of White Book D, marked Exhibit No. 10, he reproduces the cover of Die Reuben Swinburne, a German publication of the OTO, which he falsely and cunningly represents to be an RC magazine, and a deleted, marred, and mutilated page, that purports to be page 32 of that magazine, wherein the names of Fraters Dr. Karl Kellner, Dr. Franz Hartmann and Peregrinus, Theodore Royce Wilson, co-founders of the OTO, are mentioned, and this, he says, is evidence indeed, conclusive proof that Dr. Hartmann was a Rosicrucian. Remarkable proof, is it not? In Part 5 of Chapter 4 hereof, in connection with the discussion of the OTO, we will reproduce said Exhibit No. 10 and will show conclusively that Dr. Hartmann was not a Rosicrucian, that he was a Memphis Misraim Mason, clandestine in the United States, and a co-founder of the OTO, and that the OTO is not a Rosicrucian order and has naught to do with the August Fraternity. Prior to the founding of the OTO, he was a Theosophist, as we have shown and as Lewis concedes to be the case. Number 8, a plea for sympathy under his own formulated charge. Number 8, he has his voluntary, rapid investigating and fact-finding committee jump at conclusions and declare. Clymer furthermore attempts to belittle the uses many cunning Imperator Lewis by claiming that in 1907 he was tricks to deceive only an office boy, working in a magical palace, not a few little ones. Picking up a few little tricks, which he now uses to deceive his members at conventions and lodge demonstrations. Clymer claims that in 1906 the Imperator Lewis was not only a mere office boy, but uneducated and in no way prepared to go to Europe in 1909 and receive the initiation in the Rosicrucian order, because he had never graduated from public school. This is a plea for sympathy and a self-created opportunity to bolster up himself, to tell what a great man he really is and to allege his association with the celebrities, of which he takes full advantage. The statement is a typical fabrication after his own peculiar style and is falsely attributed to us. We have made no such statements about Imperator Louis. We have said, and it is a fact, that he has never received Rosicrucian initiation in Europe or elsewhere, and that he is not a Rosicrucian initiate. It was alleged in Smith's answer in the case of Amor vs. Smith, which he avoided at the price of $15,000 degree, that he, at one time, worked in a magical store and learned some tricks and furthered his education along the line of expert deception and illusion. It was also alleged that he had not graduated from the public school, nor attended any college or university authorized to confer academic degrees, all of which was alleged to show that the academic degree of Ph.D., Doctor of Philosophy, which he claims to possess, was purely a bogus degree used in furtherance and in aid of his fraudulent RC order and family racket. The Imperator, well educated but educated in the inverse and wrong way. It may be that he graduated from a public grade school and did not complete high school. We do not know, but we do know that we have never said, nor would we say, that he is uneducated, nor would we belittle his many clever, cunning, and subtle talents, or underestimate his highly developed genius for astute and crafty deception. Indeed, he is highly educated, too well educated, and entirely in the wrong way. The word educate comes from a root word which means to draw out, to develop that which is within. He has drawn out and highly developed a rare genius for the successful manipulation of all the subtle wiles of the deceptive arts. He has acquired an astute knowledge of effective sank and publicity. With these highly developed talents, he has evolved a singular system of hiatus fake Rosicrucian initiation and false claims of Rosicrucian Masonic authority for his fraudulent fraternal racket will be studied and discussed at length in chapters 4, 5, and 6 hereof. 9. The case referred to and discussed in chapter 1 hereof. Pressure, advertising, and salesmanship. With genius most unusual, he fabricated, instituted, and has since successfully maintained a wholly spurious and fraudulent Rosicrucian Masonic organization, recently, 1928 to 1930, converted into an exclusive family racket. With his marvelously developed talents for subtle plausibility and ingenious deception, this resourceful charlatan and mountebank extraordinary has deceived, misled, and defrauded thousands. He has deceived the most astute editors of authoritative dictionaries, encyclopedias, and books of reference, and publishers of high-class newspapers and magazines, as shown in our personal foreword hereto. He has made dupes of them all, and many have permitted him to use their publications as free vehicles for his clever yet false and insidious propaganda. Yes, he is highly inversely educated. If such genius and unusual talents had been used for worthy ends, there is no telling how much good he might have accomplished in the field of legitimate fraternalism. Self-glorification tells of his own great importance. It is a common Lewistonian practice to seize upon and to create opportunities for self-laudation and glorification, not alone to satisfy the vanity of his expansive ego, but also as a trick of his trade, to give respectability to his fraudulent enterprise and lead his victims to believe that they are associated with a great man of far-famed renown. To this end, and to induce the gullible and credulous to join and support his fraternal family racket, he has associated himself with well-known men and women and has continually praised himself and mythically, by various means, while stirred up and built himself into the fictitious age of San Jose, the self-exalted most perfect master profundis and the all-important, self-sufficient imperator of the hierarchy of Amorca's remarkably designed family racket and fraternal swindle. Again he creates, in his recent book of deception, the opportunity to have his committee blow his horn and find that, other evidence shows that in 1905 the IMA Lewistonian Imperator Louis was elected president of the new tent studied and discussed at length in chapter 6 hereof. Institution. York Institute for Psychical Research because of his scientific knowledge in the field of metaphysics associated with and mysticism, and that his associates in that were important people. Organization were Ella Wheeler Wilcox, Frat Albert Hubbard and Mr. Funk, of Funk and Von Yals, publishers of the Literary Digest, and many other prominent persons. Other evidence shows that Imperator Louis in 1906 was not employed as a special writer and feature writer for the New York Herald and the New York World, and the Committee reproduces here with a special article written statement of at the request of the editor of the New York William Reasoner World and published in January of 1907 in one of its Sunday editions dealing with the work done by H. Spencer Lewis as president of the New York Lewis Racket Institute for Psychical Research. This society was composed of several hundred scientists and investigators who were studying the subject of psychic and amorph cells, telepathic demonstrations, and of general metaphysics memberships and Cal principles. It was a non-commercial organizer books. Selling no membership, selling no books, and having no business features of any kind. In connection with the foregoing statement, he publishes as his Exhibit No. 11. An article he wrote for the New York World entitled, Greatest Psychic Wonder of 1906, with a cut of himself, as the president of the New York Institute of Psychical Research. This is to show that he was a young man of some importance. Of course, he was the president he was. The entire institute, with which he associated names of prominent people, a practice he has continued in connection with the promotion and maintenance of his spurious R.C. order and fraternal enterprise. The above-mentioned William Reasoner, in his aforesaid recently recorded interview, in speaking of Lewis' schemes and methods of deception, said that, italics ours. He would rent the Scottish Rite Hall here and presumably for San Francisco, presumably for a religious service. Religion, but he would then give a free concert with such perfer propaganda. Sons as Beatrice Bowman, of the Metropolitan Opera, Jan Kubelik or Hoffman, I now forget. Prominent, important people. Honorary memberships. Lewis was the New York Institute for Psychical Research. Which one? To give concerts. These cost nothing to the audience. These services were well advertised with their attractions and drew the best kind of people. They were free, and Lewis would give a propaganda talk on amorph. After one of these meetings we had 73 applications for membership. I recall among them were 4 who had Doctor of Philosophy degrees, 3 medical doctors, 3 lawyers, and a number from other professions. Some had no education except in the school of experience. These members we took in, and it gratified Lewis that he was getting some persons of prominence. Membership he gets in many ways. Lewis has a big ego that must be gratified. He must be associated with big names in his organization. To get that association he gives honorary memberships to prominent people, like he did to Ella Wheeler Wilcox, Albert Hubbard, Marie Corelli, and others. He sends them honorary memberships. Maybe they see them and maybe they don't. Probably they throw the membership cards into the waste paper basket. But Mr. Lewis accomplishes his purpose. He has made members of amorph, has them entered on his books as members, and no one can deny that they are members. Just like the Psychical Research Society. That was Mr. Lewis. He was the society. He mentioned some names as other members, wrote some articles about it, but he was the society. Plea for sympathy concluded pursuing his tactics of attributing to us statements we had not made, and confusing matters as much as possible. He asserts that a complete record of his activities throughout all those years and up to the present time has been verified, and concludes his plea for sympathy as follows. Thus Clymer stinging, personal, vitriolic slurs against H. Spencer Lewis as a reputable person are negated by indisputable evidence, some of which is reproduced herewith. But why did Clymer have to add such a deliberate falsehood to his chain of accurate evidence? Can anyone believe anything that Clymer says in his charges and claims? Registered in turn we ask, why was it necessary for Lewis to attribute to us statements we had not made which he says are deliberately false, but which may be partly true? Clearly it was for the purpose of charging us with the making of a personal attack on him, to create sympathy for himself, to discredit us and to detract attention from our serious charges, the real charges that he cannot honestly face, and to which he cannot truthfully reply. Thus, in his cleverness, he would leave the impression that no one can believe anything that Clymer says in his charges and claims. Number 9. Supreme muddling, confusion profound in restating the charges against himself. Under number 9, the imperator rises to heights supremely ridiculous. He demonstrates as one of his many and varied arts used to mislead and deceive that he is an adept at making confusion profound. Here we have a fair example of his constant practice of misstating facts, confusing the issues, attributing statements to persons who did not make them, and of linking all persons together as conspirators. Who have ever accused him of sharp practices and wrongdoing? He says, Clymer charges that at no time were the books of Amorc audited until the conspirators demanded an audit in 1934, and that the membership was kept in ignorance of what had been done with the funds of the organization. Now, we made no such statement. That charge was made by Mr. Leon Batchelor, his former Grand Treasurer, in a letter addressed to him under date of April 5, 1935, and afterward published. We commented upon this elaborate expose by a former Grand Officer of his Grand Lodge, but those charges were made 3 White Book D, p. 34, 4 White Book D, p. 33, by one of his own Grand Officers, by a man who should know smell by Clymer. We have never made any charge against Lewis until we first had the proof in hand or available. We have made sufficient charges which he has not answered, cannot answer, and, of necessity, must ignore, or evade, by one or more of his crafty stratagems. Further he says, in fact, all the audits proved that Clymer's charges that large sums of money had been sent to Europe or personally misappropriated by the officers were absolutely false and ridiculous. Why does not Clymer quote one single instance of misuse of the funds, since he has had a copy of the auditor's special examination made for him and his cohorts? We made no such charge, nor has anyone, so far as we know, made the charge as stated by Lewis. Here he uses tactics of confusion, often and constantly employed, of linking a charge that nobody made with one that was made, but attributing it to the wrong person. No one made the charge, so far as we know, that large sums of money had been sent to Europe, at least we did not make it. Is the imperator growing suspicious of himself and making this charge out of his own subconsciousness? Mr. Batchelor did charge that Lewis and his son Ralph had misused and misappropriated the funds. He also charged that they used the funds to pay the expenses of themselves and families for many trips to Europe, under the false pretense of attending RC congresses and world or international councils. This is apparently true. These congresses and councils will be considered at length in Chapter 4. Lewis also falsely states and intimates in a footnote, by the use of his favorite and much overworked term conspirators, that we were instrumental in having his books audited, and says that we have had a copy of the audit for 10 months, all of which is wholly untrue. Now, based upon this absolutely false premise, he asks, why does not Clymer quote one single instance of misuse of funds, since he has had a copy of the auditor's special examen of the use and the appropriation of the funds of Amorc by Lewis and Son will be studied and discussed in Chapter 6 hereof. Made for him and his cohorts. The answer is apparent. He simply will not fairly and squarely meet the issue. He is eternally dodging, resorting to artful trickery and cunning stratagems. In our proposal for a complete investigation before an impartial and competent tribunal of his and our own Rosicrucian authority, authenticity, teachings, methods, and practices, we proposed an audit by impartial auditors of our respective institutions, but he refused to submit to such an investigation. The charge in question, that he and his son had misappropriated and misused said funds, along with many other more serious charges, was made by his own former Grand Treasurer, not by Clymer, the head of a rival institution, who in his said letter, of April 5, 1935, to Lewis, specifying numerous serious charges, proposed that they be submitted to an impartial committee of 5 outstanding members of Amorc with scope of independent inquiry for investigation. Did Lewis accept that proposal? Did he submit to a fair and impartial investigation by outstanding Amorc members with full scope of independent inquiry? Oh, no. What did he say? He said in substance, let's debate, let's make a speech, meaning, if you can say meaner things about me than can say about you, if you are slicker and smarter than I am, you win. In Chapter 7 we will give further consideration to his debating obsession and will show why he prefers to publicly debate the issues and charges before a mixed crowd rather than to submit his claims and the evidence thereof to a court or other competent tribunal. And now, in his wife. Book D. How does he dispose of Mr. Bachelor's charges? First, by attributing them to us and denouncing us as a rival who is attempting to destroy them, or so that our little rival concern conducted from a farmhouse in Pennsylvania may grow and profit thereby. These are clever, foxy and cunning tactics and effective in misleading many, even though they are as false and as crooked as hell. Second, by having a committee, wholly under his control and deceptive influence, to declare that there is no merit in the charges and that the Lewis hierarchy is all right. See our brochure, A Challenge and the Answer, pages 28 ETSEQ, or volume I, pages 156 ETSEQ 8. This will have full consideration in Chapter 3. As we have stated, we do not know Mr. Bachelor, we have never had any connection with him, nor any communication from him. He is not our cohort. He was a cohort of Lewis until he discovered that Bachelor was entirely too honest to be of service as required and was unwilling to commit perjury in his behalf. Then he fired him. The Lewis hierarchy has the autocratic power to hire and fire grand treasurers as well as every officer of a morgue from the highest to the lowest, as we shall see in Chapter 6. Number 12. Crooked ways, twisted statements. Under his number 12, in a crooked, twisted and false statement, he continues his tactics of confusion and, appealing to the prejudices and blind loyalty of his victims or paying members, he says in substance that Clymer or his associates also charged that the Post Office Department was one. In 1935 conducting serious inquiries looking towards the cancellation of a morgue's mail privileges. Now that is a crooked, twisted statement, made with intent to deceive and mislead. It is another of the many instances clearly showing the crooked ways and crafty, cunning, and deceptive methods as well as the designs and purposes of a crooked, artful and mystic racketeer. Clymer did not make that charge. It was made by his own former Grand Treasurer in his said letter of April 5, 1935. We made no comment upon that charge as made by Mr. Bachelor because it was our information at the time that the Post Office Department was making no investigation and that M.R. Bachelor had inadvertently confused it with another investigation then contemplated or actually being made by another department of the federal government, namely, the Federal Trade Commission. Registered Lewis statement of the charges numbers 10 and 11 will be considered in Chapter 6 hereof. 1. Official investigations of the Lewis hierarchy of fraud and the action the governmental officials should take will be considered at length in Chapter 6 hereof. Post Office investigation. Lewis claims immunity from governmental action. He then had the voluntary committee find, in substance, that the government did make a long and thorough investigation some years ago, after the conspirators had filed a malicious complaint, that the mail was not stopped and that no investigation by the Post Office was then pending. Most of the alleged findings of the alleged voluntary committee are not true. It is just another one of the typical Lewistonian statements, so framed as to confuse, deceive, and mislead. No complaint was filed by conspirators. As we have shown in Chapter 1, it was filed in August 1931 by Miss Myrtle Crane, one of his former members, long before Lewis conceived the idea of using the conspiracy bugaboo as a smokescreen and protective device. It was a serious, meritorious complaint, not a malicious one. She filed with the Chief Inspector of the Post Office Department a suitcase of documents to prove most of the charges, and gave the names of witnesses by whom the other charges could be proved, and, taken all in all, it seems that she tendered the government a very good case, with the means and ways pointed out of establishing the fraudulent nature of the enterprise and the deceptive operation thereof. There was no long and thorough investigation as found by the committee, it was merely perfunctory. After the investigation closed, Lewis boasted that he knew the way and had the means to forestall and to prevent any serious governmental investigation or action. Perhaps he has, we do not know, and dare not say. Lewis concludes his remarks under number 12 in this wise: thus another very malicious and false charge remains for Clymer and his cohorts to wipe away with more manufactured evidence or tricky statements. Or, will they contend that all parts of the government are incompetent to investigate a work, and only the 6 conspirators are capable of knowing the truth? This involved and ambiguous statement is not altogether clear, but we gather from it that he expects us to follow his methods. Evidently he feels that he has made a perfect answer. We do not 116 admire his methods and do not like the suggested alibi. We do not attribute this apparent miscarriage of justice to the incompetency of the governmental investigation agencies, but to the extreme cunning and exceedingly fine mafia hand of Lewis of the hierarchy of plausible deception, who has deceived thousands, among them the smartest and wisest of mankind, and who has, apparently, thus far fooled the high governmental officials and prevented proper action being taken on at least 2 adverse reports made by special official investigators. Yet we feel no discouragement but believe that ultimately the whole truth will be known by all citizens, that our high governmental officials will take proper action and exact justice will be done. Truth crushed to earth shall rise again, the eternal years of God are hers, but error, wounded, writhes in pain, and dies among his worshippers. Number 13 Clymer is evil spectre. Under his number 13, Lewis demonstrates to a remarkable degree and with certainty his great desire to present Clymer as his evil ever-present spectre, and relentless persecutor. He says, Clymer's associates claim and proceeds to discuss and misstate, in his usual crooked and twisting manner, a charge made against him by his former Grand Treasurer, with whom Clymer has not been and is in no way associated. Here we are afforded another example of the great variety of the subtle arts and tactics of this resourceful charlatan. It also leaves the conviction that he feels that if he could only rid himself of Clymer and destroy the authentic Rosicrucian order represented by Clymer, there will be reasonably smooth sailing upon his sea of plausible deception for his fraternal family racket and spurious, fraudulent RC order. But the Clymer that he fears so much and denounces so vehemently is perhaps the nemesis of his own subconsciousness, i.e., the image of retributive justice. To this was revealed and came to light in the trial of the case of Roy W. and A.E. Smith versus Supreme Grand Lodge of Amor et al. In the Federal District Court at San Francisco, in February 1936. And answer till Swiss WHI, who that constantly haunts him. The authentic order will stand, like truth, unshaken and unaffected by his unholy assaults of miserable misrepresentation. Registered the particular charge to which he pretends to reply under his number 13 with pretentious arguments and ballyhooing ridicule, made by M.R. Bachelor, ex-Grand Treasurer of his Grand Lodge, is as follows: you have urged the members to purchase certain books, representing them to be published by other firms, whereas these firm names were fictitious, and you and your family profited from the publication and sale of these books. Now read the typically Lewistonian ballyhoo on page 36 of his White Book of Deception, in reply to the foregoing charge, and note the methods employed. They are typical devices, stratagems, and subterfuges constantly employed by the imperator of the hierarchy of brotherly love to cast a mantle of confusion about his fraudulent operations and to create a smokescreen to hide a fraternal swindle, from which he and his family receive their luxurious sustenance. Number 14 More confusion and self-laudation. In his discussion under number 14 there is a repetition of his oft-repeated statement that Clymer and his associates claim and charge, whereas he is undertaking to reply to charges made by one of his former associates, his former Grand Treasurer, not to charges made by Clymer. In fact, he has given very little space in his White Book of Deception in an effort to reply to the basic and serious charges made by Clymer, while every effort has been made to evade them. But he has devoted considerable space in an attempted reply to certain unimportant incidental matters relating thereto, and to those charges of his former Grand Treasurer to which he thought he had a plausible answer. As to the basic charges made by Clymer and the serious charges made by Bachelor, he has maintained a discreet and profound silence. Under this number, it is interesting and illuminating to note that he had his voluntary committee find as a fact that the membership of the organization has dead. Registered. These false representations will be fully considered in Chapter 3 hereof. Italics ours oddly increased, even during the years of the Depression, that in any month not more than a small fraction of % of the membership has to other reasons, signed from the order's activities, and these come not discovery of blood resignations have been due to removals to 4. The fraud in countries, inability to keep up the study period or other reasons, and in only a very small number of cases less than 1/10 of 1% due to take their medicine. Resigning members make any complaint regarding no complaint. The teachings or the activities of the organization Felix ours. That the organization has had a marvelous and steady growth in every way. A serious conflict committee's findings vs. Lewis testimony. The foregoing is the findings of fact of his voluntary committee, in reality Lewis statements. Now, let us compare his foregoing statements, made in the name of his committee, with his statements made under oath in the case of Amor vs. Smyry on June 26, 1933, while the Depression was still on. In the above-mentioned case, to show that Smith's activities had been injurious to Amor, Lewis testified in substance that there had been a serious loss in membership, that Smith's activities had resulted in the withdrawal of members and prevented others from joining. That the loss in 2 years was nearly $60,000, that in 1931 22,000 members were paying dues, whereas at that time, June 1933, about 10 to 12,000 were paying dues, and that about 5 or 6,000 had been lost because of the Depression. Here we have another splendid example of Lewis' stability, credibility, and his regard and respect for the truth. When he deemed it desirable to say through his voluntary committee that the membership had steadily increased even during the Depression, and the organization had a marvelous and steady growth in every way, why, he simply said it, truth or no truth. When there was a legal necessity to prove loss of membership to make a case against Smith, he stated under oath, if that means anything, Lewis testimony, transcript on appeal, Amor B.S. Smith, p. 383 and 515, 516 and 518. That there had been a heavy loss in membership, that Smith's activities had reduced the paying members, in 2 years, from 22,000 to 10 or 12,000, and that 5 or 6,000 had been lost because of the Depression. A perfect picture of the perfected Ananias, a cheerful, ready, artful and plausible Ananias. Value as proof avoiding real issues with confusion aside from the various charges of the misuse of funds made by his former Grand Treasurer, which we will study and consider in Chapter 6. Lewis' reply under number 14 purports to be a reply with much value to other charges made by M.R. Bachelor, his former close associate, which are, as follows: you have kept the members ignorant of all essential facts concerning the order. You do not allow them to know the number of members, nor do you inform them that the turnover of the membership is about 300 to 400 per month. This is due to the fact that the so-called membership committee is a myth. Through exaggerated advertising, which is against the rules of the order, you have taken the money and issued membership to anyone who sent in a $5 initiation fee. You have reduced the high and dignified plane of the order to the level of a commercial correspondence school with much value and falsehood. Entirely due to your methods of conducting the affairs of the order, it has suffered in public esteem. In all occult, philosophical, fraternal, and educational circles, it is held in contempt, and looked upon as a fraud. Here in San Jose, where the activities of the order are centered and you are well known, you are looked upon with suspicion, considered a clever grafter, a pious racketeer, and a monumental humbug. Thus the work of the order is impeded, and its usefulness circumscribed. Italics ours. To these charges he replied, as we have noted above, by assert. In contrary to his sworn testimony, that his family enterprise has had a marvelous and steady growth in every way even during the Depression. And to the serious specific charge that his fraternal swindle, in all occult, philosophical, fraternal, and educational circles is held in contempt and looked upon as a fraud. And that where he is well known he is looked upon with suspicion and considered a clever grafter, a pious racketeer, and a monumental humbug, he replies by showing that the officials and the good people of the city of San Jose have great respect and reverence for racketeering in brotherly love and fraternal swindles. Even the postmaster recommends it because it increases postal receipts. The hotel keepers and business folks praise it because of its great conventions, the largest ever assembled bringing business to the city, and the Chamber of Commerce to which Lewis or his enterprise belongs and pays dues, pays high tribute to the organization and its manipulators. And that everybody in all walks of life in all the city looks up to clever grafting, pious racketeering, and monumental humbugging with awe and admiration. How does he prove and demonstrate all of this? By having his most unusual voluntary committee make its remarkable findings, as follows. The committee also found that at each convention various officials of the city have been present and welcomed the Rosicrucians to the city of San Jose, and have paid high tribute to the organization and particularly to its imperator and other executives. During the convention this very year, a member representing the city council and a member representing the Chamber of Commerce were present and in behalf of the city paid high tribute to the organization and its officers. The committee interviewed newspaper editors, the chief of police, the judges of the courts, the city manager, the merchants, principals of schools, the postmaster, and as many other prominent characters in the city as they could find, and found all of them paying the highest tribute to the organization and its officers. In fact, the entire assembly of members and delegates attending the convention in 1935, the largest ever assembled, found that wherever they went throughout WC, the city of San Jose, storekeepers, hotel managers, and persons of all walks of life paid high tribute to the Amor organization and its officers registered thus. With such value he proves that his fraternal swindle and his pious racketeering in brotherly love are held in high esteem in San Jose, that bachelor's charges are false and malicious, and that Clymer's charges that his fraternal racket and spurious Rosicrucian Masonic order is a gigantic fraud must of necessity be ignored and hidden in a cloud of confusion. Other charges summarily disposed of with ease, having dealt only with the more or less incidental matters relating to the real issue, and the serious charges, having attempted to reply to those matters only to which he thought he had a plausible answer, and by the use of clever subterfuge and cunning stratagems, he disposes of the real issue, the serious charges, to which there is no real and substantial answer, except confession, without ceremony or delay, by having his voluntary and most convenient committee declare that, thus each and every one of the charges published by Clymer in his pamphlets and subscribed to by his ASO GAs here in California, constituting what is, in our opinion and belief, a group of conspirators, or originated by Mr. Saunders, were found to be absolutely false, and in not one single instance was there any evidence to support even a slight foundation for the charges made. For this reason the Membership Defense Committee herewith presents the summary of the report by the Committee on Administration and Welfare, which embodies the report by the Committee on Grievances, with their attestations as to the investigations they conducted and the facts as they found them registered. Rather remarkable, if not dumbfounding. Well, it must be admitted that when Lewis writes a certificate for himself he does 5 white book deep, pages 36 to 37. 8 white book deep, p. 37. A good job of it. He is no novice at the art of self-certification and self-laudation. And then he had 22 good and reputable, but highly prejudiced, very credulous and extremely careless men and women sign and swear to that remarkable certificate and fact-finding, truth-veiling and guilt-shielding special and voluntary committee's report. The great imperator, after having dictated or written their report for them, having used them as a shield and convenience, having spoken in their names for himself, and having filled the report with plausible falsehoods, with all manner of tricky stuff, and with bold-faced and outright false statements, had them signed and swear to it. The fact that Lewis had them swear to it indicates that in his own mind he was doubtful of it carrying conviction to his readers and members, hence he attempted to give it more force than it carries on its face and more dignity than it deserves. By adorning it with the sanctity of the oaths of 22 of his deluded and vassal victims. It requires the superlative genius of an adept and master deceiver, possessed of all the bewitching wiles and the most extraordinary understanding of the deceptive arts, and the unique ability to operate them to perfection, to fool good honest people. Like that, to make them his willing spokesmen and servants to denounce their real benefactors, who would expose the swindle and protect them from the hierarchical racket of Lewis and Son. How can intelligent men and women become so credulous and trust with such blind and careless confidence? How can they be thus deluded and so completely hoodwinked that they refuse to really investigate or to see the truth when it is placed before their eyes? Questions for the committees: how well did they investigate? Did the committee examine and even casually consider our booklet, The Right to the Exclusive Use of Rosicrucian Names, wherein we give an account of the official proceedings in Pennsylvania, in which it was decided that Lewis does not have the right 7 republished as Book 4, Volume I, pp. 175 to 267, to use Rosicrucian names or titles, wherein we prove by his own published statements that he had no Rosicrucian authority when he fabricated his spurious R.C. organization which he is conducting as a family enterprise. That is the basis of the fraud. Did the committee really consider that booklet, the facts presented and the proof contained therein before they swore that there is no evidence? Evidently not. Lewis had them conveniently and completely ignore it. What? Did the committee make a careful, searching and thorough investigation into Lewis' alleged Rosicrucian authority and his right to carry on a Rosicrucian organization? Did they carefully examine, carefully check and really ascertain the authenticity of the various so-called charters, certificates and documents issued to Lewis or made by himself, that he claims confers Rosicrucian authority upon him and gives him the right to conduct a family racket and fraternal swindle in the name of the Rosy Cross? Did they carefully examine the teachings, lessons, and lectures to see if they are genuine Rosicrucian teachings? Did they check them in all the grades or degrees to see how much is bunk, manufactured or copied from published books? And would they know Rosicrucian teachings if they saw them? Did they look at the papers that Lewis said were auditors' reports, and did they actually audit the books or check the auditors' reports with the books? Did they check up and ascertain how much Lewis has paid himself and family during the past 5 years in the form of salary, traveling expenses, trips to Europe and by other methods? Did they ascertain how much he has spent on various projects to amuse himself and gratify his self-exaltation? Did they find out how much he has paid to lawyers and spent to protect his fraudulent enterprise and to keep in business? Did they find it true that he paid Smith's attorney $15,000 out of Amorc funds so he would not have to face the proof of Smith's charges that Amorc is a fraudulent concern? Did they find that only the Lewis family are the order and that they were not members of the order? In short, did they make an honest, good faith, real and genuine investigation to determine the truth of the charges made by their former Grand Treasurer? And when they interviewed the former attorney for the order, and other former members, also alleged to be conspirators, did they report truly what they said, and did they embody such statements in their report? If so, why did not Lewis publish it? Did they examine the document published by Lewis as Exhibits NOS 6 and 8 in White Book D before he deleted and mutilated them? Did they ascertain whether they are what they purport to be or really prove what Lewis claimed? Did they have those important Rosicrucian documents translated? Did they know what they contain, or did they take Lewis' word for it? Did they know that all of the evidence exhibited to them by Lewis to prove that he has attended RC congresses in Europe and that there is an international RC council was pure bunk and proved nothing, except that Lewis was hoodwinking and deceiving them in a big way? To be sure, the committee, composed of good men and women, did not know they were victims of clever deception and expert hoodwinking. However, our review of Lewis' falsified proof, mutilated documents, misrepresented important charters, manufactured evidence and evasive tactics, as presented in this book, no doubt will prove as illuminating to the committees as it will be interesting to our readers and all parties interested in exposing and suppressing occult frauds and fraternal swindles. CEASD Crackpasser 8 Diatono RW Rare and we Chapter 3 GE 1 OSGDGOECRA Apogrit GKIAD. Tours AMD active managers of the long introduced at a hearing before the Secondspiracy. Secretary of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania again in 1934. Mr. Alfred Saunders. At other times he has invented strange medicines and mystic charms or amulets, and has printed circulars describing one, and offering for sale strange remedies claimed to do things which medical and record in England. See the Birmingham Scientific Men have proven absurd and Daily Post, Birmingham, England, for ridiculous. Wednesday, July 15, 1903, was not only his latest and most astonishing leader of an alleged clandestine fiction about himself and his powers, his Freemasonic body in New York, but that he is the successor to a man by openly claimed and artfully admitted the name of Dr. Beverly Randolph. That he had a Rosicrucian organization who Clymer says was the originator of his own, in embryo, and saw to America's first Rosicrucian organization. Introduce it in America under the title as the successor to Randolph, this of Temple of Neath, which term he farmer printer believes that he has used in his correspondence of the past. Third, the number of titles which Randolph used only in a novel, a book of fiction, and never taken seriously by. We have already described this individual to some extent in the history of the plot. This man with a serious belief, Reuben Swinburne Clymer, any of its readers in the 19th century. Dr. Clymer has, admittedly, a German or Dutch printer who deceased in printing and selling about West covered years ago that it was more 1,000 copies of his own Rosicrucian. Profitable to spend all of his time at the O0XS in which he attempts to give his time case than in farming, and leaving for own very poor and unlearned description his hobby of printing to spare TME in of the Rosicrucians. His ignorance of indulgences in his amateur press ancient Rosicrucian landmarks, some especially when it enables him to foster poise, terms, principles, and ideals, is so underscore and glorify some of the weirdest notions extensive and colossal that he actually three than a human mind ever harbored. His Tereg symbols of old and cults and 7 fondness for titles, 4 self-appointed AG 4 ops them, and does Ray Howare and self-devised positions of eminent 5 sent on tact a single genuine Rosicrucian authority, supported by diplomas and enter in Europe. Maiters of his own creation and printers we. But, Dr. Clymer does know how to siag sec work of the federal government. Threaten everyone with more of his and his craze for appropriating or simulate printed matter in an attempt to add the names and emblems of other few more members to the group of organizations is second only to his fallible persons who have joined his tastic love for writing, threatening, and Rosicrucian society conducted from 7 challenging letters to every person or the little farmhouse just outside of an organization that seems to be an OB Pennsylvania town. Stickled to the impossible goal, he has said this is his great delusion. If I can for himself, Grand Master of the world, break down the fate of thousands who, and the islands of the sea, are now members of that organization known as a morgue, some of them may believe that I am their savior and accept my claims to Rosicrucian authority and join my classes, buy my books and did have some money, it is alleged by C eventually secure one of my Royal Fraternitas. The American Medical Association in its Trinity diplomas. Journal for December 15, 1923. It is since Dr. Clymer has never been even claimed by this association that member of a morgue, is unacquainted Mr. Clymer issued to himself a diploma with his inner workings, claims to have with the degree of Dr. sometime beta only true Rosicrucian temple of I sent for his college was actually funked the whole world in his farm bone. Engineering in a small post office box has been in so much legal difficulty and at any rate, the journal alleges the past, his motive in attacking 7J Ione and the federal government closed the morgue may be justly questi siphon fraudulent diploma mills, and tably suspicioned by any fair mind. Mr. Clymer was one of those to be found guilty. All of this evidence of fraud was see photo exhibits NOS 2 and 3. 910 / years ago he invented, in his mind, great medical colleges or colleges of therapeutics, and offered diplomas to those who had no medical training but. This is page 10 of White Book D, with each grossly false statement and ugly unjustified insinuation marked to identify them with the complete answer thereto in the text. It is a concentrate of willful falsehoods, bitterness, and envy. For all this is Lewis Exhibit No. 2. The foreground in upper picture is given the appearance of an unkempt farm, then being cleared to erect a new library. CR Exhibit I. 1. Is the storage house, probably referred to as the vacant barn temple. 2. Is Beverly Hall. CR Exhibits AB. C. 3. Is the conservatory and greenhouse. CR Exhibit B, and 4. Is our personal insignia, signature, or coat of arms. There is no barn on the premises. See text. Personal attacks, countercharges, falsified and manufactured evidence in an attempt to destroy the real to perpetuate a spurious RC order, still another and other. Stratagems. Thus far we have dealt with two of the major Lewistonian subterfuges, devices, and stratagems used to avoid the truth that he dared not face, and used by him instead of an honest answer to serious charges based upon the facts. Here we present another of his many stratagems and devices. There are still others to be dealt with in chapters to follow. Here we deal with the common and ordinary stratagem, namely, bitter personal attack and false countercharges against a hated rival, who has exposed his racket and produced irrefutable proof of his occult fraud and fraternal swindle. The subterfuge of vicious attacks and abusive false countercharges is a stratagem that involves no cunning cleverness or subtle ingeniousness. It is commonly and generally used by the crudest as well as by the smartest of mankind. However, the smart never use it except under conditions of absolute necessity, and the honorable class of mankind never use it under any circumstances. Its purpose and the necessity for its use are apparent to all, even to the dumbest of mankind. In connection with the personal attack on Clymer the individual, he also attacks Clymer the Supreme Grand Master of the authentic Rosicrucian fraternity in America, and with false statements, falsified and manufactured evidence, he fain would destroy the real order that his own false and fraudulent are. See order may survive. Here, also, his sordid purpose and crooked designing are fully apparent to all. For convenience and study by the reader, we have placed at the beginning of this chapter facsimile reproductions of page 10 and 5 No. 2 of his Black Book of Deception and Stratagem. 1 are reproductions NOS 33 and 34. 2 White Book D, pages 10 and 18. And answer 70 Lewis White's 9500s on page 10 will be found the major portion of his vicious attack, although it is extended throughout the booklet, like mud amid the driftwood and debris lodged against the banks of swollen streams during the storm. In Exhibit No. 2 will be found a typical example of the tricky and falsified evidence used by him to sustain his false statements and to justify his fraternal swindle and family racket. The numbers made with pen and by us placed upon these reproductions are for convenience of reference. The numerals preceding the paragraphs in this chapter refer to the numerals on our reproduction of said page 10 and indicate that the subject matter herein refers to similar subject matter in the reproduction registered, to which we are replying. A German or Dutch printer, 1. His reference to us as a German or Dutch printer and farmer is set in derision, to ridicule, and with bitter hatred. If we were either German or Dutch, we would be proud of our ancestry. They are great races and fine people. You should not speak contemptuously of them, you know, Mr. Lewis, you can't beat the Dutch. The descendants of the Dutch have been known to become presidents of these United States. Our ancestors were Swiss Mennonites who migrated to eastern Pennsylvania in the early colonial days from Bern, Switzerland. Some came by way of England and other lands of temporary residence. The Clymers have been law-abiding and useful citizens. They have not been without honor to themselves and service to their country. One of the family was a signer of the Declaration of Independence and a delegate to the Constitutional Convention. He was also an early member of the Rosicrucian Fraternity in America. *A reasonable modesty dictates that we should say no more on this subject. Sufficient has been said to show that they are not renegades or degenerates. Those who are interested will find a general history of the Clymer family and the Mennonites in a well-considered book, The Mennonite Immigration to Pennsylvania, by C. Henry Smith, Ph.D., a professor of history in Bluffton College, Bluffton, Ohio. 3 Reproduction number 33. *C volume I, p. 416. Printer and Farmer. 2. We are neither printer nor farmer. If we were either, we would be proud of our vocation. The farmers are the backbone of the nation. More than half of our people reside on farms and supply food and necessities to our nation. The printer materially aids in the dissemination of information and contributes much to our intellectual well-being. Without the printer's aid to set the type and print his fabulous, false, high-pressure advertisements, Lewis could not have built his spurious and fraudulent RC. Order and Family Enterprise into the largest occult organization in the world, and without the printer's assistance we could not have exposed it so well and so thoroughly. As a physician, we have earned an honest livelihood by the ethical and honorable practice of medicine and the healing arts. As an author and publisher of several books, we have derived a large income from the sale of such books, all of which we have contributed to the support of the great work of the real Rosicrucian Brotherhood in America. We do not draw a salary or royalties from the fraternity, nor have we sold it our copyright. We gave our all freely and without price. We have never indulged in amateur press shop printing to foster or glorify some of the weirdest notions that the human mind ever harbored, but we have used and are using the facilities of the modern printing plan to prevent Lewis, if possible, from doing that very thing, and to expose him in the glorification of his family racket and the foisting upon the gullible and credulous the weirdest notions that the human mind ever harbored, in the nature of an occult fraud and mystic swindle. Fondness for titles. 3. It is to say the least a strange, fantastic, and weird, if not a valid, defense to accuse another or others of doing that which you have done or intend to do and of being like unto yourself. 5. Lewis sold his copyrights to a Moor for $10,000, as is shown by the testimony of his son Ralph on February 20, 1936, in the case of Roy W. and A.E. Smith et.al. versus Supreme Grand Lodge of Amorc and the Lewises et.al. in the Federal District Court at San Francisco. Official Reporter's Transcript, pp. 51-58. And by his own testimony in the same case, transcript, pages 230, 231. Of course, he and his son draw substantial salaries and other substantial sums from their non-profit sharing family racket, as we shall see in Chapter 6. We suppose that's why the pot called the kettle black. Lewis has oft times resorted to the use of such tactics. Now he charges us with a fondness for titles. In modesty we must decline, we are not worthy of such great honors. As a physician, we are generally addressed with the title of doctor, and as the official head of the Rosicrucian Fraternity in America we have used the title of Supreme Grand Master in official matters. There are other titles that of right we might use and sometimes of necessity must use in connection with the great work of the fraternity in its different branches and orders, but we only use them when necessary and not out of fondness for them. We are pleased most when our members and students simply address us as teacher. We have never used or exploited titles or honors in connection with our membership in other fraternal orders or other societies for personal glorification or to build up the real Rosicrucian order, whose ancient landmarks permit of no such practices. Besides, we are not an egomaniac. Lewis' entourage of titles. Now as to Lewis, we find his fondness for titles most extraordinary, indeed most astounding, and ego glorification such as to put a strutting turkey gobbler and the vainest peacock to shame. In hastily looking over the Lewis publications we find that he uses a flock of titles, high honors, degrees, fellowships, and memberships, of which the following are but a few of the many used, viz. Age. Spencer Lewis, RFC, 12 degrees Illuminati. Toulouse, France. Dr. H. Spencer Lewis, H. Spencer Lewis, Ph.D. O. Spencer Lewis, Doctor of Metaphysics and Psychology, H. Spencer Lewis, Dignitaire Supreme of the Rosicrucian Order, H. Spencer Lewis, Fellow Rose Cross, H. Spencer Lewis, Fellow of the Franciscal RC, H. Spencer Lewis, Rex Universitatis Illuminati, H. Spencer Lewis, Grand Master General, H. Spencer Lewis, Imperator, H. Spencer Lewis, Most Perfect Master Profundis, Member of the Supreme Council RC of the World, Legate of the Order in France, Minister of the Foreign Legation, Fellow of the Rose Cross College of the Rosicrucian Order, Honorary Consular of the Court of Fratra, Italy, Ordained Priest of the Ashrama in India, Sri Sopanit of the Great White Lodge Registered Tibet, and many others. 6. Under the title of Sri Sopanit of Hitler, Lewis granted a charter to his confederates in Belgium to institute a Grand Lodge or sovereign sanctuary of the ancient and in gratification of his expansive and all-inclusive vanity, we suggest that there be added to his horde, pack, or swarm of titles and high honors the following: Lord High Mogul and Chief High Engineer of the Bogus International Council R.C., Illustrious Promoter, Illuminated Co-Founder, Most Puissant Manipulator of the Footpost, and the Most Holy, Most Exalted, Most Illustrious, Most Illuminated and Most Puissant Baron Munchausen of the Occult. To be sure, it does detract from the signal honors of the famous Baron Munchausen, but seeing that he has been so far outclassed by the Imperator of the hierarchy of fraternal hocus pocus for royal revenues only, and that the most perfect Master Profundis has been so successful with his international councils R.C. and his authority universal for all the orders and fraternities of the world, that is to say, his to a post. Yet there are many who seem to think that he should assume, as he has assumed his other titles, the 3 additional titles and honors above suggested, inasmuch as they appear to be truly descriptive of his splendid achievements, universal authority, and superb gentis for racketeering in fraternalism. But that is not all. His Masonic S honors and OTO titles must not be overlooked. Masonic honors and OTO titles. It will be of special interest to all regular Masons of American jurisdiction to note that he hatches a nest full of highest Masonic degrees and honors and gives a glowing account of them, as well as many other honors and extensive authority. In fact, he almost outdoes himself with his description of the honors and powers in the Triangle, his then official mouthpiece, writing under the headline regarding our affiliations, as follows, italics ours. One other item may interest our members. A primitive Masonic rites of Memphis and Mizraim, under which many strange and diverse kinds of illegitimate and clandestine rites of Masonry, including co-Masonry, have been instituted. And under the same august title and non-existing authority he granted a charter to himself and his confederates in Europe, under which he and his cohorts, with the aid of a few misguided and innocent parties, formed the Footpost, as we shall see in Chapter 4, where all these matters will be fully considered. September 7, 1921, Number 6, P1. This refers to his important Rosicrucian document No. 4. See Volume 1, pages 344, 345, 346. The document is reproduced on page 380. In Chapter 4 we will print a translation of this document issued by the OTO, which Lewis claims is a charter, conferring Rosicrucian authority upon him. The translation shows his claims to be false and this description to be fantastic. Large and interesting document was received during the month of August from a sovereign sanctum of Freemasonry abroad, conferring upon our Imperator H. Spencer Lewis the highest Masonic degrees, such as honorary 33rd and the 90th and 95th degrees of the ancient and primitive rites of Memphis and Mizraim, under a charter of author ITY issued by John Yarter 33rd, the eminent Masonic authority and historian and sovereign Grand Master General of England, whereby our Imperator is given the Masonic title of Prince of Memphis, Egypt, member of the Sovereign Tribunal and defender of the order, and sovereign patriarchal conservator of the rites, sublime prince of the Magi. The honorary 33rd degree carries with it the title of Knight Grand Inspector General. The document further makes the Imperator an honorary member of the Sovereign Sanctuary of Switzerland, Austria, and Germany. These Masonic honors are conferred under the Charter of Authority of Grand Orient of Ancient Gaul and Supreme Sanctuary of Great Britain. Also the Ordo Templi Orientis, Oriental Order of the Temple, Fraternity of the Hermetic Light, has conferred its high degrees upon our Imperator with the title of Most Illustrious. Us Sir Knight and Frater RC, appointing our Supreme Lodge in this country as a gauge of amity for the Ordo Templi Orientis of Europe *, the Supreme High Council of the Universe, the World Council of the Rosicrucian Order, i.e., Louis Spurius R. C. Worldwide Order, which according to his expansive and all-inclusive claims possesses most extraordinary powers and authority, has, it seems, also conferred upon him, and his fraternal racket, some most unusual honors, titles, and powers. Continuing in the same article, he says, italics ours. High Council of the Furthermore, the World Council of the Rosicrucian Order, under its official title, translated, the Aid for Another, different and later description of this same document charter. See Volume I, p. 345 and read the translation of the document in Part 5 of Chapter 4 and check against his statements. Imperator's imagination confers upon our order, i.e., the Louis family, high honors. The fabulous, fictitious claims of an inventive and unscrupulous charlatan. This ambitious and pretentious scheme, born in his imagination in 1921, was to be executed in 1934, when he and his cohorts in humbuggery launched the Footpacy. With a comedy burlesque called Footpost, he attempted to give approval to his fraudulent enterprise. See Part 4, Chapter 6. Supreme High Council of the Universe, through its Great White Collegium, Lodge, announces its forthcoming annual pronouncements, conferring upon our order some high honors and making our high-degree members of the Supreme Grand Lodge registered. Of North America, honorary members of the Grand Shrine of Egypt and of the Illuminati of India by virtue of the power of the Magister of the Temple are, as at Calcutta. This Supreme High Council of the Universe has under its immediate direction more than 30 of the secret orders of the world * which have existed since the dawn of civilization, which means all the esoteric orders or fraternities, including the Essenes, Oriental Theosophists, Esoteric Masonry, Rosicrucian, Crateripo of Egypt, Rites of Mitras, Knights of Jerusalem, Oriental Druids, El Ordre du Martinisme, Oriental Knights of Templar, the Order Rosicrucis, etc. The practice of all the ancient and primitive rites of these orders, the conferring of their degrees and the establishment of their lodges are under the control of the Supreme Council, and thereby all are united into one large and cooperative, harmonious, secret organization. Our Imperator is a high officer of this council, and all our members who reach the 12th Illuminati degree of our order will be appointed official representatives of this council. By all this it will be seen that the Amorc is the only organization, body, society, or group of Rosicrucians in America, or in the world for that matter, having the approval, recognition, and direction of the Supreme High Council. Of all ancient and modern secret rites. A monopoly on titles and authority. In reading this remarkable array of titles, special and general degree, the high degree members are Louis and family, who with their handyman Friday are the sole members of the Supreme Grand Lodge, the Louis hierarchy, as we shall see in Chapter 6 hereof. One of more than 30 secret orders of the world under the immediate direction of his mythical, non-existent, Supreme Council of the World decreased greatly LSF. High honors and universal authority, conferred by the Supreme High Council of the Universe, it would seem that all orders and fraternities in America, or in the world for that matter, must discontinue activities for want of authority, and all others must die unhonored and unsung, seeing that H. Spencer Lewis, the Imperial Imperator of the Louis hierarchy of fraternal racketeering, has had all the high honors and highfalutin titles conferred upon him. But no, wait, that is not all. Further perusal of his remarkable literature of self-laudation reveals a few more but less important fellowships, high honors and responsible offices in many societies and institutions of learning, art, muse.c and _science. Some are real, but most of them are fictitious, such as Vice President of the Bacon Society of England, Fellow of the Rose Cross College of France, President of the New York Institute for Psychical Research, membership in and high honors conferred by the International Fine Arts Society in Europe, the Société Filmédique of Verdun, France, the Internationale Scientifique Société of Spain, Société d'Art Scientifique of France, and many titles and honors from other fine arts, literary, dramatic, mystic and fictitious societies of Europe and the world ad arbitrarium, at will, and ad infinitum, to infinity. After reviewing the Lewisonian array of titles, the reader must be impressed with the conclusion that our fondness for titles, to whatever extent it may exist, must of necessity dwindle into insignificance. One wonders why Lewis should ever mention the fondness of others for titles. Not for vanity alone, but Lewis parades his wonderful titles and august authority, not for vanity's sake alone. It is also one of his devices used to impress and mystify the gullible and credulous and to draw them in as supporting members to produce the royal revenues for his occult and mystic enterprises, and to the same end, for the same purpose, he has written, fostered, and glorified some of the weirdest between 1921 and 1934. In 1934 he launched his supreme eminent authority to sit in review of all the orders and fraternities of the universe, his ridiculous farce and buffoonery called the Papacy, but his latest supreme high council of eminent universal authority only numbers 14 orders and fraternities, most of them like his fraternal enterprise being clandestine and spurious. See Part B of Chapter 4 hereof. Notions that any human mind ever harbored to perpetuate an occult fraud and mystic swindle under the following assumed names or intriguing nom de plumes: Royal Thurston, Ph.D., Royal Thurston, formerly a professor of psychology of Columbia Scientific Academy, Adchup, Ancient RC, Theros, Veritas 6th degree, Moderatrix, SRC, Frafidels, Pusander, Magus Veritas, Simplicitus, Profundis 12, Rex Lux, Frater Luminous, Frater Illuminati, Frater Cosmos, Frater Alexander, Chevalier, K. RC, Frater Gamui, Frater Selvius, Frater Tam Artis, Puritia, Frater Dane, Factor Luminous, Sri Ramatherio, Master, Amatuov, Agrippa X degree 32 degree, RC 8 degrees, Rama, and many others far too numerous to mention, so let's call it a day. Charters of eminent authority, Lewisonian strategy and trickery. 4. Lewis further charges that our fondness for titles has caused us to issue charters and diplomas of eminent authority to ourselves for self-devised and self-appointed positions. Here, again, we see the application of the imperial Lewisian strategic rule: charge others with that which you do yourself, before others charge you with doing it. We have never resorted to such strategy and trickery. Moreover, Lewis fails to cite a single instance or to offer an iota of proof to substantiate his assertions. However, in view of his own inordinate fondness for titles, his tricky methods of issuing and procuring for himself and his fraternal racket false certificates, diplomas conferring bogus degrees, spurious charters and mythical foreign documents, many of which we will later review, it scarcely lays within the mouth of such an eminent sinner and mountebank extraordinary to prefer such charges against others. Later we will review his eminent authority, his important Rosicrucian document No. 2, that worthless, spurious, so-called charter alleged to have been issued by the Great White Brotherhood Lodge of Tibet to Louis III, Reverend, Sopan of Hikku, under which authority and power he has issued charters to his confederates and cohorts in Europe to institute and carry on divers kinds of irregular, illegitimate, and clandestine Masonic 2 in Chapter 4 hereof. Bodies and organizations, administering strange and alien Masonic rites and conferring Masonic degrees and honors heretofore wholly unknown to Masonry. Registered as a consideration therefore his European confederates have conferred great Masonic honors upon him, paid high tribute to the Right Reverend and Venerable Sopan of Hick who have done his bidding and have given him aid and comfort in the perpetration of this fraternal racket and Masonic RC swindle upon the American people. It was under the same charter from eminent authority as High Pontiff of the Universe that he issued to himself and his same confederates in Europe another charter under which he and his aforesaid confederates at Brussels in 1934 in worldwide conclave, formed and launched the ridiculous farce and unique organization called the FUPAC, which confederates paid high, glowing and affectionate tribute to the great American imperator, conferred unusual honors upon the most perfect master profundis and strange, as it may seem, initiated him who is so perfect, who in 1921 controlled more than 30 secret orders. Into all their rites into the profound mysteries of all the odd rites of the aforesaid confederates, gave him large packages of secret books, handmade manuscripts, and documents containing the rituals and principal teachings of the other allied organizations. A number of additional charters and manifestos of authority, italicsars and a large box containing the official regalia, robes, jewels and emblems of the different orders. Asterisks and large packages also containing the largest leather-bound portfolio of documents, charters, resolutions, official decrees and manifestos ever presented to one man, and who, the same confederates, recognized his fraternal family racket and fraudulent Masonic RC order as the only authentic and recognized Rosicrucian order in North America, perpetuating and promoting, especially promoting the original Rosicrucian rituals, teachings, and ideals. Unanimously agree the Masons of Europe are also aware of his chicanery and vicious methods. I have exposed, protested, and vigorously condemned them. See the recent pronouncement of the Supreme Grand Master General of the Sovereign Sanctuary for France, etc., for the ancient and primitive rites of Memphis and Mizraim, which has been translated and quoted in full in Part 1, Chapter 4 hereof. For Louis Rosicrucian Digest, November, 1934, pages 378, 379. His description of the formation of Ace Footpost will be found in this issue of his magazine, pp. 375 to 380. Declaring him to be the imperator of Rosicrucianism for South America as well as North America. 5. His obscure and ambiguous reference to the records of the federal government is not clear to us, unless he has reference to our copywriting our various works and designs of symbols, etc., to prevent him from legally appropriating and using them as his own. But be that as it may, one wonders, in view of the facts, how it is possible for Louis to have the brazen gall and shameless audacity to say of anyone, that his fondness for titles, for self-appointed and self-devised positions has caused him to create diplomas and charters for himself. Of course, it must be remembered that he is no ordinary man. This most perfect master profundis, the High Pontiff of the Universe, the imperator of both Americas, et sicta similibus, who knows all, possesses all, creates all for himself, and who is above all law, especially immune from the law of the land, or knows how to circumvent it and avoid its just penalty. Hence this may account for his brazen gall and shameless audacity. Protecting names and symbols, the appropriation and assimilation thereof. 6. This aspersion, somewhat ambiguous, is absolutely false. Again, he accuses us of doing that which he himself has done. We have not appropriated or assimilated the names and symbols of other organizations. We have never sailed under false colors. He offers no evidence and presents no proof of his assertion. On the other hand, Louis has wrongfully appropriated the names and symbols of the authentic Rosicrucian fraternity, assimilated Masonic names, titles, honors, and symbols, as we have seen and will further see, has created a number of special symbols of his own designing, as we shall also see in Chapter 5, and has even 5. Louis' outlandish scheme, called Footpost, to secure recognition of and to create authority for his fraternal swindle, is considered at length and fully exposed in Part B, Chapter 4 of this book. 6. See brochure, Rosicrucian names exclusive right to use, or Book 4, Volume I, to which Lewis has not replied, but has conveniently ignored. Attempted to appropriate the Black Cross of Aleister Crowley and attempted to register it in the state of Pennsylvania. We showed that he and Crowley used strikingly similar seals attached to their signatures / Crowley as Baphomet of the A:8+, and the OTO, the latter a Masonic organization based upon the rites of Memphis and Mizraim, Lewis as Imperator of Newark, an alleged Rosicrucian organization. Lewis denounced Crowley, denied his connection with him and went so far as to deny Crowley's connection with the OTO degree and to prove that the seal to his signature as Imperator is not the seal of Baphomet and not used with Crowley's consent. He sets forth 3 signatures in his Exhibit No. 9, White Book D, page 25, with seals affixed somewhat similar to the seals of Crowley and himself, which he says are the seals and signatures of Masons. Assuming that the seals and signatures shown in said exhibit are genuine, which may be a rash presumption, Lewis has succeeded in showing that he is using a Masonic seal in connection with his official signature as Imperator of his alleged Rosicrucian order. No real Rosicrucian would use a Masonic seal in official Rosicrucian matters. Therefore, he has proven, among other things, that he has assimilated a Masonic seal which he uses officially with the Rosicrucian names, emblems, and symbols that he appropriated for his fraternal racket. Threatening and challenging. 7. If it were true that we have occupied our time in writing threatening and challenging letters to everyone who seems to be an obstacle to the impossible goal that Lewis says we have set for ourselves, he should have repented of his sins and reformed his ways before he made the accusation. He is the prince alarming at the art of writing threatening letters and challenges to all who oppose him or seem to stand in his way. He has challenged every 7C brochure, an expose of the Imperator of Newark, pages 84, 85, 111, 112, 113 and 114, or Volume I, pp. 335, 336, 383, 384, 385 and 386. 8C said brochure, pages 89 to 94, or Volume I, pages 360 to 365. 9. This will be considered at length in Part B of Chapter 4. 1C his letter to Mrs. Max Heindel, which was arrogance personified, the initiates, Volume 3, Number 3, pages 33 ETSEQ, and our comments in connection therewith. 1. To a public debate who has questioned his methods or preferred charges against his racket. He is a challenging imperator, it is one of his devices and subterfuges. He has challenged us to a public debate 3 times without desirable results. He has written us several ugly and threatening letters, some anonymous, others over his signature. If he has received sharp and firm replies, they have been in response to his own solicitation. A red herring across the trail. 8. His reference to the article in the Journal of the American Medical Association years ago is the drawing of a red herring across the trail. It is an insinuation that we are as bad as he, therefore, we should be discredited. Because we have charged him with fabricating and operating a fraudulent Rosicrucian racket, against which charge he has no valid or substantial defense, he seeks to underscore defend by intimating that we, years ago, were connected with fraud, fraudulent and disreputable medical schools. Because he has issued fake diplomas and charters to himself as a fraudulent FCE for his fraternal swindle, he would shield himself by charging that years ago we issued medical diplomas to ourselves, falsely stating that the A.M.A. had so charged. Not only has he made willfully designing false statements regarding said article in his Black Book of Deception, but he has underhandedly circulated multi-graphed copies thereof with his own vilifying and calumnious comments thereon through the agency of others. The article in question was a spy article written in a bitter contest between different schools of thought in the medical profession. It was based upon an incorrect statement and construction of facts, in which a negative attempt was made by a singular use of insinuations, backhanded implications, and subtle innuendos to connect the writer with medical quackery and disreputable medical colleges. It was written for a special purpose and belittled our medical teaching and practice. With scorching sarcasm and vilifying defamation it attempted to pronounce the last rites upon our medical career. The article was as uncomplimentary as it was untrue and unjust, but did not injure us. Pro 2 see our booklet, for challenge, and the answer, for Book 3, Volume I, also Chapter 7, this book. 3 miscalled White Book D. Professionally. In fact, it was so obviously unjust that it proved to be very beneficial professionally. It was ignored and no reply was made to it, until the bigwig of the Lewis hierarchy of fraternal racketeering attempted to misuse it to discredit us and as a device to shield and perpetuate his own insidious swindle. 9. Fortunately, we have never participated in any fraud or knowingly encouraged such practices, and, entirely contrary to Mr. Lewis' statement, we have never been found guilty of any such practices. Nor have we ever invented medical colleges and offered diplomas to anyone, as he charges. The American Medical Association, nor anyone, save Lewis alone, has never meant that we issued a medical diploma to ourselves. That claim is absolutely false. The reason he has made this, as well as other false, abusive and derogatory charges against us, will become apparent and entirely clear to the reader as we proceed. No evidence of fraud. 10. All this evidence of fraud was not introduced at a hearing before the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in 1934. Lewis caused the AMA Journal article to be re-AA at that hearing as the basis of a bitter personal attack, but it contains no evidence of fraud on our part. The Secretary correctly esteemed the article as of no value as evidence of any fact, and disregarded it. If Lewis were not calloused and devoid of shame, he would be ashamed to mention it, especially since this is the only reference in his White Book D made to that hearing and the AMA article was the only evidence that he introduced in that contest in which he was so signally defeated. That was a contest between us, as the Supreme Grand Master of the authentic Rosicrucian organization, the Randolph Foundation of 1858, and Lewis, as the imperator of a work, is spurious, fraudulent. Foundation of 1915, is present fraudulent fraternal enterprise, for the right to the exclusive use of Rosicrucian names, titles, terms, designations, and appellations. Lewis did not appear at the hearing, for Lewis and the AMA article that he has attempted to misuse have been answered in full in a 46-page brochure issued in February 1936, entitled, Dr. R. Swinburne Clymer replies to Dr.H. Spencer Lewis, the mystic swindler, and the AMA article. This brochure may be had on request by all who are interested by addressing the author, Quakertown, Penn. But through his attorneys claimed that he possessed the sole Rosicrucian authority in America and was entitled to the exclusive use of Rosicrucian names and symbols. At the request and upon the assurance of his attorneys that he would produce certificates, diplomas, charters and documents as evidence of and to substantiate such claim, the Secretary kept the hearing open for months, to give him full and ample opportunity to produce the proof to sustain his claim. He possesses no Rosicrucian authority, he has no proof, and none was produced. He did, however, as he indicated, as a weak and miserable substitute for the proof that he does not possess, caused to be read at the hearing said article and used it as the basis of an ugly and vicious personal attack on us. It was a contemptible, beggarly, and low thing to do. However, it seems to be one of his outstanding devices and common artifices which he has followed with deft skill in White Book D, in connection with other practices and methods equally as reprehensible and remorseless. Since our answer to Lewis, the mystic swindler, and the AMA article was so complete and his wrongful and vile use of it was so completely exposed, he has denied to his members, who regard his aforesaid act as being reprehensible and indefensible, that he introduced the article in question at the hearing in Pennsylvania, but claimed the American Medical Association had their attorney read the article at the hearing. The aptitude of this high priest of fraternal skullduggery for contemptible, infamous, and vicious perversion of the truth appears to be without limitations. A priest, 2. Who besmirched the cloth a blackbird that fouled his nest in this connection, as we are considering the ever-ready disposition of this high priest of humbuggery, racketeering on the nobler and higher aspirations of men, to besmirch the character and to blast the reputation of anyone, indeed everyone, to save himself, his fraudulent enterprise, and to ensure the perpetration for a full account of all these matters and all that transpired at the hearing, see booklet, The Right to the Exclusive Use of Rosicrucian Names, or Book 4, Volume 6 of this we have positive documentary proof, consisting of Lewis' written statements and the written denial of the American Medical Association that it was represented at that hearing or had any connection with it. Thereof, it is well to discern and note the heretofore concealed lines of baser villainy in the self-executed portrait of himself indelibly etched thereupon by his outrageous deeds of abject baseness and sordid unscrupulousness in prostituting the noblest ideals of the high office of priesthood to serve his ignoble ends or to gratify his distorted fancy. As a bishop of the pristine Church of the Rose Cross Incorporated, he ordained priests, performed marriage registered and christening ceremonies, and other priestly acts. Recently, on February 25, 1936, in the Federal District Court at San Francisco, he testified that the pristine Church of the Rose Cross had been abandoned because one of its ordained priests had been abusing his prerogative and performing marriage ceremonies, that the organization was never formed for any such thing as that. Registered, but he did it to consistent bishop and imperator. As the imperator of an alleged Rosicrucian order, he receives and deals with strictly personal and highly confidential communications from his members in the capacity of a priest. Besides, he claims to be a Sri, Reverend, Sopadok Hikku of the Great White Brotherhood Lodge of Tibet and the High Priest of the Universe. 7 CR Brochure, an expose of the Tea of Amorc, pp. 78 and 110, or Volume I, pages 349 and 382. 8 in the Triangle of June 20, 1921, p1, then his official organ, we find the following account of a marriage ceremony performed by Lewis. On June 9, a similar ceremony was performed in the Rosicrucian Temple at San Francisco. On this occasion, Sister Neva Breeding, a member of the California Grand Lodge, and Brother Walter C. Pretty, a member of the National Lodge, were united in marriage according to our rites. In this case, the imperator conducted first the symbolical ceremony whereby the uniting of two souls was symbolized, and then, with relatives of the couple assembled in the center of the temple, the imperator, as a priest of the pristine Church of the Rose Cross, performed the formal legal ceremony **********. There are many accounts by Lewis in his literature concerning his officiating as a priest, but the above quotation is sufficient. 9 Testimony of Lewis in case of Roy W. and A.E. Smith versus Supreme Grand Lodge of Amorc, the Lewises, and others, Reporters Official Transcript, Volume 2, pages 206 to 207. 1C Reproduction of his important Rosicrucian document No. 2 and his description of himself and the document. The Rosicrucian Digest, September, 1933, Volume 11, Number 8, p. 317. We will give further extensive notice to this document in Part B of Chapter 4 of this book. The Virgil Rankin suit, its revelations are astounding. As the priestly head of his fraternal racket, he received a confidential communication from the wife of Virgil Rankin, his former advertising agent, and with the gross and unforgivable betrayal of that confidence he used the communication to bring about the arrest and imprisonment of her husband. After the district attorney investigated the facts of the case, he dismissed the charges preferred by the Lewis hierarchy. Rankin sued Amorc, Lewis fraternal racket, for false arrest and imprisonment. The case was tried in San Jose before a jury of his neighbors. His contemptible, obnoxious, and disgusting conduct as a priest was fully developed in the trial of the case. We do not know what his neighbors thought in particular as they sat on that jury and viewed his disgraceful acts unworthy of a man. Perhaps they thought of buzzards and skunks, and other jokesome things. But we do know what they thought in general, as is clearly indicated by their verdict for $21,000 against Amorg. The Lewis hierarchy, consisting of $10,000 compensatory or actual damage, and $11,000 punitive damages, assessed to punish him for his unforgivable and abhorrent conduct as a priest or, to be exact, for pretending to be a priest and soiling the vestments of that high office. A Lewistonian phantom, 11. This is a phantom born of hatred and revenge, existing only in his imagination. We have never invented and offered for sale strange medicines that medical and scientific men have proven absurd and ridiculous. True, some of our medical teachings and practices have been ridiculed, but they have not been proven to be absurd or unscientific. On the contrary, those teachings, methods and remedies ridiculed most have been adopted by the regular school of medicine and are commonly accepted practices today. Even though our teachings, practices, and our conduct as a. To see our answer to Mr. Lewis and the AMA article, heretofore referred to, pages 39 to 42 inclusive. Physician have nothing whatever to do with the case and are in no way connected with the charges against himself, which he purports to answer in White Book D. Yet he makes false statements concerning the article to which he refers and gross misrepresentation concerning ourselves as a physician for no purpose other than to detract attention from himself and the serious charges he has not and cannot answer. If all he says about us as a physician were true, which is not the case, but absolutely groundless, it would not excuse his culpable acts as a racketeer in brotherly love nor justify his fraternal swindle. Rosicrucian authority, 12. Knowing himself to be without Rosicrucian authority, laboring under the sting and disappointment of his complete defeat in the only contest in which he has ever dared to try that issue with us, and being unable to answer or to even make a plausible reply to our recent booklet, The Right to the Exclusive Use of Rosicrucian Names, he offers the remarkable statement in the paragraph marked 12 as a bit of conscience salve to soothe his aching heart, and as a substitute for an honest, straightforward reply if he had any doubt as to the authenticity of the Randolph foundation of the genuine Rosicrucian fraternity in America, or as to our being the legitimate successor of Dr. Randolph as Supreme Grand Master of the authentic Rose Cross Order in America, and if he had the slightest faith in his own pretensions to such authority, why did he not accept our offer for a full, fair, and determinative investigation of our respective claims to such authority and our offer to retire from the field if it was found that he rightfully possessed such authority? The answer is obvious. He possesses no such authority. His fraternal racket is a spurious and fraudulent R.C. order. He knows it to be such, and he does not dare to submit the issue to such an investigation and test as we proposed. 3. Republished as Book 4, Volume I hereof. 4. Our offer is fully set forth in the booklet, 4. Challenge, and the answer, republished as Book 3 in Volume I. See also Chapter 7. This book, where his mosquito bar subterfuges and apparent devices receive further consideration. 5. Those interested in making investigation into the authenticity of the Randolph Foundation of the Rosae Cross will find interesting material in the monograph, Brotherhood of the Rosae Cross, or Book 1, Volume I, booklet, The Right to Be Anything to get rid of Clymer. 13. It is apparent that Lewis will make any statement, without regard to the truth or of the facts, if he feels that it will injure, discredit, or belittle us. In view of his unconscionable determination to destroy and put out of his way the official outer head of the authentic R.C. order in America, it is astounding that he should admit that we have written and sold even so many as 1,000 copies of our Rosicrucian books. That was a grave error in his technique. Why did he not deny that we had ever written any book on the subject, or on any subject false or true, in ignorance or with understanding? As a matter of fact, we have written, published, and sold more than 40 different books, all cloth-bound volumes, dealing with the true philosophy of the Rosicrucians and the authentic fraternity. Some of them are now in their 4th editions. All in all, more than 500,000 copies of these books have been sold and read by more than 750,000 interested students of Rosicrucian philosophy and by the adherents of the true and genuine order. We had published 3 editions of the Rosicrucians, their teachings degree as well as many other Rosicrucian books, before Louis fabricated and launched his spurious and fraudulent so-called RC order, on All Fools' Day, 1915. Moreover, we have not found it necessary to admit that any part of our writings were in error, that had caused injury to others, or that we had made a great mistake. See the Rosicrucian Digest, issue of July, 1936, wherein he expresses the wish that he could retract all that he said about Mount Shasta in his book on Lemuria. We shall have more to say on this subject later. Rosicrucian landmarks and symbols, 13. Surely the ignorance of a Rosicrucian concerning the land-exclusive use of Rosicrucian names, or Book 4, Volume I, and the Rosicrucians, their teachings, by the author. It is hoped that all those who are interested will make their own independent investigation of this and all other matters discussed in this book or in these volumes. We ask no one to blindly accept our statements. However, we do ask that they make an honest, careful, and intelligent investigation before they reject or ignore them. 6C Booklet, Rosicrucian Names, Right to Exclusive Use, pages 72 to 75, or Volume I, pages 244 to 247. Marks, symbols, terms, principles, and ideas of the fraternity cannot be established by the gratuitous and spiteful testimony of a pseudo-Rosicrucian interested in perpetuating a spurious and fraudulent art. See order as a commercial enterprise, for which he stole a Rosicrucian name, forged his alleged authority, manufactured, fabricated and plagiarized its so-called teachings, for which he has promulgated and constantly changes its principles, ideals, and landmarks to suit his convenience and necessity. His reputation for truth and veracity as well as his interest and motives disqualify him. Besides, his actual knowledge upon the subject has been shown to be entirely wanting by his own utterances and his practices. We prefer, and no doubt you will demand, a more learned, understanding, honest and impartial judge. Since he first fabricated his spurious and fraudulent art. See order, his pronouncements on matters Rosicrucian have been a loose conglomerate of plausible falsehoods, cunning deception, foolish non-Rosicrucian conceptions and contradictory statements made purely as a matter of expediency to suit his convenience or to serve the necessities of the hour, which will clearly appear in Chapter 5, where we will discuss his contradictions and inconsistencies. He has violated every sacred principle and offended against every ideal of the real order in the promotion of his commercial enterprise and in the operation of his occult and mystic swindle, fraudulently carried on in the holy name of the sacred order. Concerning his knowledge of and practices relating to his so-called ancient landmarks, his former Grand Treasurer said to and of him, "You have attempted to excommunicate all members who questioned your acts without any italics ours. Opportunity to be heard or to defend themselves. You have made it an offense to criticize you. You glibly speak of ancient landmarks whenever you wish to justify an act. All members of Fraternity internal orders know what that implies and what it's do no wrong. Limitations are. You do not blush when you know his changing land that, whatever these ancient landmarks may be, marks known to all. You have the sole knowledge and custody of them, and in your case these ancient landmarks have every accommodating hence the startling quality and pliability of accom landmarks, modating themselves to your varying purposes, and have often reversed themselves to meet your necessities. And this is the creature that presumes to pass judgment upon the Rosicrucian knowledge, principles, and ideals of real Rosicrucians. Shakespeare reminds us, but man, proud man, dressed in a little brief authority, most ignorant of what he's most asserted, his glassy essence like an angry egg, plays such fantastic tricks before high heaven, as to make the angels weep. Symbols of pagan cults, 14. The reference to our extensive and colossal ignorance of Rosicrucian landmarks, symbols, terms, principes, and ideals needs no further consideration other than to say with Lavater that, he who gives himself of airs of importance exhibits the credentials of impudence. His statement that we have adopted and use symbols of old pagan cults will be considered later in connection with his Exhibit No. 2, degree when we shall consider, at some length, these pagan symbols, and his deep and surpassing understanding thereof. However, when that subject is considered, we will show from his own published articles, compiled from many authentic sources on these pagan symbols, that he had the material and the means before him to learn the true significance of such symbols, that he should have known better and that he was not justified in making such a statement. He believes, or at least asserts, that the official head of the August Fraternity in America does not know where to contact a single genuine Rosicrucian center in Europe. That would be strange if it were true, but it is not at all strange. It will, of course, be of interest, perhaps of surprising interest to him, to know that we are in constant touch with the genuine and authentic Rosicrucian orders of Europe and elsewhere, that our fraternal relations with them are entirely satisfactory and wholesome, that 7 Measure for Measure, Act 2, Scene 2. 8 are reproduction number 34. The avenues of Rosicrucian communications are kept open, that we are fully advised as to the spurious RC orders abroad, many of which have been inspired or instituted by him, as a part of his gigantic fraternal racket, and that the Grand Masters of the Rosicrucian orders in other lands have supplied us with evidence and documentary proof from their archives which, taken with that which we had in hand, is quite sufficient to establish the fraudulent nature of his fabricated, so-called R.C. order. As proof of these assertions we shall print herein at facsimile reproductions of some of the above-mentioned original documents, supplied from the archives of the fraternity abroad, to refute his latest falsehoods, and the deleted, manufactured, and mutilated documents which he printed as exhibits to prove those falsehoods, and to give plausibility to the rank and gross misrepresentations set forth in his white book, styled D. D is a versatile letter and may be the beginning of many words with many meanings. To many of us the D in the title to his latest book indicates that it is a book of deception, although it may prove to be the book of the damned who victimized his fellow creatures in the name of brotherly love and under the protecting guise or mask of fraternalism. Great delusion. It is one of his many clever tricks and stratagems to draw the attention of interested parties away from the serious charges which we have made, by making the counter-charge that we are only exposing him that we may secure his members for our own organization. Thus he seeks to hold his membership, notwithstanding the proof of his fraudulent practices and swindling racket, with his scarecrow device of the self-interest and wicked purposes of envious rivals, thereby falsely creating in their minds the blind prejudice that Clymer is merely exposing Lewis so as to get the members of Amort to join his insignificant Rosicrucian society, conducted from a little old rickety farmhouse and barn just outside of a Pennsylvania town. Indeed, he has overworded the stratagem and subterfuge to discredit the real Rosicrucian order in America, that he may perpetuate a spurious one. Registered see Chapter 4 hereof. B.S. Let us put that great delusion and convenient bugaboo to sleep and at rest for all time, and thus deprive the master strategist of one of his most effective devices and stratagems. Contrary to all plausible appearance that he has been able to lend to that clever ruse and stratagem, we are not now, and never have been, motivated by a desire to secure members from his organization. The authentic order of the Rosy Cross does not implore, entreat, proselyte, or use crooked means for alluring advertisements and high-pressure sales methods to secure members from any source. In truth and fact, the real fraternity does not seek members by any methods. It desires only those as its neophytes and members who are earnest and sincere, who are ready and who seek the light and the way to the temple. It is an occult truth, recognized and known by all occultists, that when the neophyte is ready the teacher will appear. For that reason, genuine occult orders and societies do not seek or solicit members. In the simplicity of modesty they make their existence known, they extend the hand of fellowship to all true seekers and deny the wisdom to none who are worthy. Until he appeared upon the scene with his fabricated, so-called RC order, promoting it with plausible deception and far-flung advertisements and modern high-pressure salesmanship, the true brotherhood remained almost in seclusion. It could not be contacted directly. It was Lewis and his methods that forced the genuine order to come into the open to expose a fraud and to prevent a commercial enterprise being perpetuated and carried on in its sacred name, thereby dragging its holy precepts and high ideals into the mire and muck of sordid commercialism and making it necessary for its Grand Master to hold aloft a guiding star to point the way of sincere seekers to the real temple of the Rosy Cross. This we have declared again and again to be our only motive in exposing the fraudulent practices used in the promotion of his fraternal racket as a Rosicrucian order. In the true spirit of fraternalism and with all the sacred meaning of a binding oath, we so declare again. He has charged that we are seeking to wreck the real Rosicrucian organization, a morgue, that we may profit thereby. This is only a crafty stratagem and clever device to avoid and sidestep the truth of our exposure of his fraudulent practices and swindling racket. We are not seeking to wreck the real Rosicrucian order. We are endeavoring with all our might to preserve it in its pristine purity, to protect its sacred reputation and its holy name against the pernicious and wicked misuses to which he has subjected it. Not seeking a morgue members would purge but not wreck the organization we have declared, so say again that we are not seeking members from this organization. With his sordid methods, he has disgusted thousands with the name Rosicrucian or Rose Cross. Very few, if any, of his members' victims, when they are disillusioned and realize the full truth about his swindle and family racket, will care or dare to have anything further to do with any organization calling itself by a Rosicrucian name or appellation. Thousands have joined his fraternal family racket and commercial enterprise and of their own accord have abandoned his organization. None of these, so far as we are aware, have applied for affiliation with our organization. Therefore, few, if any, of his victims, when disillusioned, will seek affiliation with the authentic order. We are not seeking to wreck a morgue, as an organization, but we are intent in dead earnest upon stopping and preventing, if possible, a fraudulent racket and occult swindle being carried on in the name of the Holy Rosy Cross. If he will discontinue the wrongful use of Rosicrucian names and appellations, which he has no right to use and which he uses fraudulently, and will conduct his organization honestly as a mystic or occult organization without misrepresentation according to recognized fraternal law and usage, or in any form as a fraternal organization, then we shall be pleased to give him our support and tender our fraternal recognition. We would encourage all good and worthy mystic, occult, fraternal and when there is little or no hope that the Lewis hierarchy will reform and purge the own family racket. We understand that some of his former members have made an attempt to purge this organization, but Lewis has charged that those members are not acting for the good of the order, but have personal and financial motives back of their activities. See White Book D, first column, P11. We.do not know, but if such be the case, we are not in sympathy with their activities. Their success would result in supplanting one bunch of fraternal racketeers with another. However, we do know that there are many high-minded, noble-hearted and right-thinking members of a morgue who can and who should reform their organization, purge it of fraud and racketeering in brotherly love, and drive the money changers from their temple. If and when such reformation and purging take place, we shall be happy to join others in welcoming it into the circle of lofty and genuine fraternal relationship. Upbuilding organizations. May their numbers multiply and their usefulness to mankind be broadened and greatly enhanced. Our expose is not a personal attack. It may be difficult to differentiate between a man and his acts, to consider the act as something separate, impersonal, and apart from the actor. If our readers can make this differentiation, they will be able to understand that we are not attacking Mr. Lewis personally. We are not fighting men as such, but their wicked practices and the evil resulting from crooked methods. Although in exposing and fighting the practices, methods, acts, and transactions we have found it necessary to denounce the actor as well as his acts, they are so closely allied, yet our denunciation of M.R. Lewis has been wholly impersonal and without malice. As stated in our personal foreword to this book, we have in our files an abundance of evidence purely of a personal nature that could be used, if we were desirous of making a personal attack, but we have not released such evidence or heretofore referred to it in our publications. It is only mentioned in this answer to his countercharges to show that we have no desire to deal in personalities, purely and simply, as such. We have repeatedly stated the reasons that have motivated our expose of this family racket and fraternal swindle. They need not be restated. Degree Royal Fraternity diplomas and inner workings of a work. 15. It may be interesting to Mr. Lewis to know, contrary to his own supposition, that the Royal Fraternity Association never issued diplomas. It performs an entirely different function. Its original object was to protect the authentic order against clandestine and spurious bodies and the misuse of its name, appellations, and symbols. Its present function is to hold the title to property to see forward to booklet, Rosicrucian names, etc., pages 12 to 16, or volume I, pp. 179 to 183, also personal foreword to this book. 3. Also see preface to brochure, an expose of the ingrader of the work, pages 5 to 7, or volume I, pp. 275 to 278. Of the order and subordinate bodies in states other than Pennsylvania *, it is true, as stated, that we have never been a member of AMERC, nor in any way associated with his fraternal racket, but we are not unacquainted with its inner workings. As a matter of fact, we are well informed upon its so-called inner teachings. The Rosicrucian Foundation has in its vaults complete sets of all lessons and lectures as well as all rituals issued to date. That is one of the reasons why we are in a position to state positively, as we have so often stated, that AMERC is not a Rosicrucian organization, and that it imparts and gives to its members no real Rosicrucian training, and that it does not possess the inner teachings. 16. The contemptible and scoffing reference to the farmhouse as the temple of the authentic Rosicrucian order will have proper and sufficient consideration a moment later when we deal with his photo exhibit No. 2 and his tricky, manufactured and falsified evidence set forth therein. Legal difficulties. 17. His sneering, bantering statement that we have been in so much legal difficulty in the past does not deserve but shall need passing attention, if for no reason other than to make this answer complete, as well as to direct attention to and fully disclose his many petty tricks, devices, contrivances, stratagems and subterfuges to avoid facing the truth of our serious charges. The statement and its inferences are entirely false and misleading. We have never had much or any serious legal difficulties. Some years in the past, we were involved in a certain minor legal proceeding, entirely personal, that did not adversely reflect upon our character, and that in no way concerns or relates to the matters and issues now under discussion. The only legal matters in which we have been involved that do concern the matters under discussion see pamphlet, Rosicrucian names, etc., pages 22, 23, or volume I, pp. 189, 190. His teachings and inner workings have been revised and changed like the alleged and pretended sources of his authority. Since he organized the FOPAC as his latest FAPR, see International Council, the present source of his alleged authority, which we will discuss in the next chapter, he proposes to add to the teachings of his aforesaid racket the teachings and initiatory ceremonies of several of the organizations alleged to be associated with the FOPAC, including the Martinist Order, as is shown by his announcement on page 98 of the April 1935 issue of his Rosicrucian Digest. And issues here involved were the legal proceedings before the Secretary of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania in 1934 with him, in which he was signally defeated. In those proceedings we tried the issue as to whether Lewis, his commercial enterprise and fraternal racket, or the authentic Rosicrucian order in America, the Randolph Foundation of 1858, had and possessed the legal right to the exclusive use of all Rosicrucian names and appellations. Every issue was decided in our favor and against him. Of our complete victory, and his signal defeat, Lewis has nothing to say in what Book D, except to refer to the personal attack he made on us as we have noted in Chapter E. Hughes' stratagem is to accuse us of being in the same situation in which he finds himself. No doubt, to detract notice and attention from his own serious legal difficulties that he has heretofore and is now experiencing, as well as cases pending in relation to and involving his fraternal racketeering enterprise. He who harasses an issue must abide results. It is quite clear, if not now, it will soon appear, that he refers to the legal difficulties of others solely to create a smokescreen to shield his own difficulties of a kindred nature, all of which relate to his aforesaid family enterprise. Indeed, he is a much litigated and litigating man, and boasts that, Amorc and its officers, meaning himself and family, have been victorious in each court issue and decree up to the present time. In the light of these statements and in view of the smokescreen with which he attempts to shield his legal ailments and chronic litigation, it will be interesting to briefly review the legal troubles of the Lewis hierarchy and its fraternal enterprise. The Thomas case in 1930, Lewis, in the name of his incorporated enterprise, sued E. Thomas in the Superior Court of Los Angeles County, California. On the trial of the cause, January 5, 1931, on cross-examination, he was forced to make such damaging admissions and 5C booklet, Rosicrucian names, etc., or Book 4, Volume I. 7C White Book T, middle second column, P3. Was being pressed so hard that he dismissed his suit and ran away. This is one case in which the family enterprise and its high officers were not victorious. The Smith persecution in 1932, he had his own private attorney appointed as a special district attorney, made a complaint against George L. Smith, one of his former members, who accused him of running a fraternal racket, and had him arrested on the charge of criminal libel. He testified against Smith and his own attorney prosecuted him. Smith pleaded the truth in justification of the things he had written and published about Lewis and his aforesaid racket. The jury believed the charges to be true and refused to convict Smith. The case was dismissed. Here is another instance in which his R.C. enterprise and its hierarchy were not victorious. Degree the Rankin case. The Lewises fell out with Virgil L. Rankin, a former Advertis.ng agent for their fraternal racket. He knew entirely too much about their hierarchical swindle and was threatening to tell. It was determined to put him out of the way, or at least in jail, to disgrace and discredit him. Accordingly, as high officers of the said lofty hierarchy, they preferred a charge of embezzlement against him and had him thrown in jail, where he remained for 39 days. The charge was dismissed for insufficient evidence. Mr. Rankin sued their aforesaid fraternal enterprise of brotherly love for malicious prosecution, false arrest, and imprisonment. He did not feel that it was the brotherly thing for the high officials of a noble hierarchy of fraternalism and loving charity to do. A jury of their neighbors in San Jose did not think so either, and awarded Mr. Rankin $21,000. Damages, said to be the largest verdict ever returned in a similar case in the state of California. This is another case in which the Lewis hierarchy and its high officers were not. Alto 8C brochure, an expose of the Imperator of Amorc, pp. 59, 60, 61, or Volume 1, pages 329, 331, 333. 9. This is the same case described at length in Chapter 1, pages 42, 43. 1. This case was referred to a few pages back in this chapter. In this connection, keep in mind the facts there stated concerning this case. Gather successful. Perhaps the Rankin case will cause a rancor in the hearts of the lofty hierarchy of love and fraternalism when the sheriff departs with $21,000 of the royal revenues of the family enterprise, plus court costs, to say nothing of litigation expenses and attorney's fees. The Smith booty cases in June 1933, the case of the Lewis family enterprise against George L. Smith was tried. Rather than to face his accuser and have the truth proven, he paid $15,000, ostensibly in the settlement of another case. Application was made for an appeal. He did everything possible to prevent the appeal being granted and perfected. He had withdrawn all the wonderful exhibits that he introduced into evidence, which he claims proved the rare ancient vintage of his modern racket, refused to return them to the court, and never did produce them. In that way he delayed the record being made up by the court officials for 6 months or more. The record was finally completed by the proof of copies of said exhibits. When the appeal was finally perfected after much delay, he made a motion in the Supreme Court to dismiss it on technical grounds to avoid a hearing of the case on appeal on its merits. That motion was overruled, and the case is, at this writing, before the Supreme Court of California, to be decided upon its merits. But what good came of it at last? Quoth little Petterkin, IWA. That I cannot tell, said he, DS, but 'twas a famous victory. The $15,000 payoff case there is pending in the Superior Court at San Jose is sued by a member of AMORC to recover from the hierarchy of AMORC the $15,000 of AMORC funds which they paid in the Smith case, as we have seen in Chapter 1, to prevent the truth being proven in that case about their fraternal racket and fraudulent enterprise. This, no doubt, appears to be a strange lawsuit to do. This case has been discussed at length in Chapter 1 herein. The Lewises. Since, according to them their victims are not members of the Order Rosae Crucis, they belong to the Rosicrucian Brotherhood, which is quite a different thing from the Order Rosae Crucis, consisting of the Lewis family, the hierarchy. The members have no rights, except to pay their dues and receive their lessons or lectures, falsely alleged to be the perpetuation of the original Rosicrucian teachings, principles, and laws. The Lewis hierarchy are the Rosicrucian order, AMORC. Why should not their member victims be delighted to regularly contribute to the royal revenues for their regal support and amusement *, even though the lectures and teachings are Rosicrucian bunk? The members of the Brotherhood pay, the Lewises of the order receive and disperse according to their royal hierarchical prerogatives. And as they will. It may be that they have arranged the legal corporate setup of the Supreme Grand Lodge the Lewis family so that, and in accordance with the higher ethics of fraternal racketeering, they have the perfect legal right to pay $15,000 out of the funds that they claim to hold in trust for the perpetuation of the original Rosicrucian order, to prevent the truth being proven in court about their fraternal racket and brotherly swindle, fraudulently carried on in the sacred name and under the holy symbol of the Rosy Cross. However, it appears that the final disposition of this case will depend largely upon the outcome of another case, at this writing being tried in the Federal District Court at San Francisco, of which we will now take brief notice. The federal court case there is now being tried, as this is written, in the Federal District Court at San Francisco, a case styled, Roy W. Smith and A.E. Smith vs. Supreme Grand Lodge AMORC et.al., in which certain members have raised the serious question of the right of the Lewises to incorporate the Supreme Grand Lodge of AMORC and to amend its charter so as to make the Lewis family the only members thereof, thereby converting the order into a family racket, with 8 see their testimony in the case of Roy W. and A.E. Smith et.al., v.s. The Lewises and AMORC in the Federal District Court at San Francisco, to be discussed at length in a later chapter. 4 see Chapter 6 hereof. Absolute control of all the funds and properties in their hands, as Lewis, his son Ralph, the former attorney, Christian Brotherhood, and he represents and claims that the sovereign sanctuaries of the Freemasonic rites of Memphis and Mizraim control Rosicrucianism and that they are the World Supreme Council of the recognized and accredited supreme jurisdiction of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood. Now, it is very interesting and important to understand that there is no World Supreme Council of Memphis Mizraim Masons or of Rosicrucians, or of both. There being no such council, he undertook to make and set up a World Supreme Council, as an authority for his fraternal swindle, under a most unusual charter, issued by himself to clandestine and discredited Masons. Of the rites of Memphis and Mizraim in Belgium, which brought forth the vigorous protests and condemnation of the sovereign sanctuary of France of the rights of Memphis and Mizraim, as will later appear. A base scheme without limitations to further this base scheme and fraudulent device by overreaching the court in the manner set forth and described in Chapter 1 hereof, he secured the judge's signature to a judicial finding of fact supporting his aforesaid false and spurious claim, notwithstanding that there was no justification for it in fact, and no evidence to support it. To make this clear, we will quote the court's finding of fact and Mr. Lewis' subsequent admission in a higher court, the Supreme Court of California, that there was no evidence to support it. Paragraph 3 of the court's findings of fact registered is as follows. The court finds that the Rosicrucian Brotherhood is devoted to the perpetuation of the scientific, ethical, and moral teachings, philosophies and theories of the ancient Rosicrucian Brotherhood, that the Brotherhood came into being in ancient Egypt, and has continued to date, that for the past centuries the sovereign sanctuaries of the ancient rites of Memphis and Mizraim have been and now are the grand conservators of the integrity and ideals of the recognized and accredited Rosicrucian Brotherhood throughout the world. The Court Adamort vs. G.O.L. Smith, transcript, pages 355 to 356. So, finds that plaintiff has been in the past, and now is the recognized and accredited supreme authority and representative of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood in the North American jurisdiction, and has in the past and does now maintain fraternal relationship and communication with other recognized and accredited supreme authorities and representatives of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood of other jurisdictions throughout the world. As such accredited and recognized representative of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood in the North American jurisdiction, plaintiff is a member of and participates in the convocations and deliberations of the World Supreme Council of the recognized and accredited supreme jurisdictions of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood throughout the world. Admits findings not supported when called upon to defend the foregoing findings of fact on appeal. He was forced to admit that they were not justified, whereupon he stipulated, through his attorneys, in the Supreme Court of California, that they be stricken from the record. We quote from pages 43 and 45 of the reply brief, filed by his attorney in said Supreme Court, as follows. This finding, describing plaintiff as the supreme authority in the Rosicrucian Brotherhood of North America, would naturally meet with considerable objection from other philosophical organizations. We desire to be fair, and we are willing to admit that no evidence was introduced below, nor was any attempt made below to introduce evidence to support this finding, and, in fairness, we hereby stipulate that it may be stricken from the record. T.N. Appellant's discussion of this point. He makes reference to a finding of this kind as an attempt to set up plaintiff's organization as over and above that of Masonry. We can only comment that that is an attempt to prejudice the court against plaintiff, i.e., Amorc, or the Lewises. It is ridiculous to think that an authority on Rosicrucianism would be an expert or authority on Masonic Rose Croix degrees. Most Rosicrucian experts know nothing about Masonic degrees. In fact, all Masonic writers and authorities state in various Masonic encyclopedias that there was not the slightest connection or even resemblance between the Masonic Rose Croix degree ritualism and the ritual and teachings of the Rosicrucian order. Our italics. Point 5 of the objection to findings, page 28 of appellant's opening brief, we have already taken care of by the above stipulation to strike out paragraph 3 of the findings. Always anticipates himself. It is a uniform custom of the imperator of Amorc to prepare the public and his members for the execution of his schemes, prior to the final consummation thereof. Indeed, it has become a fixed habit with him, in one cunning way or another, to give notice of that which is to happen, when his schemes and plans shall have been consummated and put into full operation. His practice in this respect has been so habitual and uniform that those notices anticipating what he intends to do have become telltale badges of fraud, pointing the finger of truth to the heart of his schemes and invariably reveal them. For years he has falsely claimed that he was a high and influential member of a Rosicrucian World or International Council, from and through which he had received the authority for his fraternal enterprise. He had made several attempts to create such a council for himself, as, for example, and Sophia the International Rosicrucian Council, which we shall consider in part 3 of this chapter. Still no such council existed, or ever had existed, but it is necessary for his fraudulent enterprise that it should exist, if not in fact, at least ostensibly so, or in plausible appearance, so that it may be successfully dramatized and made to pass for such a council. He had made many trips to Europe to attend the meetings of the Rosicrucian world or international councils that did not exist, but he had contacted in Belgium a certain group of Memphis Mizraim Masons, and, in particular, a Belgian lawyer by the name of John Mollinger, with whose skillful and cunning aid he organized, at least on paper, the Rosicrucian University of Belgium, which gave him an honorary degree of Doctor of Philosophy, as we shall learn in part 4 of this chapter, and with whom he conspired to set up, under his own authority, a spurious and illegal Grand Lodge of the Freemasonic Rites of Memphis and Mizraim, however, all the time planning to use them as pawns to establish for himself an international R.C. Council under the alleged sponsorship of IHE Great White Lodge of Tibet, also non-existent, except as a fraudulent device. When his plans were matured and lawyer Mollinger had worked out all the details for him and had made all arrangements for the calling together of their Masonic henchmen, most of them discredited or expelled Masons, to be assembled in a great international convention, Mr. Lewis then made the claim in court, as above set forth, that the sovereign sanctuary of the ancient rites of Memphis and Mizraim have been and now are the grand conservators of the integrity and ideals of the recognized and accredited Rosicrucian Brotherhood throughout the world, and in the Rosicrucian Forum for December, 1933, Volume 4, Number 3, page 79, gave notice of the Congress of Brussels, to be held in 1934, and foretold what would happen and that which did happen, as follows: Great World Convention, all italics Rs. Next year, according to a recent notice, we'll see another of the great international conventions held in Europe, when the true leaders and officers in all who properly authorized, occult and mystical authorized, organizations of the world will come together. At that convention it is expected that the culminating acts of international consolidations will be per he had planned this, formed and agreed to by the delegates from each convention for 20 country after 20 years of planning. We have years and spoken of this coming convention on many occasions, it so often. And in much of our literature we have hinted at the fact that throughout the world a great revival and regeneration would take place in regard to spiritual and mystical matters. Now the plans now complete, appear to be almost completed for this marvelous, to be a very quiet sub rosa affair, a conspiracy of clandestinism. He, himself, is the Great White Lodge. He knew what he intended to do, and he did it amort on list those unauthorized by Lewis to be forbidden to deceive the public. ERAUD International Congress. There are to be no outer or public displays of pomp and ceremony, and there will be no hordes of men and women in parade and in bombastic performances of mysterious sessions according to the plans. There will be the quiet, dignified, conscientious discussion of the world problems and of the great work that now lies before the Great White Lodge and all of its authorized activities throughout the world. There will be and was issued at the close of the convention a list of the genuine organizations sponsored by the Great White Lodge and united under its banner. The Rosicrucian Order of Amorc in America and other lands will be on this list, as it has been for many years, and all other persons and groups of persons unauthorized to solicit students from among the public seekers for light will be condemned and forbidden to continue to deceive the public of any country. From the foregoing stated object of the Congress of Brussels, that great international convention of clandestinism, the purpose of which was faithfully executed, it would appear that it was intended to be, and in fact was, an illegal and clandestine conspiracy in restraint of fraternal racketeering to form a monopoly in occult and mystic fraud, and to provide the ways and means to prohibit all persons and groups of persons, not authorized by them, from soliciting students from among the public seekers of light, and to forbid anyone and everyone except themselves to continue to deceive the public of any country. With the assistance of his European allies, some willing and knowing conspirators, others acting under deception or misapprehension. Louis proposed to form for himself and the inner real conspirators a monopoly in fraternal racketeering and fraudulent occultism, together with the exclusive right to deceive the public anywhere or anytime, under the exclusive and all-restrictive covenant of the Great White Lodge of Tibet. Let us follow through and see how well and with what cunning stratagem he executed the scheme according to his foregoing announcement. Creating a spurious world council now, as above related, prior and subsequent to the time when he secured from the court the foregoing false findings of fact, he had been contriving and so continued to contrive and conspire with said discredited, expelled, and clandestine Belgium and also French Memphis Mizraim Masons to create for himself as a device for his fraudulent enterprise a spurious Rosicrucian World Supreme Council, which resulted in the Congress of Brussels, August 1934, and the creation of Footapostolo, the supreme authority, which recognized it as the only authentic Rosicrucian organization in the Western Hemisphere. We shall deal at length with Footapostolo as an alleged Rosicrucian council and authority in Part 4 of this chapter. However, for the present and in this connection, let the French Memphis Mizraim Masons reveal the facts and expose the duplicity, trickery, and fraudulent device as it was worked out and executed by M.R. Louis and his European confederates. On March 1, 1936, the sovereign sanctuary of France and her dependencies of the Masonic Order, Ancient and Primitive Rites of Memphis and Mizraim, issued and later published a brochure, which, translated, reads as follows: BP, 2-year 1 copyright wet, we VRS, on all points of the Masonic Order Ancient and Primitive of Memphis. Triangle is a Masonic and Mizraim sovereign sanctuary for France and greeting used by her dependencies. Louis as if it were Rosicrucian. See his important R. See greetings on all points of the triangle respect to the order document No. 3. To all the Masons who will read these presents, strength power WSOM very dear brothers, all caused by Louis since the year 1933, regrettable events, capable 1 copies of this brochure, in French, at 50 cents each may be obtained by address. Ainsi Chevalon, 42 Rue de Bernardines, Paris, 5 degrees, France. 2CR reproduction number 46 at end of part 3, this chapter. Contriving with M&M Masons. A worldwide scheme heretofore exposed locally, now exposed to all the world. Guilty usurpers without charter. Too much to hope for. Guilty parties brought to trial. Usurpers of world power. These patents granted no authority. Charter number 8 chartered a lodge but granted no autonomous authority. For AUED of discrediting the order of Memphis Mizraim, of troubling the minds of its members and of challenging the laws and constitutions of universal Masonry, were produced. These events, which we have already exposed from time to time in our official bulletin, took root in the territory of Belgium, and reverberated themselves in the divers countries of Europe and the Americas. For the edification of the members under our jurisdiction and for Masons spread throughout the world, we wish to review the collection of facts and announce the sanctions which have been taken against those guilty of disorder and the usurpers without mandate and without charter. Hoping that they would recognize their errors and cease their illegitimate maneuvers, we have, up to the present time, refrained from bringing these sanctions and the names of the guilty parties before the tribunal of Masonic opinion. Today these same men persevering in their errors, boasting of being the only and legitimate representatives of our right in the world, we are obliged to set aside our reserve and to make an appeal to the opinion of our brothers. Herewith are the facts of which we wish to speak. The 25th of July, 1920, the Grand Master, Jean Bricard, accorded the 90th and last degree of instruction of the right of Mizraim to Frau Rambots, of Brussels. Patent No. 13. The 19th of January, 1931, he created him 95, with the title of Representative of the Right for Belgium, Patent number 95. At the same time he delivered to him a charter, No. 8, to establish a symbolic lodge, the Disciples of Pythagoras at the Orient of Brussels. No patent whatsoever constituting an autonomous Masonic organization having been delivered, this lodge was to function under the obedience of the Sovereign Sanctuary for France and her dependencies. Furthermore, the official bulletin of the recognized authority of France until September 1933. Irregularities started with Mollinger, who is Louis G. Vade in Europe. Without being Master Mason, he took charge. With non-Masons they made lodges of co-Masonry. Protests of no avail. Rombotz worked with Mollinger underhandedly. On his own authority. Louis showed them how. He has done so for 21 years. Was not a Mason in 1907. Claim of authority false. Italics ours. Papoose and Tedder, the Belgium group in Hiram, inserted a side note with the names of the Sovereign Sanctum of France, which is shown by the collection deposited in our archives, and this up to the issue of September 1933. Irregularities date from the time when Frau Rombotz initiated in the right a questionable lawyer named Mollinger, and within a space of a few months gave him the highest degree of instruction and administrative dignities, without any authority whatever and in violation of the Constitution. This was a well-known irregularity complicated by serious error. Without having cut the rough stone and carved the cubic stone, Mollinger installed himself as director of the Belgium Rite under cover of the limited powers of Frau Rombotz. He surrounded himself with a group of friends, no more Masons than himself, and created mixed co-Masonic lodges, contrary to the tradition of the order. Grand Master Bricot and the Sovereign Sanctuary found out about these maneuvers in a roundabout manner. They protested energetically, and reminded the Belgium group of the Constitution's no reply. The Frau Rombotz became very silent, but together with Mollinger he worked underhandedly. On his own authority he declared himself autonomous. To give himself the illusion of legitimacy and imposing on the lodges created in Belgium, he pretended to hold powers of Papoose since 1907, which was claimed to have been confirmed by Jean Bricot in 1931. It is false. As clearly appears from several peremptory reasons. T.N. 1907, Rombotz was not a Master Mason. A document deposited in the archives of the Sovereign Sanctuary of France signed by him is the absolute proof. In this document, Rombotz declares that he was raised as Master in 1909 and received the 18 Rosicrucian degree on the 1st of April, 1920, at Brussels in the chapter of Philanthropic Friends of the Scottish Rite Ancient and Accepted. On the other hand, on this date Papoose and Tedder, not chartered until June 1908. The usurpers possessed no powers whatever. Proves them to be usurpers and pretenders. Mollinger made new co-masons, illegitimately making women high masons. Created strange spurious masonry and unknown Masonic titles. Perhaps Louis' imagination aided and abetted. Remade masonry. To suit their fancy and to serve their own purposes in true Louistonian style. Fraud were not chartered and depended then on the Sovereign Sanctuary of Spain, which was the only one vested to give powers. France was only chartered June 1908, and the archives contain no documents whatever which would lead to the supposition that the Frau Rombotz had received any powers whatever. Furthermore, why should he have accepted from Jean Bricot a patent of the 90th degree in 1920 and a patent of the 95th degree in 1931, with the representation for Belgium, if he had held, since he was 24 years old, i.e., since 1907, identical or superior powers? The patent of Jean Bricot, in fact, gave no autonomous judicial powers to Frau Rombotz, and left him rigorously dependent on the Sovereign Sanctuary of France, as stated above. Not satisfied with those light affirmations, Rombotz and Mollinger, while continuing to create mixed lodges, between them had made a few Fraters new Masons of later date. In this group, the ordinaries, men and women, reached the highest grades with a disconcerting rapidity. We have the proof. Prior thereto they had reformed the rite. They created additional degrees, such as the 99th and the 98th, and multiplied at will the 97th and 96th. The 99th was the Supreme Hierophant, and Canoe, unknown. Pope of Masonry Universal. The 98th was the Grand Hierophant Mondial. The 97th was part of the Supreme Consistory International of the Rite. However, none of these degrees, as created by them, exist in the original constitution of the order. All of this came out of the delirious imagination of the young Mason Mollinger. And further, a commission was named to revise the rituals of the order, the jewel ornaments, symbols, and secrets. This commission was under the Fra Mollinger, who took upon himself to copy the Scotch rituals for all grades up to the 18th. Included we have absolute proof, since we possess copies of all these rituals. For the superior grades they decolorated and transposed the rituals of Mizraim, which are foreign to the Masonic ancient. In ignorance they plagiarized with poor taste. Self-exposed. Frater Gruder is Grand Master of Louis Amorc in France. He is also Grand Master of the spurious Sovereign Sanctuary of Memphis Mizraim Rites for France. A true Mason adhering to strict fraternal law refused bogus title. H. Spencer Lewis takes a hand. Wholly without any Masonic authority ** and primitive rite. For the particular degrees, like the 66th, for example, Grand Consecrator, they took upon themselves to plagiarize with very poor taste, furthermore, with a complete ignorance of the doctrines and the ritual of ordination of the Roman Church. This done, the irregular maneuvers revealed themselves. These Belgians conspired with two members of the Sovereign Sanctuary of France, Fratus Legris and Gruder, residing at the Orient of Nice. Having duly taken an oath of fidelity, they agreed to enter the combination. The first agreed to join the Supreme Consistory International, apocryphal, with the title of 97th. The second agreed to be put at the head of the Sovereign Sanctuary Francois, illegitimate, created for the needs of the cause. See Aton Hiram and the Bulletin of the Grand Lodge of Santa Fe. These two brothers were stricken off the list. See correspondence in the archives of the official Bulletin M. and M number 4 of June, 1934. The Belgian group offered the title of 99th to the Grand Master of the Sovereign Sanctuary of Boston. This Frater, previous to definite acceptance, asked for communications of the Belgian charters. These could not be produced being non-existent. Then, Boston was ignored and the Imperator of Amorc, H. Spencer Lewis, of San Jose, California, entered into action. H. Spencer Lewis was 95th honorary of the 3C Rosicrucian Digest, May, 1933, frontispiece, p. 121. There he publishes a photograph of Dr. Hans Gruder, R.C. Grand Master Rosicrucian Order of France, under which is subscribed in writing, purporting to be in the hand of Frater Gruder, as follows: to the highly respected Imperator of Amorc, Dr. H. Spencer Lewis, as a token of sympathy from the Grand Master of Amorc for France, Dr. Hans Gruder, 33 degrees, 90 degrees, 95 degrees, Nice, March, 1933. The Grand Master of Amorc for France is robed in the regalia of a Memphis Mizraim Mason. Thus Amorc in France, a creation of Lewis, becomes a clandestine and spurious rite of Memphis Mizraim Masonic body. For Lewis Great White Lodge Charter, our reproduction No. 51, under which he grants Masonic charters and under which he claims Rosicrucian authority, will press. He grants Masonic charters and creates a pope for Masonry. And his pope Rambots in true Lewistonian style, as banner, sends greetings to himself as the Great Orzam. To obtain the proper perspective this should be read repeatedly. Lewis Handyman, Lawyer Mollinger, publishes the facts, spills the beans. Here's the proof. Acting as banner he gave his own instructions as the Great Unknown Porty Orzam 99 degrees. Lewis and his Great Masonic Pope Orzam created non-Masonic co-Masonic lodges. Franz Sovereign Sanctuary of Germany in 1921, conferred by Royce Peregrinus. He passed himself off as Supreme Grand Hierophant of a certain Grand Lodge Blanche, Grand White Lodge, of Tibet, under the name of Sri Savatha Bhikkhu. He gave a charter to Fra Rambots, which invested him purely and simply with the title of Supreme Hierophant, Ankenu, the unknown 99th degree, under the name of Orzam. Frarambats was also for a time Grand Master National of Belgium, under the name of Venner, and what is particularly curious in the overbearing personality of the Frarambats Orzam Venner, is that he as Venner transmitted to the sovereign sanctuary of Belgium, apocryphal, the orders of himself as the Supreme Hierophant Orzam, and was charged by the sovereign sanctuary to send to Orzam, i.e., himself, the friendly greetings of the Fraters. As those modern avatars can be put to question, we list below two passages, excerpts of the Adon Hiram Bulletin, published by Mollinger in the November issue, 1933. These two passages are textual and may be compared with the original, the thrice illustrious Grand Master National, the Sublime Fraternitas, 33, 90, 95, 97, was received officially by the convent with all the honors and usages of the rite. During the course of his magisterial _d. He pointed out to the convent the precise instructions of the thrice illustrious and thrice sublime Hierophant Universal, Ankenu Orzam, 33, 90, 95, 97, 99, worldwide representatives of the Grand Lodge of Belgium for the Order of Memphis Mizraim. TT was called to the attention of the deputies that the order possessed two regular autonomous branches, the rite of the strict observance, and the co-Masonic rite, both placed under the supreme authority of the Grand Master Ankenu Zamia. Amply be considered at length in Part 4 of this chapter in an extended consideration of Footpost as a faked international Rosicrucian power or council. Lewis, who praises the sovereign Grand Master General of the himself under order for Belgium and her dependents and the nom de plumes, thrice illustrious Fraternitas, 33, 90, 95, 97, taught him this address to the Supreme Hierophant Universal Trick. Inc. Orzam, the affectionate sentiments of the Belgian Fraters of the Rite. On the other hand, the title of Grand World, this spurious title by Hierophant Supreme Visible Authority of given to Master of the Order, 98th degree, was offered to the thrice spurious M. and M. Illustrious Fratroilo, Grand Master of the Grand Sanctuary in Lodge of Santa Fe, Argentine, who accepted it. South America registered, see the November issue, 1933, of Adon Hiram. We learn that the Grand Lodge of Santa Fe was instituted and chartered in 1905 by Pesina, who proclaimed himself 97th, on the death of Frat. Illegitimate sovereign Garibaldi, but had not been recognized by anyone. Sanctuaries and then some illegitimate sovereign sanctuaries were Switzerland registered and created in a baseless manner and without legal elsewhere or any authority, in Central Europe, in Switzerland, in India and in China. Furthermore, most of them never functioned. The Grand Master who was designated for India practically ignored all the plotting, intrigues, and the irregularities committed. He was a loyal and enlightened man, an occultist of value, and he withdrew from the adventure, without ill will, with the docility and politeness which were entirely Oriental, from his first contacts with the international Belgians and their associates. Following these facts, Congress, Brussels, an international Congress was convoked at Brussels called for August 1934 for the month of August, 1934, with the object of for Louis, by putting on its feet a universal organization, and 5 Louis claims that his jurisdiction has been extended to South America. The Rosicrucian Forum, December, 1934, p. 69. 6 in the Rosicrucian Digest, February, 1936, Frontispiece, p. 1, Mr. Lewis publishes a photograph of Dr. Ed. Berthollet, K.R.C., whom he describes as our beloved Grand Master in Switzerland. In the Rosicrucian Digest, November, 1934, pages 378, 379, Dr. Berthollet is also described as the Grand Master of the Martinist Order, a Masonic order, based upon the rites of Memphis and Mizraim. Thus, his RC order in Switzerland becomes a spurious Masonic organization. 7 in the Rosicrucian Forum, December 1933, p. 79, Lewis gave notice as heretofore quoted of the Great World Convention to be convened the next year, 1934, when the true leaders of all the properly authorized occult and mystical organizations of the world would come together under the sponsorship of the Great White Lodge. Mollinger, his chief aide-de-camp. H. Spencer Lewis, Right Reverend Sabbatha Bhikkhu, highest Masonic authority existing, delivered to his Confederates in an illegitimate Masonic plot a Masonic charter of incontestable authority. As Supreme Invisible Hierophant of the Great White Lodge of Tibet, under it the Congress met and distributed the spoils. Fupos 1 registered created a most unique Lewistonian fraudulent device. PRAUD to condemn this sovereign sanctuary, the franchise in question, which had refused to recognize them, at least for effect, without a mandate from the Rite of Memphis and Mizraim. This convent was without authority. These promoters, having nothing of value in hand, so again, the old guard, H. Spencer Lewis, alias Sri Sabbatha Bhikkhu, delivered to the illegitimate Belgian sovereign sanctuary a charter recognizing himself as the only authority, which having preserved the tradition of the initial Masonry, authorized him Lewis to create an international secretary of the order, who would evidently be the regulatory power. This charter was proclaimed to the world, early et or by see Adam Hiram of October 1933, and the Bulletin of the Grand Lodge of Santa Fe, November 1933, as a superb document and an uncontested and incontestable authority. However, this famous Grand White Lodge of Tibet is unknown to the Masonic world, and is otherwise unrecognized, and underscore possesses neither the authority nor the jurisdiction which it transmitted so generously to the Congress at Brussels. The Congress was held between the 10th and 15th of August, 1934. The delegates were carefully selected in secret session, and they unscrupulously divided among themselves the charges and the dignities. On the other hand, at this same Congress an international organizer was appointed, who at once declared himself the only and unique owner of universal initiation, excommunicating in advance all the fraternities and all the groups which would, and that a list of the genuine organizations might be issued as it was at the close of the convention. For a year or more prior to August 1934, his literature was replete with hints and notices that the great international Congress, the scheme so long planned by him as a fraudulent device, would meet, establish, and certify the regularity of his fraternal racket and mystical swindle. 8. The Fupacy, created at this Congress a Lewistonian scheme and a Masonic monstrosity, will be considered at great length as a Rosicrucian authority, as claimed by Lewis, in Part 4 of this chapter. Lewis, mastermind of this Congress, joined with his Confederates in approving and in ratification of co-Masonry installed by Mollinger, his chief Confederate and promoter of anti-Masonic rites and female Masonry. These new leaders had no real Masonic knowledge. Their mistakes exposed them. Legitimate Masons and occultists learned the truth and quickly withdrew. Europe now clearly sees through the Great White Lodge charter fraud. Not come under his flag. Thus Reposor was created. See Rosicrucian Digest of November 1934. Finally, a new violation of the tradition of the Rite of Memphis and Mizraim was accomplished by the approval of the creation of co-Masonry, announced by Fanner at the convent of October 29, 1933, which was now sanctioned. This ratification was a godsend in the minds of the Congressionists, whose sole purpose was to ratify the error of the mixed, co-Masonic lodges, previously camouflaged under the name of lodges of adoption, which had caused the condemnations pronounced by the sovereign sanctuary of France. But this maneuver could only deceive very naive Masons, as the fourth page of the official Belgian bulletin, Adam Hiram, sole responsible editor, Jean Mollinger, and remained during 4 months, November 1933 to March 1934, under the title of Osiris, official organ of the co-Masonic order. The criticisms of the regular Masons becoming more severe, it was necessary after March 1934 to conceal the identity of the sole leader, and to affirm each day, with more strength, the respective independence of the two orders. This was the apology and also the swan song. The new leaders admitted, in a sudden manner, to the highest grades, had no real Masonic knowledge. Authoritative by temperament, they committed mistake after mistake and elevated neophytism and companionship to the state of an institution. Incidents multiplied themselves and quarrels became epidemical. Some Masons of good faith, who had joined the impasse, understood that they had been misled and asked for explanations. Those being impossible, it resulted in disintegration. Some facts leaked out in the documentation and certain newspapers published some illuminating revelations. The charter of the Grand Lodge of Belgium, that is, of the Great White Lodge, was held up to ridicule, which was its ultimate end. Therefore, the authority of the Supreme Consistory of Brussels was undermined at its origin. Ramboss, unable to further tolerate the brazen fraud and White Lodge hoax, withdrew, but Louis and his confederates continued their Masonic trickery. Lawyer Wallinger is Sar Elgin. Fraternitas Rosae Crucis. Louis, originally Grand Master USA in the scheme, is Reverend Sabbatha Bhikkhu, also Sar Alden. He still clings to dear Fugazi, his self-created eminent authority. Pralanbal degree registered Anubis advocate, is Sar Helios. Pradalave, director of female masonry, is Sar Capros. Fragfragramboss, understanding rather late that his confidence had been betrayed, lulled the Belgian sovereign sanctuary to sleep and, instead of using the authority which he had arrogated, under the cover of the Charter of Age, Spencer Lewis returned into his Tower of Ivory without occupying himself concerning the disorder his intervention had occasioned. But his decrees were disregarded, his identity being exposed by the very ones who should have kept it secret, and still the promoters pursued their nefarious work, passing themselves off as the authentic directors of the right. Among these specially to be noted are Wallinger, who proclaimed himself Grand Secretary International of the Right and National Grand Master for Belgium, 97th degree, under the nom de plume of Sar Elgin. Frally Grease, who declared himself substitute of the Grand Visible Hierophant, 97th degree, under the name of Sar Mikhail. H. Spencer Lewis, originally Grand Master National for the United States, 97th degree, and whom it is pretended that they have expelled because of the unsatisfactory charter signed by him, but who continues a campaign in favor of the legitimacy of the powers of Fugazi and to which he refers, and without ceasing, in an attempt to create for himself a worldwide authority. He uses, in addition to that of Sri Sabbatha Bhikkhu, the name of Sar Alden. Pralanbal, who mounted the steps of the hierarchy with unbelievable rapidity, but who concerns himself more with sexual theories than he does masonry, assumed the name of Sar Helios. Pradalave, promoted to the highest degrees of initiation in a few months, directs, under the name of Sar Capros, the mixed Belgian, co-Masonic, right, contrary to all the orthodox Masonic laws. 9 CR reproductions number 53, 53A and 53B. The leaders of the Congress and Fugazi are irregular, seeking to destroy all regular orders standing in the way of their usurpations. It was when French Memphis and Mizraim Masons discovered the Belgian group had created co-Masonic lodges, strange rites, new rituals, new titles, and had offended against every law and ancient landmark of Masonry and were preparing to denounce and expel them, that H. Spencer Lewis seized his great opportunity to issue to them his fake White Lodge Charter, to use them to carry out his scheme of a World Congress of Occult Organizations to create Fugazi as an authority for his American RC and Masonic fraud, enjoying an incontestable vitality. On the whole, we find ourselves facing a perfectly illegitimate movement, reposing on an invalid basis, the irregularity of which its leaders could not ignore, since they knew that they were in the presence of organizations long under charter and in their desire to dominate and impose themselves upon Masonry. They tried systematically to eliminate the legitimate order, because it represented the very negation of their usurpation. Against these maneuvers, contrary to the Constitution and anti-Masonic to the highest degree, The reaction of the Sovereign Grand Master of the Sovereign Sanctuary for France and her depend. In C's was immediate. 1. He called for the return to the tradition of the right by the suppression of the mixed, co-Masonic, lodges. 2. He informed the Fraternitas, a. that the grades introduced in the hierarchy were the height of folly. That the representation of the right accorded to him was incompatible with the anti-Masonic activity displayed by him. B. That the path taken by the Belgian group no longer permitted his being considered attached to the Sovereign Sanctuary of France. See minutes of the reply of Grand Master Bricard to Fraternitas, August 31, 1933. 3. The Permanent Committee of the Sovereign Sanctuary CONVOK by the Sovereign Grand Master, Jean Bricard, approved his line of Masonic action. C. Consequently, on September 5, 1933, the Lodge Disciples of Pythagoras was stricken off the rolls and its charter was annulled. The other lodges created by the Belgian group were declared irregular. The patent number 95 accorded to Fraternitas, 95th degree, and the representation of the right in. The action taken by the Masons of France was good fraternal usage. Louis would not permit them to do otherwise because the ultimate and full success of his dastardly scheme required that they remain irregular and supply plausible authority for his American Fratern 1L racket. The Masonic Congress in August 1934, held by irregular and expelled Memphis Mizraim Masons, repudiated and declared it to be irregular and their acts void by regular Masons of that right. Complete expose of PRAUD Belgium were revoked. But, on the advice of Jean Bricard, the Permanent Committee agreed not to publish its sanctions, so as not to provide a new element to the polemics which the Universal Masonry was battling with at that time. He hoped, however, that the incriminated traitors would have the common sense and loyalty to recognize their errors and repent of their faults. They did nothing. But under the plan elaborated by the Fraternitas, Marlinger, H. Spencer Lewis, Legris, Gruder, and others, they continued the irregularities as above exposed. Also in November 1933, when it was confirmed that the Fra Gruder had accepted the Grand Mastership of a sovereign sanctuary, illegitimate, for France, and the Fra Legris had confirmed that he had accepted the offer to collaborate in the revision of the rituals, it should be said fraudulent plagiarism of the regular rituals of the obedience, they were relentlessly stricken from the rolls, they having disregarded and violated their oaths of fidelity. The official bulletin of the Rite of Memphis and Mizraim, in the June issue of 1934, published the revocation of their patents of the 95th degree. Finally, the Convention of the Sovereign Sanctuary of France held at the Zenith of Lyon, these and September 2, 1935, declared the Congress of Brussels irregular and the decisions promulgated by it null and void. The Assembly protested strongly and with great vehemence against the improper initiations and the great increase of salaries to the promoters made without discernment and with regrettably unmasonic rapidity. They further confirmed all the condemnations pronounced against the guilty violators of the right. They further commissioned the Sovereign Grand Master General to publish these edicts, giving notice of such to all members holding obedience, and to all other Masons of friendly or allied rights. That is why we, the titled Freighters of the Sovereign Sanctuary of France, its territories and Louis Masonic R.C. scheme and bold fraudulent device published to all the world. The footpost was Louis' master plan to create an RC International Council composed of Masons to give plausible Rosicrucian authority for his Masonic Rosicrucian swindle. It will be recalled that Louis claims RC authority and Masonic honors by charter. From Royce Peregrinus. All italics in the text have been supplied. Dependencies, in solemn conclave, having weighed all the above words and affirmations, we send forth this present expose to show to all the Masons to what degree the profane spirit introduced into the Masonic temple can cause trouble, error, and even ridicule, so that it is not possible to qualify this puerile enterprise by any name other than that of profanity. We must pass in silence many other problems which were upheld and solved ex cathedra, with puerile pontifical infallibility, by the Congress in question. We say little, but remarked that the Supreme Council, sovereign regulator of the universal initiation, Footpost 1, designed, made, and launched by the Congress, is composed of 3 imperators, of which, naturally, the thrice illustrious Frater, H. Spencer Lewis, was the leader. However, he now sees the fantastic authority, which he bestowed on the Assembly, under cover of the Charter of Sri Savatha Bhikkhu, ignominiously cancelled with usurious interest. We reserve the right to deal with this series of facts at a future time, if it becomes necessary. In conclusion, we recall that the Sovereign Sanctuary for France and her dependencies had been chartered in 1919 by Royce Peregrinus, replacing the Sovereign Grand Consistory, created in 1908 by Papoose and Tedder, under charter from Royce, who had received his power of authority from John Yarter in 1902. John Yarter was titular head of the right by virtue of a charter granted to him by illustrious H. J. Seymour in 1872. H. J. Seymour was the legitimate sovereign Grand Master for the United States and its dependencies by virtue of a charter granted to him by Jacques-Étienne Marconis de Nigra on November 9, 1856. This charter was recognized as valid by the Grand Orient of France under signature of Marshal Magnan. In 1856, pledges of friendship won the 3 imperators of Fubaci, referred to in the text, will be considered, and all facts disclosed in Part 4 of this chapter were exchanged between Paris and New York. See letter of May 1, 1865, number 314, volume 30, of the correspondence, the thrice illustrious Frat Hewland, 33rd degree and Chancellor of the Legion of Honor, and he was the guarantor of friendship of the Grand Orient, the Sovereign Sanctuary. Given at the zenith of Paris, this is day of Mark, 1936, by bio signed, the Sovereign Grand Master General, C. Chevalon. The Grand Administrator General Grand Chancellor, M. DuPont, 33-90-95. Lutz issues Masonic charters. The Masonic charter delivered by Louis, as Sri, Reverend, Savatha Bhikkhu, to the illegitimate Belgian Sovereign Sanctuary of the Freemasonic Rites of Memphis and Mizraim, to which the illegitimate Grand Lodge of Santa Fe, Argentine, South America, is attached, is described in the official bulletin of the Grand Lodge of Santa Fe, the organ of Fratroilo, in the November issue, 1933, number 24, page 17, as follows, italicars. Louis the Great White Lodge of Tibet, Supreme, has made similar organism governing all the fraternities of initiation claims registered for a morgue of the globe, thought it well to show its confidence. His fraternal swindle. In the activities of our Belgium FF degree of the MEA, remember, Louis J.S. Spies Mizraim, by giving us a special charter signed Sri Savatha Bhikkhu. By the T.F. Sri Savatha Bhikkhu, Grand Pyro, this description of Fant of the Great White Lodge. Thus in this his special charter matter is our right acknowledged to be the faithful to Memphis Mizraim, keeper of the grand esoteric traditions of the Masons, reads as if seeing mysteries. Our FF degree do appreciate this. 2 our reproduction number 50. Louis acknowledges that he is Sri Savatha Bhikkhu of the Great White Lodge of Tibet. 3 pages 136 and 137 of this volume for Louis' description of the Supreme High Council of the Universe and the authority he claims the non-existing council conferred upon him. Louis had written honor very much, as coming from the masters of it for them, and he the real initiates, and promised to realize the real fooled them also. Initiation which is lost by many obediences. However, this special charter, extraordinary and universal, of incontestable and uncontested authority, issued by the Arch-Pretender of the Universe, did not prove to be of great value, even unto those irregular and expelled Memphis Mizraim Masons with whom he conspired. After the Congress of Brussels, in which they aided him in creating Phobos I, an international council RC, as an authority for himself and his specialized American fraternity swindle, they discovered that the special charter of the Great White Lodge of Tibet, executed and delivered by Sri Savatha Bhikkhu, Grand Hierophant of Hocus Pocus, was and is absolutely worthless and entirely spurious. They denounced that special charter and now refuse to recognize it. Because Louis deceived them so grossly and embarrassed and humiliated them so deeply, they claimed to have expelled him from their illegitimate sovereign sanctuary of the right Memphis Mizraim, notwithstanding he is said to be the thrice illustrious Fraternitas. Spencer Lewis, 97 degrees, and originally slated to be Grand Master National for the United States, in their scheme of worldwide illegitimate and fraudulent Masonry and occultism. The Masonic Congress of Brussels. Although the Congress of Brussels, August 1934, was held, manipulated and controlled by leaders, all of whom were discredited or expelled Memphis Mizraim Masons, and it has been denounced and declared to be an irregular and clandestine Masonic Congress by the Sovereign Sanctuary of France of that right. Yet, nevertheless, the real purpose of that deep, ultra-secret scheme which was under and beneath all of its proceedings was the deep-laid and cunningly manipulated master plan of age. Spencer Lewis to use that Congress of discredited Masons to create for himself and his fraudulent Rose Cross Order in America a spurious international Rosicrucian Council to condemn the authentic Rosicrucian Order in America, and to certify to the genuineness and authenticity of his fraternal swindle. This he succeeded in doing when he created the Faux Federation. However, to accomplish P.V.M.O.A. Coke OSECRU. For his base object and to set up his fraudulent device, he did it in the name of Masonry, used and misused Masonry and Masons, issued bogus Masonic charters and trampled beneath his feet and into the dust every noble precept, holy principle, and ancient landmark of Masonry. After the truth began to leak out and his members and others began to raise questions about the Congress of Brussels and Fupasi as Rosicrucian authority created by discredited Masons, a serious situation was presented to M.R. Lewis. Especially did they want to know about the Freemasonic nature of the Congress that created his International RC Council. But, being exceedingly cunning by nature and ever on the alert by necessity, in April 1935, he made a remarkable explanation, totally disassociating Masonry and Masons with the Congress, but keeping organizations of a Freemasonic nature closely associated with FOPOS, especially the Martinist order, whose teachings he had agreed to add to his own, as follows, all italic stars. None are of real Masonic nature, but clandestinely of pretended Masonic nature. This the argument of a very cunning, unscrupulous arch-pretender, to cover his tracks and to conceal his acts. None but illegal Masonic and other spurious orders. Collecting charters. In answer to many questions that have been asked on one point, I wish to say that it will be noted that in the list of affiliated bodies the FOPAC does not include any organization of a Freemasonic nature, despite the fact that some persons believe that such is the case. In the first place, Freemasonry throughout the world is so organized and so universally distributed with its various grand lodges and inter-allied organizations or councils that it is practically an international federation itself and would have naught to gain by uniting with any other federation. In the second place, Freemasonry is not a mystical, cosmic, occult, hermetic organization in the sense that we have outlined in the foregoing statements. It is just as different in this regard as is the Theosophical Society, or the Vedanta Society, or others. There are various forms of Freemasonic activities in foreign countries, but none of these are in any form or manner a part of the Federation. We who journeyed from North America to Belgium to participate in this Congress as representatives of the Rosicrucian Order, received many forms of reception and were given many charters and Does it take so many charters to establish the authenticity of the Holy Spurious? Only spurious orders require so many charters. Agreements of affiliation with the other allied organizations of the Federation, and signed various documents of greetings and affiliation with other organizations, but none of these charters, documents, or papers related to Freemasonry, or any form of Freemasonry, nor did they bear any agreements, promises, or acknowledgments to any other organizations than those listed above. The above mentioned list of organizations said to be members of the Federation FOPAC, alleged to be Rosicrucian orders of non-Masonic nature, will be presently quoted and discussed in Part 4 of this chapter. For the present, Let us show how and in what manner he proposes to introduce in America teachings and rituals of a Freemasonic nature as a part of the teachings of a fraudulent R.C. order. Continuing in the same article, he says, italics Rs. To use rituals and teachings of Martinist order, but nothing of a Masonic nature. The Amorc in North America agreed to add to its teachings and its principles and to its special ceremonies the initiations of several of the allied organizations mentioned above, including the Martinist order, of which the Amorc of North America is the sole and exclusive supreme sanctum for this jurisdiction, but the Amorc has not agreed to conduct any ceremonies or offer any teachings or use any symbolism or ritual pertaining to any other organizations than those mentioned in the above list, and has no plans and no intentions of including in its activities anything of a Freemasonic nature, or of a theosophical nature, or of any other organization that may attempt to introduce its activities in America unless it is of some definite mystical, cosmic, Hermetic organization that may be admitted to the Federation by vote of the delegates at some later sessions of the Executive Council of the Federation, as perhaps he has introduced and is now using that which purports to be the rituals and teachings of the Martinist order as a fraudulent Masonic device of his R.C. swindle. At least, he has left no room for doubt that such is his intention. Almost a year * Rosicrucian Digest, April, 1935, p. 98. Previous, he had declared that, somewhere in the United States, and possibly in Canada and Mexico, are living those few who received initiation in the Martinist order in Europe italics Rs. And elsewhere in the past years, and it is our per the exclusive opus now to get in touch with these and, with the authority of the Martinist mu authority and power granted by the federal order granted to Shin, establish a Supreme Council of the Martinist Louis, a non-Mason order for North America and offer its rituals. Impossible. Martinist teachings and highly spiritual principles to our order is of a Masonic advanced Rosicrucian members. Nature. According to the vote of the Supreme Grand Master and Council of the Martinist Order in Europe, the exclusive authority for the Martinist Order for North America rests in the hands of a Supreme Lodge of Amorc through charters granted personally to the Imperator for North America. Registered the Martinist Order, Mr. Lewis has declared repeatedly that none of the rituals and teachings which he acquired at the Congress of Brussels through Foucault for his fraternal racket, to be used in connection therewith, are of a Freemasonic nature, while at the same time asserting that he intends to establish a Supreme Council of the Martinist Order for North America under his exclusive grant of power, through Foucault, and give the teachings to members of Amorc. That is consistency, genuine Lewistonian racketeering consistency used to support and promote his fraternal swindle. The Martinist Order is purely of a Masonic nature, as is well known to all who are informed upon the subject, a fact that no one can successfully deny. It is an absolute prerequisite to membership in the Martinist Order that all applicants for membership therein must be, and all persons admitted as members thereof shall be Master Masons. For those not informed on the subject, we quote from a letter of J. Bricon, former Grand Master of the Martinist Order, as 5 Rosicrucian Digest, December, 1934, p. 69. Follows, to belong to the Martinist Order, as you know, you are required to have the 3rd grade, the master's degree, of Masonry. Only on this condition is it possible to join the Martinist Order. With the same mail, I am sending to you several copies of the Annulus Initiatus. In one of these numbers you will find an historical account of the Martinist Order. Registered as a matter of sober and solemn fact, Lewis does not possess the authority he claims from the Martinist Order. Such authority could not be granted to him for the reason that he is not a Master Mason. Nor did he receive such authority through the Congress of Brussels, via Foucault, because the authentic Martinist Order was not represented, and did not participate in that Congress of clandestinism. Mr. C. Chevalon, Grand Master of the Martinist Order, who is also the Sovereign Grand Master General of the Masonic Order Ancient and Primitive of Memphis and Mizraim for France, has denounced that spurious Congress in no uncertain terms. There was a clandestine Martinist order, known as the Martinist and Synarchique Ordre, represented in that Congress by Mr. Victor Blanchard, otherwise known as Sardiezir, who was one of the three imperators who formed the Supreme Triangle of the Fugaci, the other two being Dantheim, alias Sar Hieronymus, Imperator of Europe, and H. Spencer Lewis, alias Sar Halden, Imperator of America. The Supreme Triangle of Fugaci shall have further and more elaborate consideration in Part 4 of this chapter. Let us for a brief moment sketch the historical background of the Martinist order. Cagliostro, called the Divine by his followers, was the founder of certain Freemasonic rites known as Egyptian Masonry. The origin and the real name of Cagliostro are shrouded in mystery. All accurate information concerning him dates from the time of his appearance in London, with his wife, Lorenza Feligiani, about the year 1770. It was in London. In 6 this quotation is made from a letter written to the author on the stationery of the Supreme Council of the Martinist Order by J. Ricard, Grand Master, at 8 Rue Bujout, Lyon, France, under date of April 20th, 1928. The remainder of this letter will be quoted in Chapter 5 in connection with the subject matter therein treated. Grand Master J. Ricard made the transition on February 21st, 1934. April 1771, that he was initiated in Esperance Lodge. About that time he founded his rites which, in all probability, afterward became the rites of Memphis and Mizraim, with European Masonry grafted upon them. As the founder of the rite, he conferred upon himself the title of thrice illustrious Grand Master, and was also known as the Grand Copt. He founded several lodges throughout Europe. In 1775, he founded a lodge in Lyon, France, under the name of Sages Triumphanti, 1. E. Triumphant Wisdom. John Yarker, in his Arcane Schools, claims that the rites of Cagliostro were those of Martinez de Pasquale, who founded his rites in 1754 and introduced them into Masonic lodges in France. Saint Martin was one of his disciples, helped him to formulate some of his degrees, and greatly assisted in carrying the teaching into many lodges. It was upon the combined Masonic rituals and teachings of Cagliostro, Martinez de Pasquale and St. Martin, that Papus, Dr. M. Gerard and Cos, the French Magus, founded the Martinist order. The order of succession of its Grand Masters is as follows: Papus, founder and first Grand Master to date of his death, 1916, Tedder from 1916 to 1918, Jean Bricot from 1918 to February 21st, 1934, and C. Chevalon from February 21st, 1934 to date. Victor Blanchard was secretary of the Martinist order under Grand Masters Papus and Tedder. In 1920 he withdrew from the order and created the Martinist and Synarchique Ordre, ordaining himself Grand Master, after the fashion of our great American Imperator. Claiming authority under Victor Blanchard, as he does, it is obvious that Lewis possesses no authority from the authentic Martinist order of true Masonic nature, and that he is simply using his alleged and spurious claims to such authority as a subterfuge and fraudulent device in connection with and as a part of his Masonic RC swindle. Rosicrucian, the French word for cross, has been adopted and long used by Masons of the Scottish Rite as a part of the distinctive name or title of their 18th degree, which is known to be 7. The facts stated are verified by numerous fraternal communications from the Martinist order, in our archives. Public generally, as well as to Masons, as the Rosicrucian, therefore, this term or title, by virtue of its general and continuous usage by Scottish Rite Masonry, especially in the United States, has become intimately and most exclusively associated with Masonry, indeed, so much so, that the use of the term Rosicrucian by any non-Masonic organization in the United States may well be calculated to, and actually does, deceive and mislead the public generally, and Masons, especially those who are not as well advised upon the subject as they should be, into the belief that the organization so using such term or distinctive Masonic appellation is a Masonic order, or affiliated therewith. Mr. Lewis, being fully aware of all of this, has made general use of the distinctive Masonic term Rose Croix as a Masonic device to promote his spurious Rose Cross * enterprise and fraternal swindle. For the past few years, Mr. Lewis has been sending to his members who reach his 4th degree a booklet entitled, The Treasure Chest Message, containing a certificate, prepared and printed in San Jose, California, but mailed and postmarked in Egypt registered offering them special lessons, for which he solicited donations, the certificate purporting to have been issued by the Rose Croix of Egypt, sovereign sanctuary of the Grand Orient, but in reality issued by himself, and also purporting to have been signed by Sartcheta, F. R.C., 33 degrees, 95 degrees, Grand Master ad vitam, and sealed with the Masonic seal, thus making the certificate distinctively Masonic. On November 16, 1934, he incorporated in the state of California, as a part of his fraternal enterprise, an institution known as the Rose Croix University of North America, the certificate of incorporation providing, among other things, that it is formed for religious, social, educational, and recreational purposes, and especially, to found, establish, and conduct a university, college or other institution of learning, to provide for instructions in such aid. In the United States the Rosicrucians do not use the French, but the English spelling of the word cross. Therefore the fraternity is known only as the Rose Cross or Rosy Cross, which avoids all misunderstanding and deception, which arose, as pointed out in the text, from the use of the French spelling for cross. Registered, all of which was admitted by Lewis in his testimony in the federal court at San Francisco, in the case of Roy W. and H. Smith vs. Amork and the Lewis family. See official transcript of the testimony, pages 153 to 160. 1 CFAC simile of the certificate, our reproduction no. 26, volume I, p. 387. Branches of learning as are taught in universities, colleges, and other educational institutions. Asterisk, this so-called Rose Croix University he is now using as a part and parcel of his fraternal scheme or spurious Rose Cross order. The gross misuse and abuse of the Masonic term Rose Croix, as above pointed out, and also in other ways, is a rank imposition on American Masonry. It is well calculated to deceive, does deceive, and is a fraudulent device used by M.R. Lewis to promote his fraternal racket and Masonicized Rose Cross swindle. Masonic seals in certain Masonic rites. The official signatures of the high officials of those rites are always accompanied by seals in the nature of multiple crosses of different designs and in accordance with the rank of the official. These multiple cross seals are distinctively Masonic, and the use of them in connection with their signatures clearly indicates that they are the signatures of Masons of certain indicated rank or of certain official standing. Mr. Lewis illustrated the use of these Masonic seals in his Exhibit No. 9, upon which we have heretofore commented. Registered at the time Lewis fabricated his spurious fraternal enterprise or so-called R.C. order, he also fabricated and adopted for it certain symbols. These symbols were first published in 1915, on page 5 of his first propaganda booklet, entitled, The Ancient and Mystical Order Rosae Crucis in the United States of America, Its History, Purposes, and Symbolism. We reproduce herein said page 5 of symbolism, showing said symbols. Asterisk, at that time he called himself the Grand Master General of his newly fabricated fraternal enterprise, adopted for himself the Great Seal of the Grand Master General, containing the compass, distinctively Masonic, and the sacred insignia of the Grand Master Gen. 2 quoted from a certified copy of Articles of Incorporation of Rose Croix University of North America, under the certificate of the Secretary of State and the Great Seal of the State of California. 3C White Book T, p. 25, and our comment thereon and his wrongful use of such Masonic seals and signatures on p. 142, chapter 3, of this volume. 4C our reproduction number 68 at the end of chapter 5, and note the Great Seal and the sacred insignia of the Grand Master General, lower right corner. 5 Grand Master General is a title of the Masonic rites of Memphis Mizraim. Errol, consisting of a multiple cross, strikingly similar to said Masonic signature seals, which Masonic-like signature seal he has since used in connection with his official signature as imprinter of his spurious R. C. Order. Mr. Crowley, the present secret chief of the OTO, an organization operating under a Masonic charter of the Rites of Memphis and Mizraim registered, always accompanies his signature of Baphomet by a Masonic multiple cross seal, and Lewis uses a multiple cross seal strikingly similar to that used with and as a part of Crowley's signature of Baphomet, as we have heretofore shown and fully demonstrated. Thus, by the use of a Masonic signature seal, another of his fraudulent Masonic devices, together with the habitual employment of many other fraudulent Masonic and Rosicrucian devices, he has created and operates his gigantic Masonic Rosicrucian swindle. Space does not permit us to bring into review, at this time, all of the many cunning Masonic devices he has used, or to show in detail the many different strategic methods employed by him to successfully utilize them in his grand scheme of racketeering in clandestine fraternalism. Sufficient of his Masonic devices and ample facts have been shown to enable us to demonstrate and establish beyond all question that the ancient and mystical order Rosae Crucis Amorc, as fabricated and compounded by H. Spencer Lewis, and as operated by himself and his son, Ralph, is a Masonic and Rosicrucian fraud and a wicked fraternal swindle. Lutz is not a master Mason, although he used and abused Masonry, has laid many claims to Masonic affiliations, has taken complete charge of Masonry, has placed it under the benevolent protection and excellent management of his spurious non-existent Great White Lodge of Tibet, and has issued Masonic charters to spurious and clandestine Masonic sovereign sanctuaries, although he held and manipulated a fake Masonic Congress that created for him an International Rosicrucian Council, which recognized his fabricated fraternal racket as the only genuine Rose Cross order. Registered see Part B of this chapter. 7 CR Reproductions NOS 30 and 31, Volume I, pages 362 and 363. In America, and although he has written voluminously and boasted exceedingly of the great, grand, heretofore unknown Masonic honors that have been conferred upon, literally smeared on the ultra-great, thrice illustrious imperator, the most perfect master profundies of the Lewis hierarchy of fraud and deceit, yet, all of his noble Masonic acts were null and void, his great Masonic honors were not esteemed, and instead, his Masonic acts in truth and fact were and are only fraudulent devices, and his great Masonic honors badges of fraud, all simply because at this writing he is not an accredited Master Mason in these United States of America. His Masonic record in this country and the Masonic jurisdiction wherein he resides and is operating his aforesaid swindle may be briefly stated as follows. In 1917, a short time after he launched his spurious Rosicrucian order in New York City, he made application for membership in Normal Lodge No. 523, at 6th Avenue and 23rd Street, New York City, under the jurisdiction of the Grand Lodge of the State of New York. He was accepted as an entered apprentice, passed to the degree of fellowcraft. So far, so good. However, at this stage, his Masonic troubles, which have since become chronic, began to multiply and to become serious. The brethren began to investigate and concluded that he was seeking the Masonic secret work and rituals to use, together with the good name of the fraternity, in connection with his spurious Masonic and Rosicrucian-like fabrication which he was then organizing. Accordingly, upon his petition for the master degree, he was stopped by a very black and most adverse ballot, and all the rights and privileges of a Mason were thereafter denied to him. Registered, he has asked for reinstatement, but without success. Later, he again made application in Master Mason lodges in Tampa, Florida, and San Jose, California, but was denied admission. It has been said of him by his former Grand Treasurer and close associate that he is one of the few persons in the United States 8 times has proven the judgment of the members of Normal Lodge to have been correct and their action fully justified. Lewis' recent anti-Masonic conduct in Europe, as shown by the foregoing report of French Masons, and the constant misuse of Masonry in the promotion of his fraternal racket have proved the wisdom of the denial of his master's degree. of America, against whom there is a warning on file in every Masonic Grand Lodge jurisdiction. It is, therefore, obvious that Lewis has been fully discredited and has no Masonic standing. Rights of Memphis and Mizraim. Mr. Lewis cannot controvert the above stated facts, but he may, with his ever-resourceful plausibility, claim that his Masonic standing is well founded under the rights of Memphis and Mizraim, notwithstanding that he resides in the United States and Masonically is subject to the jurisdiction of American Masonry, wherein those rights are generally regarded and in some jurisdictions have been declared to be clandestine Masonry. However, for our present purpose we may disregard the Masonic standing of those rights in the United States. That question becomes and is immaterial for one peremptory reason and a secondary reason that is almost as conclusive, namely, first, the peremptory reason, Lewis is not a Master Mason, which, as heretofore stated, is the foundation of all Masonry. The three craft or symbolic degrees are fundamental and must be conferred in the due order of succession in regular lodges duly constituted. They cannot be communicated as honorary degrees or as Masonic honors. These degrees are found in substantially the same form wherever Masonry exists, and nowhere in the wide world can a man be a Mason without them. This is so universally accepted as true that it needs no citation of Masonic authority to confirm it. Therefore, the honorary 33rd, 90th and 95th degrees of the right of Memphis and Mizraim and the honorary membership in the sovereign sanctuary of those rights for Germany, Switzerland, and Austria, granted to Lewis by Royce Peregrinus under certified K** of the Order of the Oriental Templars, under date of July 30th, 1921, or null and void, without effect from the beginning, and conferred upon him no Masonic rights or standing even under degree letter of M.R. A. Leon Bachelor, April 5, 1935. 1. See article on the spurious rights of Memphis and Mizraim issued 1935 by the Grand College of Rights of the United States, Square and Compass, Volume 44, Number 10, pages 68 ETSEQ, Number 11, pages 46 ETSEQ, and Number 12, pages 40 ETSEQ. Issues of December 1935, January and February 1936. See the Thompson Masonic Fraud, pages 15, 249 and 258. 3. See our reproduction number 40. The rights of Memphis and Mizraim. Second, the conclusive secondary reason, if, at any time, he was for any reason, however meager, entitled to any Masonic consideration, however slight, from the Memphis Mizraim Masons, he has forfeited it by his anti-Masonic conduct and the abuse of their rights for which they have justly condemned him. Therefore, he has no Masonic standing under those rights and deserves the universal Masonic condemnation which he has received. The Thompson Masonic Fraud. Matthew McBlain Thompson, fabricator of the American Masonic Federation, a fraudulent device, which he operated successfully and unmolested for several years in the perpetuation of a fraternal swindle, was convicted, with two of his associates, Thomas Peru and Dominic Bergera, at Salt Lake City, Utah, May 15, 1922, of using the mails to defraud. The indictment and conviction of Thompson and his associates was the culmination of efforts of the United States government, begun in 1915 and diligently pursued for 7 years, to have a just reckoning with the perpetrators of one of the most ingenious mail frauds, and one of the most daring and spectacular Masonic impostors and fraternal racketeers in American history. This case should be carefully studied by all investigators of fraternal frauds, that we may better understand and see the full significance of the Lewis fraternal swindle, which he continues to operate, unmolested by governmental authorities. It will be instructive and illuminating to compare it with Thompson's fraud, whom the government prosecuted, convicted, and sent to prison. In some respects they are alike, while in others they bear striking similarities, except that the Lewis scheme is more confusing, complicated, daring, far-reaching and ingenious. It is regrettable that we shall have space only for a comparison of a few of the major points of exact likenesses and general similarities. For a full report of this case and a splendid account of this fraud are given in a well-edited volume of 268 pages by Isaac Blair Evans, under the title of The Thompson Masonic Fraud, to be found in all Masonic libraries and may be purchased through all book dealers or direct from the author at Salt Lake City, Utah. Expelled and discredited Masons. Thompson was an expelled and discredited Mason. Lewis is a stock denied, ousted and discredited Mason. Both have made many varied, fantastic claims to Masonic authority, high standing and great honors registered, which they alike have wrongfully used to promote their respective fraudulent schemes and fraternal rackets. Both, probably coincidental, originally claimed authority for their respective enterprises by, through, and from institutions in the quaint and mystical French cities of Toulouse and Montpellier, which each of them afterward abandoned for a more substantial authority issuing out of a supreme council from a foreign land. Both made trips to Europe, at the expense of their followers, to attend council meetings and international congresses *, and came back with glowing fictitious accounts of their marvelous accomplishments for the benefit and fascination of their followers. Both, being egotists of the first water, neither tolerating opposition to the slightest degree, but promptly and unscrupulously expelling and excommunicating those of their victims who questioned their authority or their methods. Thompson was charged by Mr. J.A.S.F. Robinson, the Grand Secretary of the authentic Grand Lodge of Regular Masonry of Oregon, with running a spurious and fraudulent Masonic order. He published many articles exposing his fallacious claims. Thompson sued him for libel, boasting to his followers that he would once and for all time settle the matter of his superior Masonic authority. The case came to trial before a jury, and 2 days were occupied in presenting the MV5C Thompson Masonic Fraud, pp. 117, 122, 193 and 208. 6. Thompson made exorbitant claims to his unexcelled Masonic standing, the high offices he had held, and the glorious titles and great Masonic honors that had been showered upon him, which he published from time to time in his official organ, the Universal Mason. See the Thompson Masonic Fraud, pages 43, 44 and 45. We are familiar with Lewis' claims in this respect. 7. For Thompson's claims, see the Thompson Masonic Fraud, p. 52. For the Lewis claims, see chapter 5, this volume. Both were weird and fantastic claims. 8. As to Thompson's European trips and accounts thereof, see the Thompson Masonic Fraud, pp. 108, 145 and 240. As to Lewis' many trips and glowing accounts thereof, his literature is replete, much of which is discussed elsewhere herein. See also volume I, p. 432. As to Thompson's actions in this respect, see the Thompson Masonic Fraud, pages 67, 113 and 161. As to Lewis touching on the same point, see volume I, p. 402 and chapter 6 of this volume. The jury was out but 20 minutes and returned a verdict against Thompson *. He said nothing of his defeat in his magazine and went on with his game. Lewis had the same experience, but he took no chances on a jury verdict with unscrupulous cunning far excelling his predecessor. In fraternal fraud, Lewis paid his way out and by a fraud on the court secured a false finding as to his authority. Point 2. Both made fallacious claims of authority from the Martinist order *, and each relied, in the final analysis, upon the rights of Memphis and Mizraim *, as we shall later see, as the ultimate and final source of their spurious and non-existent authority. There are many other points of striking similarity between their various claims of authority and their methods of making those claims that we must here pass unnoticed as to their infinite variety of details, since space will only permit a meager general review of the salient points of their much alike schemes. Conceit and Self-Glorification. Mr. Blair, author of the Thompson Masonic Fraud, at page 259, painted a word picture of the self-conceit of pretenders and charlatans that is alike applicable to them all, as follows. Thompson lacked nothing in self-esteem. He gloried in the hollow pomp and mock glory that went with his multitude of large titles. Some of his former disciples say that he fed upon flattery like a medieval king, and that the fawning sycophant was the only person who stood any chance of winning his favor. All the high positions were reserved for Thomson. It is arguable that one of the principal motives back of all his activities was a consuming desire to satisfy this colossal vanity. 1 C. Thomson Masonic Fraud, pp. 124 to 126. 2 see Chapter 1 of this volume for Lewis' adventure in establishing his authority in the Court of Record. 3 As to Thomson's claims, see the Thomson Masonic Fraud, pp. 143 and 125. We have just discussed a similar claim made by Lewis. 4 As to Thomson's use and reliance upon the rites of Memphis and Mizraim, see the Thomson Masonic Fraud, pp. 43, 67, 84, 134, 142, 159, 168, 176 to 178, 222, 225 and 245. Lewis' reliance upon the same Masonic rites is dealt with and fully shown in this chapter. A more accurate or better word picture of Lewis, his successor in fraternal fraud, upon the same points, cannot be painted. All pretenders are vain, selfish, and jealous of their position which they unscrupulously maintain it is an ever-present badge of their fraud. No man with independent ideas or of questioning mind could long associate with them on amicable terms. They are always the arch-charlatans of the groups, and they brook no rivals. Vain, egotistical, and loquacious, they are the guiding spirits of the whole shady business, and by their fruits we know them. A close examination of the literature disseminated by them will at once place them, not in the company of modest men and celebrated scholars, but with notorious impostors. Confusion. Expert deception. Much confusion exists as to the origin of Masonry and the Fraternity of the Rosy Cross, as well as to their relation to each other. Both being secret societies, the true history of neither has been written and published to the world. Much loose, wholly unreliable, and spurious literature concerning these two great and truly mysterious, secret fraternities has been written and widely circulated by charlatans and pretenders such as Thomson and Lewis. The writings and histories of the most careful and sincere investigators abound with errors, and even the writings and works of members thereof do not give true, but all too often, conflicting accounts. Thus, much conflict and confusion exists. Thomson and Lewis, being expert deceptionists, shrewd and cunning, and without conscientious scruples or mental reservation, being fully aware of the conflict and confusion that exists, set up their spurious orders in its midst and took full advantage of it. To successfully promote their fraudulent schemes, it was necessary for them to closely imitate the genuine orders and to challenge the authenticity of the established authentic organizations of the Masons and Rosicrucians. This they both did without hesitation and with brazen effrontery, defending themselves with intricate misrepresentations, cunning deception, citation of conflicting and spurious authorities, and escaped from immediate detection in the confusion that existed, which they complicated and made more confusing to serve their purposes. Povenaire so anti-Saras corrupted and fraud, both being clever writers, fascinating and convincing speakers, each used his extraordinary faculties and talents with all the practiced art of the unscrupulous promoter. Each boldly and emphatically claimed to be an expert authority upon Masonry and kindred subjects. In 1914, Thomson had Robert S. Spence, his secretary and co-editor of his magazine, issue his challenge to the world, in these words: Matthew McLean Thomson is, without fear of contradiction, the brightest Mason in the United States. I put this forth as a challenge to any Masonic wiseacre who desires to take issue with the statement. Registered. Even so, Lewis also claims to be an expert and to know all about Masonry and Rosicrucianism, and when questioned or exposed, he writes voluminously and confusingly, making all manner of plausible misrepresentations and using all his subtle arts of Cunning deceit finally winding up by challenging anybody and everybody to debate registered International Masonic Congress to strengthen his spurious claims of authority which were gradually failing him and to construct a new fraudulent device to take the place of those that were surely collapsing. Thompson made a trip to Europe in July 1920 to attend a meeting of what he called the International Masonic Federation, held at Zurich. He had, for a long time, led his followers to believe that eventually a worldwide federation would be created which would control Masonry and of which he and his associates would be the leaders. The Congress of Zurich, as explained by Thompson, was for the purpose of taking up the work of the First Congress of International Freemasons, under the leadership of Papoose, Dr. M. Gerard Encausse, held in Paris, in June 1908, for the purpose of starting a universal federation of Freemasonry. 5. See Thompson Masonic Fraud, p. 71. 6. See Volume I, pages 133 ETSEQ and Chapter 7 of this volume. 7. Mr. Lewis claimed that this was a Congress or International Council of Rosicrucians. See his Exhibit Number 6, White Book D, our reproduction number 43 and the proceedings of that Congress. Our reproduction NOS 45 to 45E and the text in Part 2 of this chapter. A full account of his travels and universal recognition accorded to him, telling of the great work of the International Masonic Congress, as well as what purported to be minutes thereof, was published by Thompson in the Universal Mason for December 1920. He made much ado about this Congress. Theodore Royce was present as the representative of the OTO and the sovereign sanctuaries of the rights of Memphis and Mizraim for Germany, Switzerland, Great Britain, and Ireland, but the Congress was a farce and not representative, so Royce withdrew at the beginning and did not participate. At his trial, Thompson was forced to admit, on cross-examination, that the Congress of Zurich was a farce, a snare, and a delusion, and that only 6 or 7 men were present. This is a typical and fine example of how pretenders and fraudulent promoters, racketeering in fraternalism, support, lift and sustain themselves by their own bootstraps. The times that Lewis has done this same thing and resorted to the same tactics are too numerous to relate here. His literature abounds with accounts of his attendance at RC international councils and congresses, all faked and fictitious. Some of these we have discussed and others we shall discuss in this volume. Universal unimpeachable authority. Both claimed unlimited and universal authority with the resulting right to work every right, to teach every doctrine and to disclose every secret teaching to their followers, real or fictitious, known and unknown, existent and non-existent, and all those sublime secrets and holy rights lost for generations but recovered by them, which they alone possessed and could give to the gullible victims of their all-inclusive occult, mystic, Masonic and fraternal swindles. Both issued long, imposing and mystifying announcements, proclamations, and pronunciamentos concerning their extraordinary and unimpeachable authority. They were and Lewis still is the Lord High Moguls and Popes unlimited of universal initiation, and wisdom will die with him. Let us hope that all occult frauds, mystic swindles and racketeering in brotherly aid. See the Thompson Masonic Fraud, pp. 145 to 146. See the Thompson Masonic Fraud, p. 240. Love and fraternalism will also depart with them. Thompson made fabulous and impossible claims to everything and to all manner of impossible, conflicting, and irreconcilable authority under a charter dated April 20, 1898, from the Scottish Grand Council of Rights, which was proven in his trial to have been spurious and a fraudulent device which he used to promote and perpetuate his fraudulent scheme. Lewis claims his fabulous, stupendous, universal, and unimpeachable authority under and by virtue of a charter, dated October 20, 1920, from the Great White Lodge of Tibet, a fictitious, non-entity, and fraudulent device, under which he fabricated Fuposai, his present source of authority, his latest and last model of fraudulent devices. In the September issue, 1921, of the Triangle, his then official organ, he set forth his exorbitant claims, and gave a partial list of the secret orders, rites, and universal initiatory authority under his immediate control. He claimed for his fraudulent order, the Emerk, all ancient and modern secret rites. He claimed everything that Thompson claimed and more, Lewis' scheme being more modern and of later design, and he being much smarter and more cunning than Thompson in many ways, is better planned, more complicated, intricate and confusing, and more cleverly designed than that of Thompson, who, in the main, dealt only with masonry, whereas Lewis confuses masonry and Rosicrucianism, and derives his Rosicrucian authority by way of, through, and under ancient and primitive Masonic rites. Thompson was convicted of a Masonic fraud. Lewis, his successor in fraternal racketeering, has improved somewhat on his fraudulent devices and swindling schemes and created for himself and his son a hierarchy of Masonic and Rosicrucian fraud, which shady enterprise he conducts, principally by mail and magazine advertisements sent through the mail, under a Rosicrucian appellation and as the original, ancient, and only authentic Rose Cross Order in America or in the world, for that matter. 1. See the Thompson Masonic Fraud, pages 45, 59, 84 and 159. 2. For FAC simile of this charter, see our reproduction number 51 and the discussion of this charter in part 4 of this chapter. 3. For Lewis' description of his spurious Supreme High Council of the Universe and his claims of authority thereunder, see pages 135, 136 and 137, chapter 3 of this volume. Thompson's claims under his spurious Scottish Grand Council of Rights were very much the same and almost as fabulous and as ridiculous. Thompson's exorbitant, fabulous, unreasonable, conflicting, and impossible claims of authority proved to be badges of fraud that led to his downfall. He claimed too much, made too many impossible and conflicting claims, got too bold, ventured too far, talked too much, and at the end bargained without a host, and got caught. Lewis, though cautiously yet almost exactly, is following in his footsteps. Lewis, now being exposed on every hand and involved in numerous lawsuits, is battling desperately to save his dynasty of fraud and to save himself from the ultimate and inevitable fate and just deserts of his illustrious predecessor in fraternal fraud. Thompson's final claim and conviction. Thompson had at one time been a master mason, in good standing, and rightfully possessed many of the higher degrees. However, on account of his anti-Masonic conduct, his inclination to rule the craft, and to be the most worshipful and thrice illustrious Grand Master General, and particularly on account of his natural predisposition to sharp practices, shady enterprise, fraternal racketeering and trafficking in brotherly love, he was expelled as a Master Mason, from the Blue Lodge, and thereupon ceased to be a Mason, and as a result thereof all his higher degrees fell to the ground and ceased to exist, being without Masonic foundation to support them. It was shown that his alleged sources of authority were spurious and that he could not legally exercise Masonic authority in the United States, even under a charter rightfully granted by regular foreign Masonic power, because the territory was Masonically occupied, thus recognizing the universally established fraternal usage and law upon that subject. The gravamen, the basis, or essential part of his fraud, was that he was not a Master Mason, that he did not possess the right to confer the craft degrees and, consequently, no right to confer or communicate any of the higher degrees. Thompson made many conflicting and confusing claims as to his. For Lewis' impossible, conflicting, and spurious claims of authority will be reviewed in Chapter V hereof. 5. See the Thompson Masonic Fraud, pages 117, 122. 193 and 208. Right and authority to organize Blue Lodges and confer the craft degrees. Later, he abandoned most of these claims and asserted this right under an endorsement on one of his many spurious charters made J. Enchery, Grand Commander of the Supreme Council of Louisiana degree, registered the origin of which he traced back to France, thence to Scotland. Finally, when forced to abandon that and all other claims, he rested his entire claim to the craft degrees under the rights of Memphis and Mizraim through the spurious Grand Council of Rights of Scotland. Peter J. Wilkie, ESQ, an attorney, of Sacramento, California, who had been one of Thompson's high officials in California, but who had questioned Thompson's authority and had been expelled, testified, among other things, that he had seen the denial over the signature of the head of the Supreme Council of Louisiana, of Thompson's authority to do any of the things which he claimed to have the right to do from Louisiana. Continuing his testimony, quoting from the transcript, he said, T asked Mr. Thompson if there was any truth in such a statement. I can give you his words as he gave them to me. Brother Wilkie, I never claimed to have any authority from Louisiana. The court, from what? A. Louisiana. Och. Mr. Morris, what then occurred? A. I asked him from whence he received his authority. He replied that he had received his authority from the right of Mizraim and Memphis through the Grand Council of Rights of Scotland. Q. Mr. Wilkie, what degrees were you talking about? A. We were talking about the fundamental degree of the organization, the craft degrees. There are no other degrees to be considered. If you are not a Mason of the craft degrees, the higher degrees amount to nothing, so far as you are concerned. 6C. The Thompson Masonic Fraud, pp. 12, 53, 73, 78, 127, 134, 137, 141, 156, 165, 170, 183 and 189. 7C. The Thompson Masonic Fraud, p. 159. See also testimony of Francis J. Lust. Thompson admitted all of this to be true, but insisted that he possessed the right to confer the craft and all other degrees under the rights of Memphis and Mizraim through the Grand Council of the Rights of Scotland. However, on this last and final stand under the rights of Memphis and Mizraim, through his self-constituted Supreme Council of Rights, he was convicted of fraternal swindling and fraudulent use of the mail, and sentenced to pay a fine of $5,000 and to serve 2 years in prison. Thus ended the Thompson Masonic fraud of 20 years' duration. And Mr. Lewis, his successor in fraternal swindling, now Operdash, aiding his Masonic Rosicrucian fraud in its 21st year, having been driven from one spurious claim of authority to another and many others, and having made many conflicting claims and set up many fraudulent devices, has been forced to set up his final fraudulent device, the spurious International Masonic Congress of Brussels, 1934, and his bogus International R.C. Council afoot the C*** and to center his claim to Rosicrucian authority in the Masonic rights of Memphis and Mizraim, just as Thompson did in his last and final stand. It is remarkable how the characters and genius of these two men, their ways, plans, claims, methods and mode of operating their respective fraternal swindles and frauds, with perfect verity, run in deadly parallels. The government set a precedent in the Thompson case. After 7 years of intensive investigation, the federal government vigorously prosecuted and convicted a fraternal racketeer of trafficking in the noblest impulses of mankind and of swindling his fellow men in the name of and under the guise of brotherly love. It established a precedent and demonstrated that a fraternal swindle and mystic fraud is just as insidious and equally as bad and harmful as any and all other swindles and frauds. In sentencing Thompson and his associates, Federal Judge Wade said, in part, to the same effect, pages 172 to 176. 8C Part 4 this chapter and Chapter 5, this volume. Well, nobody can hear this evidence in this case without being convinced, absolutely convinced, that this thing has been a fraudulent scheme from the beginning. I can see where an ignorant person might find some possible excuse for the methods employed in this case, but for intelligent people and experienced people to try to convince this court that this organization and this plan and this work that had been going on, is on the square, it can't be done. This court hasn't really any power to impose a penalty here which would be adequate punishment for this thing that has been going on. Registered the Lewis Amorc scheme. The federal government is aware of the Amorc scheme as operated by H. Spencer Lewis and his son, as a family enterprise and fraternal racket. In 1931, a former member of Amorc filed a complaint with the chief inspector of the post office department, charging the Lewises with the fraudulent use of the mails. Mr. Lewis dispatched his attorney post-haste to Washington. Apparently, his legal staff succeeded in convincing the post office department that Amorc is a voluntary fraternal organization, that it should not be scrutinized too closely, and that they should be allowed considerable latitude in the operation thereof simply because they were operating their racket under the private facey guise of fraternalism. At any rate, no corrective action was taken. In 1933 and 1934, the Internal Revenue Bureau of the Treasury Department made an investigation and audit of Lewis' fraternal enterprise and merchandising business. The special investigator found that it was not a fraternal organization within the meaning of the Revenue Act, and so reported. Mr. Lewis employed one of the best and most expert firms of attorneys in Washington practicing before governmental departments to represent him before the Commissioner of Internal Revenue, which, of course, was entirely proper. They succeeded in convincing the Commiss 9C the Thompson Masonic fraud, p. 241. 1 see page 41 of this volume. 2 see chapter 6 of this volume. In answer to Lewis, White, book Zioner, that Amorc was a fraternal organization and that it would come within the Act after certain changes had been made in its bylaws and a certain system of bookkeeping and accounting was installed, whereupon the Commissioner issued his certificate of exemption from the payment of federal income taxes. In 1935 and the early part of 1936, the Federal Trade Commission caused to be made a thorough investigation of Mr. Lewis' operations by competent investigators. The voluminous report, accompanied by many documents and much evidence, made to the Commission, evidently was adverse to Mr. Lewis, since he made a hurried trip to Washington to attend, so he says a banquet tendered him by a federal judge. However, while in Washington, at that time, he again employed the aforesaid firm of attorneys, who had successfully represented him before the Commission of Internal Revenue, to represent him before the Federal Trade Commission. These clever, ingenious, and able lawyers succeeded in convincing the commissioners, or some of them, or perhaps some of the officials of the Commission, that Amorc, as operated by Lewis, is a secret fraternal association and should not be investigated, that if the Commission did so it would have to assume the burden of investigating all fraternal associations and secret societies. Accordingly, the investigation was discontinued at least temporarily. It does seem, however, in view of the well-considered precedent established in the Thompson case, that the argument of counsel was fallacious and the action of the Commission ill-advised. It is not necessary that all fraternal or religious institutions and secret societies be investigated. Such institutions, as a rule, are open and above board, free from fraud and without mercenary contamination. But when many members of a concern, purporting to be a fraternal or secret order, complain that they have been misled, even defrauded, that it is being conducted as a family racket, and that it is not what it purports to be, then it should be investigated. It must be conceded that it is within the range of possibilities that a fraud and swindle may be perpetrated in connection with a fraternal organization or under cover of fraternalism. Indeed, so he testified at the trial of the case of Roy W. and A. E. Smith vs. Supreme Grand Lodge of Amorc et al. In the Federal District Court at San Francisco in February 1936. 278. Some of the worst swindles and most damnable frauds have been so committed. They are odious to a greater degree and far more pernicious than ordinary swindles which rob men of purse and property, because perpetrators of such frauds traffic in the high inspirations and noblest impulses of men, and rob them of their ideals as well as of their money. There are some things more precious than property and above the purchasing power of the almighty dollar. Religious, fraternal, and secret societies have been instituted by men to foster and protect those precious things for which men are willing to part with their money, that they may have, hold, and enjoy them. This being true, daring, and unscrupulous promoters, now and then, invade the sacred precincts of these fraternal shrines, by racketeering in brotherly love and under the fairest pretensions commit the meanest frauds and perpetrate the worst swindles. That is exactly what H. Spencer Lewis, the most daring of fraternal racketeers, has done. For 20 years he has been operating, and now is operating, a fraternal swindle of the first magnitude, in the name of a holy order under the fairest pretensions and the cleverest of fraudulent devices. The time has come, and now is, when our high governmental officials should take due notice of these facts, and action that is meet and proper, to the end that our people be protected against his malignant type of racketeering and this detestable species of benevolent fraud, and also to the end that heartless fraternal swindlers may receive their just punishment. With the purchased aid of able, clever, and ingenious lawyers and his own super-cunning and unscrupulous stratagems, he may, as he has been doing, postpone the ultimate and inevitable day of reckoning and retribution, however, when the whole truth is known and fully appraised and justice is done, as it shall be done, and the complete history of his extraordinary fraud and unique swindle shall have been written, it will be puzzling to know just what place and rank shall be assigned to Lewis, among the Masonic and Rosicrucian impostors of the past. Will that captivating company of charlatans, who, in different ages, have sported with credulity and follies of men and women, be offended or jealous at the thought of having Lewis added to their number? He has outdone them all. Some of them were Masonic pretenders, others were Rosicrucian impostors, but Lewis, with a genius excelling them all, has combined the two into one gaudy, alluring, fraternal, mystic, occult, Masonic and Rosicrucian swindle. The plausible lies of his cunning, entertaining propaganda about the marvelous primitive Egyptian Masonic rites and the ancient mystic Rosicrucian teachings which he alone of the many who sought the august privilege has been permitted to bring to this fair land for the gratification, well-being, and glorification of our people, have fascinated a continent for the past 20 years. These weird tales of this Masonic Rosicrucian mountebank, embellished with the glaring plausibility of truth, but dashed and brewed with lies, have pleased the credulous, exploited the gullible, puzzled the wise, and filled the coffers of the Lewis hierarchy of fraud with filthy lucre taken from the unwary by the deft hand of a clever and pious pseudo-mystic, but none the less a detestable and damnable fraternal racketeer. Translation of important Rosicrucian document No. 4, shown on the Opios Lei page. The beginning of wisdom is love of God. Order of Oriental Templars, Hermetic Brotherhood of Light, the Sovereign Sanctuary and its laws, ancient and primitive Freemasonic rites of Memphis and Mizraim, by authority of the Great Orient of Gaul, from the charter dated July 21, 1862, and 28,911, and by authority of the Sovereign Sanctuary of Britain and Ireland by charter dated September 24, 1902, AD. The Great Orient of the ancient and accepted Masonic and Scottish rites of 33 degrees. Greetings. To whom it may concern, we, Albert Carroll Theodore Peregrinus, Sovereign Directing Magus of the Egyptian Rite of Primitive Masons of Memphis and Mizraim of 95 degrees, and the Grand Master General of Freemasons of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite of 33 degrees, and the Caput and Frater Superior, and the Vicarius Salomanus of the Order of Oriental Templars, by virtue of the authority vested in us by the most venerable brothers, grant H. Spencer Lewis 33 degrees, 90 degrees, 95 degrees, 7 degree, OTO, to be an honorary member of our Sovereign Sanctuary for Switzerland, Germany, and Austria, permission for instituting a lodge and to represent our Sovereign Sanctuary of the secret knowledge of our Order of Masons, to be called as Gage of Amity near the Supreme Council of the Amorcat, and for the purpose of conducting all the classifications or degrees from the first up to the San Francisco, California, classification or degree of the ancient Masonic art and of the Egyptian Rite of Primitive Masons of Memphis and Mizraim of 95 degrees, and of the ancient and accepted Rite of Scottish Masons, in accordance degree with the laws and ritual instituted by us and accepted by the Order of Oriental Templars. If the Constitution of the Order of Oriental Templars, dated January 22, 1906, 1917, AD, is violated or neglected, this permission and foregoing diploma may be rescinded at any time. As a document of these things, this diploma is written, sealed, and signed by our hand. Granted in our sanctuary, Pt. Basilia, on the 30th of July, in the year of translation of important Rosicrucian document No. 4, shown on the opposite page True Light 000,000,000, which corresponds to the year of our order 1303, ADLOZTS, 5 seals, Peregrinus, 33 degrees, 97 degrees, X degree, seal, K of the order. Note that part of the foregoing document within brackets and printed in italics is crossed out or a line drawn through it on the original document in Latin, of which the foregoing is a free translation into English. It was issued by the OTO. Read his statements. Lewis claims that this is a Rosicrucian charter. See under a Masonic charter. See translation on opposite page. About this charter, this volume, pages 135 to 136, volume I, pages 345 and 381. Text and note carefully how willfully and grossly he has misrepresented it. Translation of important Rosicrucian document No. 5, shown on opposite page. Sovereign and military order. Here is the standard. The letters of the motto on the top are N, NDKW. SNP equals digi. Instead of phone lies NND, which stands for Novus Domini, the motto of Templars. Of the Temple, the Grand Bailiff has the honor to inform Mr. H. Spencer Lewis that the Grand Master conferred on him the title of Bailiff Grand Cross of the Order, title transmissible to his descendants. This August 10, 1933, B.E. Signature not clear. Only a Masonic cross is distinguishable. M.R. Lewis statement. Let us compare Mr. Lewis statement and misrepresentations of the certificate, made under his published FAC simile thereof, shown on opposite page, in December, 1933, with the above translation, as follows. The above illustration is a photograph of the document authorized by the Supreme Council of the Sovereign and Military Order of the Temple in Europe. This order of Templars was founded in 1118 in Jerusalem and has had a continuous existence throughout Europe up to the present time, with an unbroken list of Grand Masters representing noble and royal families of Europe and the most prominent individuals of every section of the European countries. The above charter was authorized by a vote on the part of the European organization, conferring upon H. Spencer Lewis the power and authority of Grand Bailey of the Order for the United States of America, which is equivalent to the title of Grand Master for this country, and also confers upon him the Grand Cross of the organization and the special coat of arms, which is painted in color at the bottom of the charter. The coat of arms becomes hereditary with age. Spencer Lewis and his descendants. A later amendment to the charter signed by the same officials, the Grand Chancellor and the Grand Bailey, extended the authority to include Canada and Mexico. It will be noted that the Rosicrucian emblem appears in the special coat of arms, and the history of the organization shows its close relationship with the Rosicrucians throughout the past centuries. The above charter authorizes H. Spencer Lewis to confer the honorary degree of Knight of the Temple upon those who distinguish themselves in special service to the Rosicrucian order in North America. This is the first honor and power of this kind ever conferred upon an individual of North America. Italics are ours. It will be observed that the coat of arms is very important in his mind and very dear to his heart. Nothing is said in the certificate concerning the coat of arms. Could it be possible that it was added and imposed thereon by the artistic and deft hand of an impostor? We dare not say. See text. FAC simile reproduction number 41. This is Mr. Lewis Importanti Rosicructe and document No. 5. Although it has nothing to do with the Rose Cross order no more than any of his other important documents. If it is authentic, it was issued by a Masonic organization. See the translation on the opposite page and his description of this document, also the text, and note his miserable misrepresentations about this unimportant document. 334. 1060 is known and recognized as the ancient 100 LS, mystical order Rosae Crucis, and in its abbreviated form is known as AMORC. The North American jurisdiction comprises the United States of America, Canada, Alaska, the insular and territorial possessions of the United States, Central and South America, and other countries and territories. 3. Plaintiff order is devoted to the perpetuation of the scientific, ethical, and moral teachings, philosophies, and theories of the ancient Rosicrucian Brotherhood, which came into being in ancient Egypt, and has continued to date. That for the past centuries the sovereign sanctuaries of the ancient rites of Memphis and Mizraim have been and now are the grand conservators of the integrity and ideals of the recognized and accredited Rosicrucian Brotherhood through the world. Plaintiff has been in the past and now is the recognized and accredited supreme authority and the representative of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood in the North American jurisdiction, and has and does now maintain fraternal relationship and communication with other recognized and accredited supreme representatives of the Rosae. Continued on next page. FAC Simile Reproduction No. 428330-1003 Crucian Brotherhood of other jurisdictions throughout the world. As such accredited and recognized representative of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood of the North American jurisdiction, plaintiff is a member of and participates in the convocations and deliberations of the World Supreme Council of the recognized and accredited supreme jurisdictions of the Rosicrucian Brotherhood. The central office of the World Supreme Council 1004 is now in Vienna, Austria. On this and the preceding page are FAC simile reproductions of pages 334 and 335 of the transcript on appeal of the case of AMORC B.S. Smith, showing paragraph 3 of the sworn pleading filed by Lewis on July 5, 1933, in that case. Note carefully that he claims that his brand of Rosicrucianism, the spurious kind, comes by way of the Masonic rites of Memphis and Mizraim, and that Rosicrucian authority, the kind he possesses, has been conserved for centuries in the sovereign sanctuaries of those rites. Now, remember that he was illegally made an honorary member of the sovereign sanctuary of those rites for Switzerland, Germany, and Austria by his important Rosicrucian document No. 4, that after misusing, abusing, and debauching those Masonic rites, he held the now infamous clandestine Congress of Brussels, 1934, composed principally of discredited Masons, and produced the Footpost, his latest model of international Rosicrucian council, which recognized his fraternal enterprise as the only Rosicrucian order in America. And you have the sum and substance of his latest claim, his last stand on his Rosicrucian authority. It, in brief, is the foundation and framework of his Masonic Rosicrucian swindle. See text. 2 cents IH equals 8 equals FF71A /I 8 born age ATCS 4YOA /IY plus asterisk registered 4 1 4N equals 3 degrees I at TRs 6 asterisk I /J% E 2 Y FAIA /_E /YRSOSX. Masonic documents mutilated, falsified, and manufactured evidence. We shall now deal with a particularly notorious and base attempt made by Mr. Lewis to use deleted, mutilated, and falsified Masonic documents as proof to sustain his false claims and gross misrepresentations relating to alleged mythical and non-existent Rosicrucian World Congresses and International R.C. councils from and through which he claims Rosicrucian authority. It will be remembered that he has complained bitterly that we have misrepresented the facts and convicted him with manufactured evidence, which, of course, carries the tacit admission of guilt, if our statement of facts is true and our evidence genuine. However, after accusing us of misrepresenting the facts and manufacturing evidence to establish his guilt, he proceeds to do that self-same thing, that is, to delete and mutilate Masonic documents, to falsity them, and to falsely represent that they prove that a Rosicrucian Congress was held in 1908 in Paris and that all his claims are true. Now, inasmuch as he did that self-same thing, as will presently appear, it seems to us that the necessity for resorting to such methods clearly indicates the falsity of his claims, and that the employment of such questionable tactics is an open confession of guilt. Even Mr. Lewis seems to agree with this statement. At any rate, he appears to believe that anyone who resorts to such methods is wholly unworthy of belief. In commenting on the value of testimony and in accusing us of manufacturing and presenting false evidence to prove our charges against him, he says, TT is commonly recognized in all courts of law and among persons of good common sense that when a witness resorts to falsehood, falsely manufactured evidence, deliberate deceit, misquotations, and the tricky use of unrelated elements to produce an artificial one impression, he is immediately disqualified as a competent witness or as one to be given any consideration. When it is found in any inquiry that the principal witness or the one who is making the charges against another has deliberately and knowingly, willfully, and maliciously falsified in one or two of his statements or pieces of evidence and exhibits, all the rest of his testimony becomes suspected and unworthy of consideration as truth. If a witness or plaintiff against another person has to resort to false, malicious, and artificially manufactured evidence against a person to support one or 2 points in his argument, the whole of his argument must be weak and all of his contentions must be worthless, or there would be no need of augmenting them with untruthful and deliberately deceptive statements. Asterisk, he who charges others with manufacturing evidence should at least be consistent and not resort to such questionable and shady methods, because consistency is the hallmark of honest enterprise and genuine institutions, whereas inconsistency is often the badge of the spurious. In this particular case it is a badge of fraud. Therefore, by his own standards or pretended standards we shall judge him and his handiwork. International Rosicrucian councils and World Congresses. When he instituted his fabricated fraternal swindle in 1915 under a Rosicrucian appellation, he claimed that it was sponsored by a Rose Cross order in France with the approval of the International Council, then alleged to have been located in France. Since then he has located and relocated this non-existing so-called world or international R.C. Council in Egypt and all over the map of Europe, and has attended or claimed to have attended many meetings and sessions thereof, as well as a few world congresses of all the great occult and mystical societies, orders, and organizations of the universe. He has returned with glowing AC1 White Book D, P5. The italics belong to Mr. Lewis. We have printed the word exhibits in capitals in the above quotation to direct particular attention to it in view of our discussion of his exhibits and especially his exhibit No. 6, our reproduction number 43, discussed in connection herewith. 2 see Chapter B hereof, dealing with his changing and inconsistent claims of authority from various alleged and spurious sources. Counts of his wonderful accomplishments, picturing himself as the kingfish of all the great occult and mystical movements across the sea. Much of his alluring, high-pressure, fictitious propaganda has been falsely built around these alleged world congresses and R.C. international councils. We have repeatedly exposed this myth and his claims as being utterly and absolutely false. In a published letter under date of April 5, 1935, Mr. A. Leon Batchelor, his former Grand Treasurer, said to and of him, "For several years you and your family have taken trips to Europe with the funds of the order, falsely stating to the members that you were going to Rosicrucian conventions. There have been no such conventions, and there is no such thing as an international council. The italics are ours." To these serious charges and expose he replied, on page 30 of White Book D, under his own misstated and garbled charge number 2, as follows. Clymer says and charges that when amorphs. Note misstatement of Feisers speak of the Rosicrucian order and its exist real charges and ins in Europe at the present time and during the confusion of past centuries, or speak of international conventions, authentic order and congresses being held in Europe, that the I'm with Amorc, his freighter of Amorc is lying and deceiving his MEM. Fraternal racket. Worship, and that there are no such foreign branches of the organization active, and that there have been no conventions or congresses of Rosicrucians held in Europe or elsewhere. The committee has read a mass of evidence in the form of books by Waite, Frawit Emons, and our italics. Castells, another eminent Masonic historian, in if such meetings which books the names, dates, and places of active were held, Louis Rosicrucian bodies in various parts of Europe did not attend. Given for the 19th and 20th centuries, and the names, dates, and places of Rosicrucian conventions and congresses are given. This evidence was supported by newspaper and this remarkable magazine reports of such conventions, which here he refers to his photo exhibit No. 6, our reproduction number 43, to be presently discussed. Evidence, he says, committee saw and examined in person, by cable fully disproves gram messages from abroad confirming such con-hour charges. Bent ions, by photographs of assembled groups at conventions and congresses and by other indisputable statements made under oath and even signed and sealed by members of the American Council abroad. It is truly and by the officers, chief officials of foreign government remarkable ments who certified the documents. This, then, proves the falsity of Clymer's second charge. Tricks of the trade. These are the ways of charlatans, the methods of pretenders and the artful dodging of tricksters. Here our eminent imperator, by garbling and misstating the clear-cut charges, makes confusion profound by setting up a false and confused charge, which he answers with misrepresented, falsified, and deleted documentary evidence. Moreover, he convinced his own voluntary investigating committee, who read a mass of this sort of remarkable evidence, by his still more remarkable methods and the tricks of his trade. Now, we have not said that there are no Rosicrucian orders in Europe at the present time, nor that there have been no Rosicrucian international conventions and congresses held in Europe during the past centuries. We give an account of one of those great convocations, the First World Parliament, in Book 1 of Volume I of this work. We have also spoken of the authentic orders of the Rosy Cross existing in Europe today. See particularly pages 151 and 165 to 166 of this volume. There have been real Rose Cross convocations held in Europe and elsewhere, some of which have been reported and referred to by writers in books and articles about the Rosicrucians. Others have been secret and only known to Rosicrucian masters and high initiates. Our charges relate entirely to his false claims concerning the fake international councils, of which he claims to be a high and honored member, from which he claims his authority, and the bogus World Congress, which he claims to have attended during the past 21 or 22 years, and of which he boasts of being one of the leading spirits, if not the leading spirit. Now, Mr. Lewis and his family, the hierarchy of Amorc. Although they have made numerous trips to Europe for that alleged purpose at the expense of their member victims whom they have deceived, yet they have never attended a real Rosicrucian Congress, nor has M.R. Lewis ever been a member of an international RC council or attended the meetings of any such council, but he proposed to prove that there had been such conventions, not since he fabricated his spurious RC order in 1915, but prior thereto. How? By the remarkable evidence set forth in the foregoing statement and by the documents set forth in his photo exhibit No. 6, which we have reproduced herein for the convenience of study and discussion. Hard-pressed for proof. You may wonder how it will help his case to prove that there was a Rosicrucian Congress announced in Germany in 1907 and held in Paris in 1908, which was some 7 or 8 years before he fabricated and launched his spurious RC order, and before he and his family began to make pleasure trips to Europe to attend RC councils and congresses, and, of course, before he began to write glowing accounts thereof as promotional propaganda to increase the royal revenues of his fraternal racket, to pay the expenses to attend other meetings of the RC Council and to attend and promote the Great Congress of Brussels in August 1934, to create the Foubacy to certify to the Rosicrucian authenticity of his fraternal swindle. Well, whatever the point or advantage he had in mind, he proved it with the photographs of the deleted and mutilated parts of documents shown in his exhibit No. 6, beneath which he made the following false, absolutely and wholly false statement. The upper photo shows an announcement issued in Germany in 1907 inviting members of the Rosicrucian order in all parts of Europe and members of its allied groups, the TO, to participate in a congress or convention to form an international alliance. The lower photos show the first and last pages of a mimeographed copy of the report of that convention concluded in Paris, for our reproduction No. 43 at the end of this part. June 9, 1908. Note that the report was signed by Papoose and Tedder, former Supreme Masters of the Martinist Order, Blanchard, the present Supreme Master of the Martinists, and Theodore Royce, Supreme Magus of the Rosicrucians N.O. It. O. Blanchard was a participant in the Footpasser Congress in 1934, representing the Martinist Order. The OTO is not a Rosicrucian order, but a Masonic order, as we shall conclusively show in Part 5 of this chapter. The announcement shown in the upper photo was not issued to members of the Rosicrucian order and members of its allied groups, the OTO, to participate in a congress to form an international alliance, and had nothing to do with the Rosicrucian order or an RC Congress or international alliance. It was a call issued by the OTO, a Masonic organization operating under a Masonic charter, addressed to women, not to hold a convention, but it was and is an invitation extended to women to become Masons and to form a co-Masonic or female Masonic organization registered, which is anti-Masonic and clandestine Masonry the world over. The lower photo is not a report or part of a copy of a report of that convention called in Germany in 1907 and concluded in Paris, June 9, 1908, as is so plainly intended to be implied. The Congress of Paris was not a Rosicrucian Congress, as is also falsely claimed, but a Masonic Congress, as will presently appear. Mr. Blanchard is not the present Supreme Master of the Martinist Order, of Masonic nature, as we have seen a few pages back. And Theodore Royce, although the Supreme Head of the OTO, was not the Supreme Magus of the Rosicrucians, as we have seen in our study of his important Rosicrucian document No. 4 registered, and as shall be conclusively shown in Part 5 of this chapter. 5 White Book D, p. 22. 6 CR reproductions NOS 44 and 44A of the original document in its entirety and our translation of it to follow in the text. 7 C full report of the Congress of Paris, June, 1908, shown in our reproductions NOS 45 to 45E, and the translation of the official report to follow in the text. 8 CR reproduction number 40 and the translation shown only a few pages back. Deleting and mutilation, the trick of a desperate trickster. Let us make a careful examination of the upper document shown in Exhibit No. 6, which we have marked A in our reproduction No. 43. Note carefully that he has mutilated it by making heavy parentheses between the words de and Ames and after the word Croix, and underlining the words Ames de la Rose Croix, ostensibly to give emphasis thereto and to leave the impression that the document relates to the Rose Cross in alto. Gather false impression, but in reality to delete the letter D from the word Dames, thereby making it read Alliance Internationale de Ames de la Rose K. Croix, whereas before he mutilated it by deleting the D at the beginning of the word Dames it read Alliance Internationale de Dames de la Rosicrucian. Registered thus by this cunning, deceptive ruse, he made the French word Dames, meaning women, appear to be Ames, which in French would indicate that it had something to do with the souls of the Rose Cross. Was that clever? No, just crooked base crookedness. He needed proof, he had none, he was desperate, so he turned the trick and falsified the record with willful intent to deceive. Did the committee discover that before they signed and swore to the report, or did Lewis mutilate, delete, and falsify the document after he put it over on the committee? And did he lead the committee to believe, as he is trying to lead the public and his other members to believe, that because the document has the words Rose Croix on its face that it relates to Rosicrucian affairs, as he says in his Exhibit No. 6 above quoted? The answer, the only answer to all these questions is obvious. It was a petty trick of a rank pretender, the act of a desperate promoter, just another of the many badges of fraud of his fraudulent scheme and fraternal racket. Gross misrepresentation. The original document was issued in French, then translated and issued in German. The mutilated heading reproduced by Lewis in registered CR reproductions NOS 44 and 44A of the original document. His Exhibit No. 6 is the German edition. We have reproduced the original French document. The free translation of this document makes doubly clear the gross misrepresentation and base chicanery of Mr. Lewis in connection therewith. The document translated in its entirety is as follows: Order Oriental Templars OTO International Alliance of the Lapins, Dames, of the Rose Croix. The Alliance Internationale of the Ladies, Dames, of the Rose Croix is an auxiliary organization of the Universal Federation of the Templars. May we pause for a moment to consider this heading and the initial statement? It is clearly indicated that the call is issued by a Masonic organization, which is confirmed by the context that follows. The O.T.O. Order of Oriental Templars, based upon and working under a charter of a sovereign sanctuary of the Freemasonic rites of Memphis and Mizraim, has a degree known as the Rose Croix. This explains the use of the term Rose Croix appearing therein. It was not the intention of the OTO or Mr. Royce Wilson to give the misleading impression that a Rose Cross Alliance of the Rosicrucian orders of the world was to be formed. That was Mr. Lewis' idea, intended to mislead and deceive his followers, and by trickery and base chicanery offered as proof of his own false representations concerning international law. See councils and congresses. The real and unmistakable purpose of the OTO was to found an international organization of female masonry or a co-masonry under its jurisdiction. The invitation addressed to women, inviting them to join and form a co-Masonic organization, continues. The Secretary of the Federation is giving the following declaration concerning the aim of the organization. We represent and we aspire to the realization of the universal reconciliation of the nations without distinction of the races and religions on the basis of an autonomous government of all the nations who are politically mature. This constitutes, so to say, our outside politics, and underscore we will in this way qualify our fundamental ideas which govern us in our relationship with all the nations. Yet we have in mind a certain inside politics aspiring to the leveling of the social differences governing in all the countries. We vote for any social measure which is capable of maintaining the well-being of all the working and industrial classes. We are aspiring to the transformation and the development of the financial and economic conditions, also of the conditions of the production of different states and communities, which should be based on directions, broad, tolerant, altruistic, cooperative and international. With every means possible we are trying to prove in a practical way that only with the help of art in all these branches it would be possible to cure the wounds inflicted by the World War, 1914 to 1918. No matter if it is manifested in the fall of morality, depression of souls or by non-belief in God. The art, providing the conditions are favorable, can cure these physical and moral ailments. Music is especially created to bring man back to God. The art is the forerunner and the one who enunciates harmony. The reward of those who believe in God is to be dissolved in harmony, because divinity itself is eternal harmony. Because God, or the creator of the universe, or the eternal cosmic law, gave to the human world the woman as a symbol of beauty, and as every art has to be beautiful in aim to produce a harmonious result, we consider the woman a symbol of personified art and beauty and as the one who is representing and announcing our aim of the reconciliation of the nations, because the reconciliation of the peoples also supposes the harmony of the souls, which women are particularly capable to invoke through the art in these different branches and to stimulate like a flame and thus keep and to preserve. This is why we first of all invite women of all the countries to join our order for the realization of the reconciliation of all the peoples. We also invite them to organize synods and lodges of our order and make an ardent propaganda of the harmonization of the nations which still fight and spoil themselves with the most unreasonable rage. Inasmuch as art, in symbolism, is also a way leading to harmony, it has the faculty of tuning sounds common to all in the heart of the most different peoples and to create a link of friendship around them. Therefore, our order is beginning to initiate its members into the mysteries and sacred symbols of the ancients. It is going to use the form adapted to the above-mentioned aim of the order. It will give to the women an education adapted so as to make them apostles of the sacred arts, so that they can at any time and place be active as missionaries of the new message of salvation. It at all times and with all peoples the rose mystique crucifix, mystery of the crucified rose, is the symbol of salvation. This is why all our members must try to be accepted in such communities in which the symbol of the mystic rose is active. But before they can be admitted in any esoteric center of the initiates, they have to acquire the elementary knowledge of general symbolism, and this by passing through the 3 first degrees craft degrees of symbolic masonry. Because the comprehension of any mysticism is based on this knowledge, women from good families who desire to join the alliance are asked to write to the administrator of the OTO, Mr. Royce Wilson, Honorable Professor of Applied Medical Science in the School of Paris, University of France, Castello Postali, a Lugano crossed out and Bale written in Bale. The following is lined out with a pen. The payments are to be addressed to the Banque de la Suisse Italiana Lugano. The Secretary of the Order, Laban de Laban. In memoriam the most puissant and most illustrious Sovereign Grand Master General of the ancient primitive rite of Masonry for France, Bro Charles Henry Ditra, Tedder, 33 degrees, 97 degrees, X degree, our most dearly beloved and co-pounder on 10. Asterisk this call and invitation to the women of all nations of all nationalities to join the co-Masonic order of the OTO was not issued in Germany in 1907 as a call for the Masonic Congress in Paris ending June 9, 1908, as falsely represented by M.R. Lewis. It was issued in France, where Royce Wilson was then residing. It was issued in 1918, after the World War, as indicated by its context and stated objects. At the close is a notice of the death of Charles Henry Ditra, Tedder, Grand Master of the Martinist Order and of the Ancient Primitive Masons of France, who died in France in 1918 following the close of the late World War. Therefore, it is quite obvious that it was not issued in Germany in 1907, and it is also as obvious that it was not a call to convene a Rosicrucian Congress in Paris in 1908 to create an international R.C. Council. The statements concerning the faux post, issued by Lewis and his confederates at the Congress of Brussels, 1934, published in La Rose *K. Croix, a magazine, and shown in his exhibit No. 7, * on page 23 of White Book D, are strikingly similar to this document. It will be interesting to compare this with the translation of the Foucault's statement given in full in part 4 of this chapter. It will leave the impression that Lewis was familiar with the contents of this document issued by the OTO and that his false representations concerning it were not made in innocent ignorance. Lewis and co-masonry in this connection and supplementing part 1 hereof by adding further evidence of his use, misuse, and abuse of masonry showing how he plays hot and cold with it, yet all the time using it to promote his Masonic Rosicrucian swindle. We quote an article on female masonry written by Lewis and published in the Rosicrucian Forum in April 1932, a publication for his members only warning them against the co-masonry. Perhaps he was fearful. 10 translation of our reproductions NOS 44 and 44A, to be found at the end of this part. One shown in our reproduction number 48. That he might lose some members to the co-Masonic movement then becoming noticeably active in the United States. The article in its entirety is as follows: his members being solicited, he warns against female masonry. Are italics. In this instance co-masonry conflicts with his business. Therefore, he condemns it. But in 1934 at the Brussels Congress it was useful to his business, so he approved it. Co-masonry has been sponsored by Madame Besant, the OTO, and approved by H. Spencer Lewis. Lewis blows both female masonry think it is time for us to sound a note of warning and at the same time answer a question that has been coming to us very frequently and from many parts of the country. Evidently some new form of propaganda is going on, and it is also evident that our members are being solicited in a very definite way. This new propaganda relates to an organization called co-masonry and is sometimes called female masonry. The claim is set forth that this organization is older than Rosicrucianism and that it contains all of the teachings and benefits of the Rosicrucian order and has a larger membership and other distinct advantages. Now, The truth of the matter is that co-masonry is a very modern organization, and I doubt if even the spirit of it or any of the ideas back of it can be traced farther into history than 50 or 75 years. Certainly, in its present form and as a concrete thing, it belongs to the present generation of men and women. So far as we have been able to trace, it appears that co-masonry is either a branch of the Theosophical movement or one of the mass pastimes or incidental activities sponsored by or created by Madame Besant, or other leaders of the Theosophical organization. We have not been deeply enough concerned to even attempt to trace its history, although we have in our library a blue leather-covered book containing the ritual of this organization and other books containing its bylaws and regulations and other books containing a record of its activities. What we wish to say about it is that its claims are ones to be gravely considered before being AC2. MRS. Amy Besant founded a co-Masonic lodge, which was recognized and afterwards chartered by the OTO. See our reproduction No. 57Q and the translation thereof in the text of Part 5 of this chapter. 300 A senior. Hot and cold on this subject. Are italics. It is clandestine the world over. Freemasonry is restricted to male sex for definite reasons. The Rose Cross is open to both sexes for another valid reason. Therefore, it is wrong for Lewis to misuse and abuse both Masonry and Rosicrucianism in his fraternal business racket. All this is true. Then why does Lewis use it and Masonry to promote his Masonic R? See Fraternal Racket. Freemasonry and Sept. It claims to be all that recognized Freemasonry is, and it claims to accept women into its organization on an equal basis with men, thereby making them co-Masons. These claims are naturally denied by recognized Freemasonry throughout the world, and certainly the established and recognized Freemasonry of America can justly refute any intimation that those who belong to co-Masonry are Freemasons in any sense. Recognized Freemasonry throughout the world is restricted to the masculine sex. This is not because Freemasonry takes any stand regarding the equality of sexes in all other matters, but because the craft of Freemasonry was designed for certain definite purposes, and these purposes have naught to do with the activities of women or their interests. A fraternity of musicians may exclude artists or engineers, lawyers, or physicians, not because they consider them as unworthy of any companionship or any high place in the social world, but because the fraternity of musicians was designed for certain purposes and limited to certain persons. Therefore, we feel that this word of warning to the effect that so-called co-Masonry is not a part of Freemasonry at all should be sufficient. We might say, incidentally, that it is beyond our conception how any benefit would come to any woman to be united with such an organization, except in a purely social sense, for the ideals and purposes of Freemasonry could not possibly be carried out in an organization of mixed membership. The average woman would, therefore, find disappointment in any preconceived ideas she might have about the benefits of being connected with regular Freemasonry through her membership in this organization. In the second place, co-Masonry is not like Rosicrucianism in any sense. Neither regular Freemasonry nor co-Masonry conducts any classes or systematic schooling for the education of their members along certain definite lines, and co-Masonry most certainly contains no graded system of instruction like that contained in the Rosicrucian organization. Rosicrucianism or Freemasonry is a system of moral and ethical educative, but Lewisian of the highest type, but it is not a graded system, confuses them, and of instruction covering hundreds of subjects like the makes them the basis Rosicrucian system, and it does not claim to be. Its of his Masonic Rose work is quite definite, and in its field of activity it cross-racket and has no equal for its moral force and power of uplift fraud among men. For women to join an organization devoted mostly to social activities and the working of a philosophical ritual, without any definite instruction or practical benefits, may be satisfactory for some, but wholly unsatisfactory for those who are seeking it is a serious matter that which the Rosicrucian organization contains. When they seek furthermore, the present propaganda directed to in Lewis paying tourist and solicit Rosicrucians on the basis that co-members Masonry is identical with Rosicrucianism is unfair as well as untrue. The Rosicrucian Forum, April, 1932, pp. I-55 and 156. It makes a difference when the movement of co-Masonry was established in the United States by the Theosophical movement under the leadership of Madame Amy Besant, under a charter from the OTO, and threatened to make inroads upon the paying membership of his fraternal racket and Masonic Rosicrucian * swindle. He was quick to condemn it, yet he claims Rosicrucian authority was granted to him by the OTO. In 1934 at the Congress of Brussels, when he needed the assistance of discredited Masons, sponsoring co-Masonry, to establish the footpost, to recognize his fraternal racket as the only genuine R.C. order in America, he joined the Congress in the ratification of female Masonic lodges. You see, he needed an international Rose Cross Council so badly that he was willing to do almost anything within reason, even to going to the extent of approving co-Masonry to get it. So, also, in 1935 when he was hard-pressed for proof of RC World Congresses and International RC Council meetings to justify the many trips of himself and family to Europe to attend the same, at the expense of the members of AMORC, and having *CR reproduction No. 40 of his OTO charter, important Rosicrucian document No. 4. No such proof, but needing it very much. Why? He just picked up an announcement of the OTO issued in 1918 announcing the formation of an international and universal co-Masonic organization and said to his voluntary investigating committee, "Now, there is the proof that the Rosicrucians in Germany in 1907 issued a call for a great international RC Congress to be held in Paris. Fam 3 copyright." And he picked up another OTO paper and said, "See? Here is the report of that great international R.C. Congress which concluded its deliberations in Paris on June 9, 1908. It is signed by Papus and Tedder, former Grand Masters of the Martinist Order, by Blanchard, the present Grand Master of that order, who participated in the FOPAC Congress in 1934, and, moreover, by Theodore Royce, Supreme Magus of the Rosicrucians, and the OTO. The committee, unable to read French and German, were well pleased and fully satisfied that it was all true. The ruse and deceptive trick worked so well on the careful investigating committee that he decided to publish those documents somewhat altered, deleted, and mutilated in White Book DSX. Hibit No. 6 and fool the rest of the gullible and credulous world. That was a vain and fatal error. There are some who can read French and German and also who know when and where Rosicrucian international convocations have been held. Of course, as the immortal Lincoln said, you can fool some of the people all the time and all the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all the people all the time. These other documents let us give consideration to the other documents marked B and C in our reproduction No. 43 of Exhibit No. 6. Which Mr. Lewis says is a mimeographed copy of the proceedings of a Rosicrucian convention to form an international alliance concluded in Paris, June 9, 1908. The top part marked B appears to be the heading to an OTO document and is in printed characters, whereas the lower part is in typewriter type. There is nothing to indicate they are parts of the same document, except that they are shown in the same picture and exhibited together with a lot of ink smeared upon and between them. They may be parts of two separate documents, the head of one and the tail of the other. However, be that as it may, it is not material or very important. The important fact is that, whatever it may be, it is not the official report or a copy of the proceedings of a Rosicrucian Congress or Convention concluded in Paris, June 9, 1908, and that M.R. Lewis' representations to that effect and his statements and all implications concerning the Congress of Paris that concluded June 9, 1908, are false. There was a Congress held in Paris that concluded on the 9th day of June, 1908, under the call and leadership of Papus, Dr. M. Gerard and Cause, but it was not a Rosicrucian Congress or Convention and had naught to do with the August Fraternity. Masonic Congress of Paris, June 7, 8 and 9, 1908. There was a Spiritualistic Masonic Congress held on June 7, 8 and 9, 1908, in the Palace of the Scientifical Societies and attempt. PLE of Human Rights under the presidency of Dr. Papoose, the official proceedings of which were published in 1910 by the Hermetic Library of Paris. It was a Masonic Congress. It dealt with spiritualism, which Lewis has so strongly condemned of recent years, although he publishes as his Exhibit No. 11 * an article written by himself in 1906. Its speakers discussed other subjects, none of which were or are Rosicrucian or had to do with esoteric Rosicrucian doctrines or teachings. Although several subjects, such as spiritualism, magnetism, and associated esoteric sciences and spiritualistic masonry, were discussed, no action was taken on any of these subjects except matters purely Masonic dealing with rights under the ancient constitutions of G.A.D.L.U., such as the rights of Memphis and Mizraim and other Freemasonic rights, and resulted only in the formation of a Masonic convent of spiritualistic rights and what was said to be the Universal Masonic Federation. That all may see the exact nature and accomplishments of that Congress, that there may be no misunderstanding or misinformation on the subject, and to the end that Lewis may not deceive and mislead others on the subject, we publish herewith facsimile reproductions of the title page of the Hermetic Library, 1910, and other. 4 White Book D, p. 27. Pages of the official report of that Congress, with translation thereof, as follows, here page Hermetic Library or reproduction number 45 Serialistic Congress of June, 1908, under presidency of Drive. Papoose report of working Congress and of the spiritualistic Masonic covenant spiritualism, Christianism, and sciences annexed to magnetism, spiritualistic masonry Paris Library Hermetic Library, 4 Rue de Frostenberg, 1910 translation of page 7 or reproduction no. 45a. The first part of this page concludes a statement of the proposed arrangements for the Congress and concludes by telling of the response made to the call for the Congress by Dr. Papoose, and gives the personnel of the temporary organization committee as follows: numerous personalities of the occultist world, spiritual or magnetic, adhered immediately to the proposition of Dr. Papoose, namely, Messrs. Baudelot, Ernest Bosque, Coria, Edmund Dees, Gabriel Delaunay, Leon Dennis, Henry Durberly, Albert Jaunet, the Commandant Manton, Van Eyck, etc. And soon after the temporary Committee Organization Committee, of the Spiritualistic Congress and of the Masonic Covenant was definitely constituted. Composition of Committee Organization Provisoire, members of the Temporary Organization Committee, President, Dr. Papoose. Members, Messrs. Baudelot, Dr. Biagini, Charles Blanchard, Bonnet, H. Browerlow, E. Dace, Desjovert, Charles Dubourg, Durberly Sons, Faugeron, Hantay, Arganon, Etienne Guerin, Albert Jaunet, Merle, Albert, and Leon Noel, Van Eyck, Schmidt, Tedder and Thomas. Secretary, Mr. Victor Blanchard. Assistant Secretary, Mr. Paul Burr. Treasurer, Schockernach. Translation of page 211 or reproduction no. 45b. Masonic Covenant of Spiritualistic Rights TT is not possible, because of indiscretions, curiosity of outsiders, for us to go too deeply into details on the composition of the covenant. At the first appeal of the organizers, 17 Masonic orders and 3 affiliated orders answered by sending special delegates. The Hiram Review gave the following list: 1. The Grand Orient and 33rd Sovereign Sanctuary of the German Empire. 2. Arabian Masonry, the Sons of Ismail. 3. The Supreme Universal Council of the Mixed Masonry. 4. The Grand Spanish Symbolic Lodge, National Spanish Rite. 5. The Sovereign National Grand Council Iberic. 6. The Ancient and Primitive Rites of Masonry, England and Ireland. 7. The Swedish Grand Lodge of England. 8. The Grand Portuguese Delegation of the National Spanish Rite. 9. The Grand Lodge of the Green Cap. 10. The Blue Rite of the Argentine Republic. 11. The Grand Lodge of the Ancient and Accepted Masons of the State of Ohio. 12. The Grand Lodge of St. John of the Ancient and Accepted Freemasons of the State of Massachusetts. 13. The Provincial Grand Lodge of Germany of the Rite of Swedenborg. 14. The Grand Swedenborg Lodge of France. 15. The 33rd Supreme Council of Mexico. 16. The Supreme Council of the Oriental Masonic Order of Mizraim and Egypt for Italy. 17. The Order of the Illuminates of Germany. 18. The Order of the Esoteric Rose Croix. 19. The Martinist Order. 20. The Kabbalistic Order of the Rose Croix. Are italics. 14 others were represented, but it was decided that these would not be made public. Their delegates arrived June 9th. Even though it is obvious beyond a shadow of a doubt that the Congress of Paris, held in 1908, was a Masonic Congress, that had to do with Masonry alone, that it had naught to do with the Rosicrucian fraternity, and notwithstanding that the authentic official report of that Congress, as above set forth, shows that the delegates present and participating represented 17 Masonic orders and 3 orders affiliated with Masonry and interested therein. Yet there may be someone who might be led to believe, but incorrectly so, that the Congress had to do or in some way dealt with Rosicrucian matters, because of the 2 orders listed as numbers 18, 19 and 20, and printed in italics in the above list of orders represented, use the words Rose Croix as a part of their name, and the other has been incorrectly spoken of or represented to be a Rosicrucian organization. We have heretofore dealt with the Martinist order and have shown it to be basically Masonic and closely affiliated with Masonry. Nothing further need be said with reference to that order in this connection. Not Rose Cross orders. The Order of the Esoteric Rose Croix was a select order, of meager membership, restricted entirely to Masons, much like the English Masonic Rosicrucian societies discussed in Part 1 of this chapter. The membership of this order, composed almost entirely of ancient and primitive Masons, most of whom were members of the OTO, was organized for the deeper study of the esoteric and spiritualistic aspects of the rites of Mizraim, Memphis, and other esoteric and spiritualistic Masonic rites. It was, therefore, purely Masonic in its purpose and every aspect, fashioning its name after the highly spiritual and deep esoterical Rose Croix degree in Masonry. Its delegates to the Congress were all members of the OTO, which was also represented, all of whom are now deceased. The Esoteric Order of the Rose Croix has given no signs of life since 1914 and is now non-existent. The Kabbalistic Order of the Rose Croix, also interested in the spiritualistic and esoteric aspect of Masonry, was organized by Stanislas de Guaita, who died in 1897, primarily and almost exclusively for the study of the Kabbalah and related symbology and sciences. However, Kabbalistic orders are not, strictly speaking, Rosicrucian orders, although several great Rosicrucians have been deeply interested in the Kabbalah and have written neatly and interestingly on its doctrines. Neither of the above-mentioned orders were Rosicrucian orders. Therefore, let no one be misled or permit themselves to be misled by the deceptive appearance of names or the cunningly designed deceptive tactics of those who would convert Masonic congresses into Rosicrucian world councils to serve a desperate need. As evidence to sustain a false position and a fraudulent device of a Masonic Rose Cross swindle. But aside from the fact that said 2 orders with names that might prima facie or on the mere surface leave the impression that Rosicrucian orders participated in that Congress, the object declared by the Congress, the proceedings thereof, and that which was done and accomplished by the Congress are the best evidence of the purpose and nature of the Assembly. Let us, then, consider pages 218, 219 and 220 of the Hermetic Library, containing that part of the official report of the Congress wherein its purpose and its accomplishments are fully set forth, as follows. Translation of pages 218, 219 and 220 are reproductions NOS 45C, 45D and 45E, page 218, is speech finished. Tedder gave the vows to the organizers of the covenant. After a short discussion of details of no importance, the following resolution was unanimously adopted. International Congress of Freemasonry called for the establishment of one universal Masonic federation under the ancient constitutions of the Great Law. 1. The Universal Masonic Federation is for the union and progress of all the Masonic rites of which it is composed. 2. Each federal rite conserves its complete autonomy, its interior organizations and its statutes without the aid of the Federation. 3. Each federal rite engages itself only to receive fraternally the members of other federal rites and to establish fraternal relations with all the rites of the Federation. 4. To organize and centralize the efforts of